Please be seated. The continuation of the 13th sitting of the second session of the Fourth House of Assembly of the Virgin Islands is now in session. Honorable members, last time we were here, we ended on item number 6, which was a motion brought, correction, that's item number 7, which was a bill brought to the House by the Health Minister on the Nurses and Midwives Act. Before I call upon the clerk, I'm going to invite the Honorable Premier and Leader of Government Business to give 2 short statements to this Honorable House. Honorable Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. But, Mr. Speaker, before I give that, I would like to, with your kind permission, Mr. Speaker, to make an amendment to the standing orders for the day to remove 2 items to put it on the next sitting. In the paper, the order paper, sorry, not the standing orders, the order paper of the day, Mr. Speaker. So with your kind permission, I'd like to go to 713 and 714 and have both of them removed from the order paper of the day and placed on the order paper for the next sitting, which is on the 30th. So, Mr. Speaker, again, I would like for 7.1 Roman numeral 3 and 7.1 Roman numeral 4 to be placed on be removed, from this order paper, the order paper for the 13th sitting of the second session of the 4th sitting of the House of Assembly of the Virgin Islands, to have us item 7.1 Roman numeral 3 and Roman numeral 4 removed from the order paper and placed on the 14th sitting of the second session of the 4th House of Assembly of the Virgin Islands, Mr. Speaker, which will be held on the 30th of July. So I move that motion, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to second the motion.
Honorable members, a motion has been moved and seconded to remove from the order of the day number 7.1 Roman numeral 3 and 7.1 Roman numeral 4. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. The order of the day is so amended. I call upon the Premier and Minister of Finance and Leader of Government Business.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to crave the indulgence of this honorable House, and I've already spoken also with the opposition to be allowed to read a brief statement due to, Mr. Speaker, the passing of one of our stalwart leaders in the Caribbean, Mr. Speaker. So, the former Prime Minister of Barbados. Mr. Speaker, I would like to bring to this honorable House attention that earlier today the Caribbean lost one of its great former leaders. This morning, I was saddened to learn that just after midnight, the former Prime Minister of Barbados, the Right Honorable Owen Arthur, passed away at the age of 70. The Caribbean community has lost a public service giant in our region. He was the longest-serving Prime Minister of Barbados, who held office through the consecutive terms spanning from 1994 to 2008. He also served as opposition leader. He was indeed a giant of Caribbean politics. More than any other leader of his era, he was a champion of regional integration and Caribbean unity, which he pushed for vigorously through CARICOM. He was about the welfare of the countries of the Caribbean region. His legacy lives on as the Caribbean continues to build on the regional integration initiatives that began under his leadership. His wisdom and institutional knowledge were highly respected. On behalf of my government, members of the House of Assembly, and the people of the Virgin Islands, I extend sincere condolences to the former Prime Minister's family and the government and people of Barbados, which will also be communicated via the appropriate diplomatic channels. Mr. Speaker, I kindly ask that we all rise and have a moment of silence for 30 seconds in honor of the late Right Honorable Owen Arthur. Mr. Speaker, I thank you. I thank you. May his soul rest in eternal peace. Mr. Speaker, I want to make just a brief statement with the forecasted weather condition because, Mr. Speaker, we are in the hurricane season and we want to make sure that people stay in a state of readiness. So, Mr. Speaker, I would like to take a few moments to remind all Virgin Islanders and residents to continue to be vigilant in keeping ahead of the curve as it relates to our weather system that is under development in our region. By now, most persons would be aware that the National Hurricane Center and other meteorological services in the region are closely monitoring the progress of Invest 92L Disturbance 1. Reports the system continues to develop and may be upgraded to a tropical depression or tropical storm today, Monday, or tomorrow. If it is upgraded to a tropical storm, Isaias will be the 9th tropical storm of the season. Forecasters have indicated that the disturbance may begin affecting the Lesser Antilles from late Wednesday into Thursday and the British Virgin Islands late Thursday into Friday. They have also not ruled out the possibility that the system can upgrade to a Category 1 hurricane before reaching our area. Residents and business should therefore finalize hurricane plans and continue to monitor the progress of Disturbance 1. We must remain in a state of readiness. We want you to remain safe. I encourage everyone to continue their preparedness to mitigate hazards that we may encounter. The people of the Virgin Islands can be assured that your government will continue to do its part to be ready for the Atlantic hurricane season. Indeed, we are in the hurricane season, so we must be ready. I continue to be immensely grateful for the continued support of many teams in the ministries, departments, and statutory bodies of government that continue to work together to ensure preparedness. And let us remain ready and steady in the 2020 Atlantic hurricane season. May God bless us all, and may He continue to watch over our territory. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I thank the Honorable Premier for his two statements. Before I call upon the clerk, I'm going to say to members that there is no time limits on your contribution to the motion on the constitutional review. Notwithstanding, at some point we'll have to break for lunch, and at some point we'll have to get out before midnight to return to our families. With that said, I call upon the clerk. Okay, the clerk is indicating that she's already called out number 7, so I therefore call upon the Premier and Minister of Finance and member for the First District, the Honorable Andrew A. Foy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, today is indeed what we would call one of the most important days in the history of our territory. As I move, Mr. Speaker, to read the motion standing under my name, Mr. Speaker, and I read it first, and then, Mr. Speaker, I will do my contribution to the constitutional review debate. Mr. Speaker, whereas the Virgin Islands Constitution Order 2007, UKSI 2007, number 1678, came into force on 15 June 2007, Whereas it was agreed between the United Kingdom government and the government of the Virgin Islands that a said constitution may be reviewed after of 10 years after the date of which it came into force, and it is now 13 years since that constitution came into force. Whereas Cabinet has agreed, subject to the approval of the House of Assembly of the Virgin Islands, for the establishment of a Constitutional Review Commission comprising 11 members, a chairperson, deputy chairperson, both of whom are selected by the Premier through Cabinet after consultation with members of the House of Assembly, and 6 other members to be nominated by the Premier, and 3 members to be selected by Her Majesty's loyal opposition and appointed by the Cabinet for the purpose of conducting a full review of the Virgin Islands Constitution Order 2007, UKSI 2007-1678. Whereas Cabinet has agreed, among other things, that A, the overall composition of the said commission should comprise persons selected from the main islands of the Virgin Islands, namely Tortola, Anegada, Virgin Gorda, and Jost Van Dyke, including persons drawn from the legal fraternity, academia, business, communications, public relations, and others of civil society. And B, that the commission be provided with a secretariat which shall consist of a secretary and appropriate staff and the resources to conduct the review and produce its report, and any other necessary documents with the budgetary costs met by the Premier's office. Whereas Cabinet has further agreed that the terms of reference of the Constitutional Review Commission should be as follows. A, re-examine and re-evaluate the vision of the people of the Virgin Islands as expressed in the preamble to the Virgin Islands Constitution Order 2007, and to amend accordingly the continuity of the political and constitutional development of the Virgin Islands. B, to evaluate the current Virgin Islands Constitution Order 2007 and determine whether it advances or facilitates the desires of the Virgin Islands in achieving the revised vision in A above. And C, to identify any gaps in relation to item A above. D, to make recommendations for constitutional reform, if necessary, based on A, B, and C above. E, to review the next step towards self-determination for the territory of the Virgin Islands. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the House of Assembly of the Virgin Islands has approved the establishment of and of the composition of the Constitutional Review Commission for the purpose of conducting a full review of the Virgin Islands Constitution Order 2007, UKSI number 1678 of 2007, with the terms of reference specified above. Mr. Speaker, with your kind permission, I'd like to now do my submission, and I am asking for you, based on the research that I've done, to please read from and refer to my notes.
Very well. Proceed, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Before we start, Mr. Speaker, I think we need to take a 5-minute break because I'm understanding there's some technical difficulty in an area that we have to look at.
Okay.
So can we take a 5-minute break?
Certainly. For what reason does the member for the 3rd District rise?
The member raised the second motion. Is it after I'm speaking or before? No. Okay. Well, the member wants the second motion, and then I'll speak. So can that happen first?
Certainly can.
Yes. No, this second. No, before.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to second motion.
Okay. Honorable members, is the technical issue still in effect? It is? Okay. We will take a 5-minute recess. This House is now in recess. Please be seated. The 13th sitting of the second session of the Fourth House of Assembly of the Virgin Islands is now in session. Honorable members, last time we were here, we ended at item number 7, where the Deputy Premier moved a motion for a bill entitled Nurses and Midwife Act 2020. We will now continue with the order of the day. However, I invite the Honorable Premier to give 2 short statements.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, before, just in terms of housekeeping, I would just like to bring to your attention, since we had to restart, for the record, that I move a motion that we remove item 7.1, Roman numeral 3, and Roman numeral 4 from the order of the day from the 13th sitting of the second session of the Fourth House of Assembly of the Virgin Islands, and to be placed on the 14th sitting of the second session of the Fourth House of Assembly of the Virgin Islands, Mr. Speaker. That's item 7.1, Roman numeral 3, and Roman numeral 4. Mr. Speaker, I so move.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I rise to second the motion.
Thank you. Honorable members, the motion has been moved and seconded that the order of the day be amended, removing 7.1, Roman numeral 3, and 7, Roman numeral 4. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. The order of the day is so amended. I call upon the Premier and Leader of Government's business.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to give an urgent brief statement, given that one of our stalwart leaders in the Caribbean, the former Prime Minister of Barbados, has passed away, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, I would like to bring to this honorable House attention that earlier today, the Caribbean lost one of its great former leaders. This morning, I was saddened to learn that just after midnight, the former Prime Minister of Barbados, the Right Honorable Owen Arthur, passed away at the age of 70. The Caribbean community has lost a public service giant in our region. He was the longest-serving Prime Minister of Barbados who held office through 3 consecutive terms spanning from 1994 to 2008. He also served as opposition leader. He was indeed a giant of Caribbean politics. More than any other leader of his era, he was a champion of regional integration and Caribbean unity, and he pushed vigorously for this through CARICOM. He was about the welfare of the countries of the Caribbean region. His legacy lives on as the Caribbean continues to build on the regional integration initiatives began under his leadership. His wisdom and institutional knowledge were highly respected. On behalf of my government, members of the House of Assembly, and people of the Virgin Islands, I extend sincere condolences to the former Prime Minister's family and the government and people of Barbados, which will also be communicated via the appropriate diplomatic channels. Mr. Speaker, I ask that we have a moment of silence for 30 seconds in honor of the late Right Honorable Owen Arthur. I thank you. Thank you. May his soul rest in eternal peace. Mr. Speaker, again, I thank you for allowing me to make another very short but urgent statement dealing with the forecasted weather conditions. Mr. Speaker, I would just like to take a few moments to remind all Virgin Islanders and residents to continue to be vigilant in keeping ahead of the curve as it relates to our weather system that is under development in our region. By now, most persons would be aware that the National Hurricane Center and other meteorological services in the region are closely monitoring the progress of Invest 92L Disturbance 1. Reports that the system continues to develop and may be upgraded to a tropical depression or tropical storm today, Monday, or tomorrow. If it is upgraded to a tropical storm, Isaias will be the 9th tropical storm of the season. Forecasters have indicated that the disturbance may begin affecting the Lesser Antilles from late Wednesday into Thursday at the British Virgin Islands and the British Virgin Islands late Thursday into Friday. They have also not ruled out the possibility that the system can upgrade to a Category 1 hurricane before reaching our area. Residents and business should therefore finalize hurricane plans and continue to monitor the progress of Disturbance 1. We must remain in a state of readiness. We want you to remain safe. I encourage everyone to continue their preparedness to mitigate hazards that we may encounter. The people of the Virgin Islands can be assured that your government will continue to do its part to be ready for the Atlantic hurricane season. Indeed, we are in the hurricane season, so we must be ready. I continue to be immensely grateful for the continued support of many teams in the ministries, departments, and statutory bodies of government that continue to work together to ensure preparedness. And let us remain ready and steady in this 2020 Atlantic hurricane season. May God bless us all, and may He continue to watch over our territory. Mr. Speaker, I thank you for allowing me to make those two short, urgent statements.
I thank the Premier for his short statements. Honourable members, there will be no time limits on your contribution to the debate on the constitutional review and formation of the Commission. Notwithstanding, at some point we'll have to break for lunch, and hopefully we can get out by 12 midnight so you can return to your families. With that said, I invite the Honourable Premier and Minister of Finance and member for the 1st District, the Honourable Andrew A. Foy, to move a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, today is a very important day, another important day in the history of our territory, as we move to have what I see as a very fruitful constitutional review debate. And Mr. Speaker, with your kind permission, now I'll read the motion, Mr. Speaker, and then do my contribution. So, Mr. Speaker, that we can then, I've been graciously requested by the member of the third to second it after the contribution. So I want to thank him from now, who happens to have been one of the main authorities involved in the 2007 constitutional review of the team that went to the United Kingdom. So I'm grateful to you, sir, for what you have done in the past, and I'm honored, and the territory is honored to have you second in this review, as I rightfully agreed to, because in this constitutional review, there are no political sides. We're in this together. So I thank you, and I have my utmost respect for you for doing this at this time. Mr. Speaker, whereas the Virgin Islands Constitution Order 2007, UKSI 2007, number 1678, came into force on 15 June 2007. Whereas it was agreed between the United Kingdom government and the government of the Virgin Islands that the said constitution may be reviewed after of 10 years after the date of which it came into force, and it is now 13 years since that constitution came into force. Whereas Cabinet has agreed, subject to the approval of the House of Assembly of the Virgin Islands, for the establishment of a Constitutional Review Commission comprising 11 members, a chairperson, deputy chairperson, both of whom are selected by the Premier through Cabinet after consultation with members of the House of Assembly, and 6 other members to be nominated by the Premier, and 3 members to be selected by Her Majesty's loyal opposition and appointed by the Cabinet, for the purpose of conducting a full review of the Virgin Islands Constitution Order. That's a full review of the Virgin Islands Constitution Order 2007, UK SI 2007, 1678. Whereas Cabinet has agreed, among other things, that A, the overall composition of the said commission should comprise persons selected from the main islands of the Virgin Islands, namely Tortola, Anegada, Virgin Gorda, and Jost Van Dyke, including persons drawn from the legal fraternity academia, business, communications, public relations, and other areas of civil society. And B, that the commission be provided with a secretariat which shall consist of a secretary and appropriate staff and resources to conduct the review and produce its report and any other necessary documents with the budgetary costs met by the Premier's office. Whereas Cabinet has agreed that the terms of reference of the Constitutional Review Commission should be as follows. A, to re-examine and re-evaluate the vision of the people of the Virgin Islands as expressed in the preamble of the Virgin Islands Constitution Order 2007, and to amend accordingly the continuity of the political and constitutional development of the Virgin Islands. B, to evaluate the current Virgin Islands Constitution Order 2007 and determine whether it advances or facilitates the desires of the people of the Virgin Islands in achieving the revised vision in A above. C, to identify any gaps in relation to item A above. D, to make recommendations for constitutional reform if necessary, based on A, B, and C above. And E, to review the next step towards self-determination for the territory of the Virgin Islands. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the House of Assembly of the Virgin Islands has approved the establishment of and of the composition of the Constitutional Review Commission for the purpose of conducting a full review of the Virgin Islands Constitution Order 2007, UKSI number 1678 of 2007, with the terms of reference specified above. Mr. Speaker, with your kind permission now, I will continue, Mr. Speaker, with my contributions, Mr. Speaker, to this debate. As, Mr. Speaker, we will all be aware that this, Mr. Speaker, has been a time where all of us have had a chance to do some extensive review of the Constitution, Mr. Speaker, and to make sure that we do some very hefty research on the Constitution of the Virgin Islands, Mr. Speaker, given that this will affect everyone and it will be also the impetus on which we all, Mr. Speaker, will have to live and abide with in the coming years once we get through this exercise. So, Mr. Speaker, with your kind permission, I am requesting of you with your kind permission, Mr. Speaker, I am requesting of you to refer to my notes, Mr. Speaker, as well as, Mr. Speaker, to read from certain things from the notes, because this is not an exercise that anyone should take lightly, Mr. Speaker. And I know that all my members in this House, given the time that was allotted, would have done some extensive research on this, Mr. Speaker, so that we can have a very fruitful debate with the people of the Virgin Islands. So, Mr. Speaker, I do crave your indulgence and ask your kind permission to use my notes.
Permission granted.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I now begin. Just 1 minute, Mr. Speaker, please, and I'm coming to you as I get the last piece of my information before it starts. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the BVI is about to start on another historic journey. At a time when we are reflecting on the journey of our ancestors from slavery to emancipation. It is our emancipation celebration now. Though the flags may not be in the street Can I remind you that their struggles and aspirations are in our hearts? Hence, we must keep the fight alive to complete what they have started. A journey that leaders before have brought us through. I thank all of our past leaders for shaping our future, and now we will continue to carry the baton further. Mr. Speaker, you would recall that on 8 June 2020, I addressed this honorable House and indicated in the spirit of transparency and cooperation your government's intention to initiate the process for a review of the Constitution, which is embodied in the Virgin Islands Constitution Order 2007. The exercise is not about what or who we are fighting against, but what we are fighting for. The broad rationale is not about what or who we are fighting against, but is what we are fighting for. And Mr. Speaker, that must be the impetus on which we approach this constitutional review. The broad rationale for proposing this exercise at this time are that mainly firstly, it has been 13 years since the last constitution was enacted. And secondly, the operating environment has changed considerably since then, most notably, but not exclusively, in the last few months due to the COVID-19 global pandemic. The fact that the constitutional review was due and now well overdue is well documented. Many of our people have been asking for a constitutional review. They have been asking, how long? And the answer is, not long. Constitutional review has been on the national agenda for several years now. In a statement on 12 October 2016 titled, Enhancing BVI International Relations, ahead of a joint ministerial council JMC meeting, former Premier and Minister of Finance, Dr. the Honorable D. Orlando Smith, OBE, stated, and I quote, in the margins of the JMC, I will also have a bilateral meeting with the UK government in which I will discuss my government's plan for a constitutional review in 2017. As our Constitution turns 10 years old, it is only appropriate that we consider modifications to our current constitutional arrangements to better enable us to meet new and emerging challenges in the 21st century. I will also raise this in the UK Parliament at the House of Commons, where OT leaders will meet members of the Foreign Affairs Committee. The committee's support will be critical in building momentum for constitutional changes. End of quote. Moving forward with this intent, the action was delayed by the Virgin Islands, experiencing 3 catastrophic events in 2017. The August 2017 floods and Category 5 hurricanes Irma and Maria shortly after. In a press release dated 30th November 2018, then Premier Dr. Smith further stated that he intended to raise the at the JMC meeting on 4th and 5th December 2018, and I quote, discussions on the principles behind constitutional powers and foreign and Commonwealth offices update on requests to constitutional reform. End of quote. So you see, this is an outstanding matter that the previous administration did not get to address before the departure in February 2019, initially because of the catastrophic events of 2017, and then in 2018, I presume, because of the government was engaged in the recovery work, trying to prepare a 2019 budget that would pass the scrutiny of the UK, and also because a general election was around the corner. Members would recall that constitutional review was on your new government's agenda on the campaign trail from the start. We promised to get it done if elected, and we put it in the 2020 budget address, which was delivered on 19th November 2019 under the theme and under the title, transformation for resilience and sustainability, smart strategies, empowered people, and green development. You would recall I said, and I quote, "Today, as we gather here to present the budget address for these Virgin Islands, I acknowledge the desire of our forefathers that we would be able today to govern our internal affairs. Hence, provisions are made in this 2020 budget to request the commissioning of a constitutional review." End of quote. And I made that statement in homage to those on whose shoulders we stand today, our foreparents, who presented a petition to the then commissioner in which they stated, and I quote, "One of the purposes of this demonstration today is for us to achieve a measure of political freedom for ourselves and the generation of the future." End of quote. Bear in mind that this is not something we are fighting against, but what we are fighting for. When we speak about the Virgin Islands having 4 written constitutions in the last 70 years, we must remember that these are mile markers along the phase of our journey that started on 24th November 1949, when our foreparents demonstrated to demand a change to the way matters affecting their lives were decided. That mass demonstration was the catalyst for the acceleration of political development in our territory, leading to the evolution of the modern BVI we know today. It led to the Constitution Act 1950, which revoked power from the governor of the Leeward Islands and reinstated it to the reformed Legislative Council in 1950. The first elections under this constitutional arrangement were also held in 1950, bearing in mind that all this journey started on 24th November 1949. The Constitution and Elections Act 1954 then paved the way for general elections and the right to vote for the first time for each adult Virgin Islander, whether male or female. Mr. Speaker, in doing this research, it revitalized and re-energized, and it caused me to be refocused because our history is so rich. But we have to understand, like the parable, the old African parable that says, in the story of the hunt, the hunter will always be glorified unless the lion gets his own historian. But this is the abridged version of the constitutional history of our Virgin Islands. When I spoke on this subject last month, I lamented that I do not think we have made sufficient progress in self-determination in those 70 years, and I have been asking why. To find the answer to that question, I had to go back to the history of these islands, and the fact is that our history is not 70 years old. There are some who began recording our history in 1949, or would like us to only think about the period after 1949. But we must recall there were circumstances and causative factors that led to the 1949 demonstration. And the shaping of those circumstances started long before and thousands of miles away. When we ask why the level of development is as it is, that discourse starts with the attitude and perspective of the various powers that have controlled these islands over the past 400-odd years. Because the Virgin Islands was a mere strategic economic asset to the empires since the arrival of the explorers, conquistadors, capitalists, privateers, and so on. This is very important for establishing the context of this constitutional review exercise which we are embarking upon. Because this exercise is not about what or who we are fighting against, but what we are fighting for. To get a clearer understanding of this background and context, I turn to the Constitutional Commissioner's Report 2005, which informed the drafting of the Virgin Islands Constitution Order 2007. The constitutional history of the Virgin Islands is well documented there as a starting point. And I encourage the document as essential reading for all Virgin Islanders as we commenced another constitutional review. We must know our past, and we must learn from our past. Prior to the Virgin Islands Constitution Order 2007, there were 10 constitutional arrangements that govern the people living on these islands. Mr. Speaker, I do not intend to recount all the developments, but I will mention some salient moments from our history. We are all familiar with Christopher Columbus stating that he stumbled upon these islands in 1493 and naming them in memory of St. Ursula. By the 17th century, the European powers were engaged in land grabbing in the Caribbean, and their wars were extended into the West Indies. According to the Constitutional Commissioner Report 2005, and I quote, "The Virgin Islands, with its many islands and natural harbors, was a haven for legitimate naval vessels, licensed brigands, and pirates. Given its size, topography, aridness, and poor quality of soil, the Virgin Islands became more attractive as a station along the trade route from South America and the Greater Antilles than as a settled territory." End of quote. The failure of the Spanish to establish a settlement left the way open for the French, Dutch, Danish, and British. The British began establishing colonial settlements along the Lesser Antilles chain of islands in the early 1620s and established governance structures in some of the islands. Their presence in the Virgin Islands became established around 1672 after they attacked a small Dutch settlement in Tortola. The islands became the subject of squabbles between the Dutch, British, and Spanish, which made them unattractive for settlement, which in turn made them attractive for brigands, pirates, and others of like mind who were engaged in plundering activities. It is recorded that the British initially had no interest in establishing settlements in the Virgin Islands. They, however, merely wished to deny them to others as points from which attacks could be mounted on the colonies being established on the larger islands in the Antillean chain. In 1680, a small group of planters and their families left Anguilla and moved to Virgin Gorda. The Virgin Islands' geographic location made it a concern for Spain due to their close proximity to Puerto Rico. This was a strategic problem. After some treaties and trade in St. Thomas, St. Croix, and St. John ended up in the hands of the Dutch and then to the United States of America in 1917. Britain's sovereignty over Tortola, Virgin Gorda, and Jocelyn Dykes was agreed in 1735. And it has remained so since, paving the way for the steady growth of the population. The 2005 Commissioner's Report details that investments in the development of the Virgin Islands and governance institutions for it was not really pursued because of the low potential economic viability due to the nature of the land masses, topography, and soil quality, and because of what it would cost to sustain viable defense of any settlements created on the islands. The Virgin Islands was subject to numerous unflattering reports by British officials that discouraged development. Sounds familiar? Notwithstanding this, some persons saw potential that others did not see and chose to make these islands their home. Of course, there were also African slaves who did not have as much of a choice. But after emancipation in 1834, the freed slaves and their descendants continue to develop this potential. They have been yearning for self-determination, and the refrain has always been, how long? To which the response has always been, not long. So you see, Mr. Speaker, the history shows that development of the Virgin Islands has for a long time not been about these Virgin Islands and its inhabitants, but is secondary to and predicated upon the economic benefit and the economic risk perceived by forces far overseas, persons who do not live here, and who often depend on what is reported back to them to weigh their costs and benefits. Even today, just short of 300 years later, we are someone else's contingent liability. And we are strategic asset based on geography, clutched to out of here as to where we will put down our bucket if we decide to move it. The latter issue has come up many times over the last 70 years. In the first formal constitutional arrangement in 1735, Governor of the Leeward Islands Colony, Governor Matthew, established councils and assemblies in Tortola and Virgin Gorda to administer justice and governance. Each council consisted of 6 members and each assembly of 9. 9 members of the council, members of the council were appointed by the governor, and members of the assemblies were elected generally by the inhabitants. But Governor Matthew had exceeded his authority, and the assemblies, which were elected by the people, were never called into session, although the councils, which were appointed by the governor, were allowed to function. In 1754, Lieutenant Governor James Purcell, with support from agents and leading merchants trading with the Leeward Islands, got consent to establish a form of government in the Virgin Islands. Purcell favored constitutional government, but he believed that legislative authority should be vested in the governor and the council. Purcell also favored a property qualification. This was, of course, before the abolition of slavery. So it meant that not all the inhabitants of the Virgin Islands would be able to participate in government. However, it is important to know that Purcell's approach was not shared by Governor George Thomas, who felt, and I quote, "The inhabitants were so illiterate that a legislative body would only turn their heads." End of quote. Does this rhetoric sound familiar? By the 1750s, slavery was still in full swing, and there were 1,184 whites and about 5 times as many blacks in the Virgin Islands. For 50 years, a chief governor had not set foot in the Virgin Islands. Governor of the Leeward Islands, Sir Ralph Payne, regarded as an quote-unquote progressive thinker, became, and I quote, impressed with the productivity of the islands, especially Tortola, the prospects of augmented trade, and the willingness of the people to be governed. End of quote. Concerned by the neglect of the islands, he encouraged the inhabitants to petition the higher authorities. In July 1773, Governor Payne was instructed by the Secretary of State for the colonies to introduce into the Virgin Islands a representative system of government based on a governor, a nominated council, and an elected assembly. The structure that was established was a council of 12 members nominated by the governor. B, an assembly of 11 members, 8 representing Tortola, 2 representing Virgin Gorda, and 1 representing Jos Van Dyke. The 2005 Commissioner's report explains that only white men over the age of 21 who owned or whose parents owned substantial property were eligible to stand for elections. I want to read that over for us. The 2005 Commissioner's report explained that only white men over the age of 21 who owned or whose parents owned substantial property were eligible to stand for election. Only persons who owned substantial property were allowed to vote. This is our history. The assembly, which consisted of the planters who were elected to office, disagreed with certain tax measures imposed by Britain and refused to pass any legislation for the establishment of a court system. But one can imagine why. Thus, and I quote, "From the onset, the establishment of the representative legislative institution in the Virgin Islands, there existed a struggle between the perceived interests of the colonial administrators and that of the territory's inhabitants." End of quote. Eventually, the disagreements, mostly concerning land ownership, were settled. And then came a golden age of prosperity between 1756 and 1783. The slave population reached its peak at 9,000 with white population of approximately 1,200. But this prosperity began to be affected by the movement against slavery. So again, governance issues were driven by economic motives. By 1815, there were a number of free blacks who had no vote. They petitioned the colonial administrators for their civil rights, and after 3 years, won the right to vote for a representative in the assembly. This tells us the importance of voting, of what our foreparents fought for, so that we can vote. But there was a catch. The representative had to be a white freeholder. Steeply declining electoral participation, due partly to a steady exodus of whites, led to increasing curtailment in legislative activity. What we see now is that concern for development and governance became unimportant because the white elite were not interested. The concerns of the non-whites were not important and were treated as such. So when there were no whites to control the power system, instead of letting the blacks inherit and continue the institutions, the system was shut down. No governance was better than having blacks in control of their institution. By 1867, all pretense to the operation of a legislative council with elected representatives came to an end. The Legislative Council was reconstituted to provide for 3 official members and 3 unofficial members nominated by the President with the approval of the Crown. But power went back from being with the people to being consolidated in the Crown's establishment. When in 1871, a single federal colony comprising of all the Leeward Islands and Dominica was created, the Virgin Islands was not represented by an elected member in the Federal Assembly. The Virgin Islands lost the status of colony and became a presidency. By 1902, the Federal Council abolished the local council, reducing the status of the territory back to what it was in the beginning. What is clear from my research is every time we make major steps forward, the system is put in place to make us doubt ourselves and take many steps backward. So I repeat, by 1902, the Federal Council abolished the local council, reducing the status of the territory back to what it was in the beginning. In other words, the clock was rolled back 167 years to the point where there was no governance institution to before Governor Matthew created the council and assemblies of the Virgin Islands. This was the 5th constitutional arrangement. Constitutionally, the Virgin Islands went to sleep for the next 30 years until civic-minded Virgin Islanders seriously began to question the quality of governance in the presidency. Then came the formation of a civic league, which attracted membership from among the progressive thinkers of the day. The Civic League was backed by the British Virgin Islands Pro-Legislative Committee of America. Together, they began to demand the reinstitution of an elected legislature and petitioned the Secretary of State for the colonies to that effect. This happened at a time when practically every British colony in the Caribbean had experienced riots or other forms of insurrections short of armed conflict. My research shows that whenever you're fighting for freedom, it usually comes in a time when the world is in chaos. As a result of those conflicts, the West Indies Royal Commission under the chairmanship of Lord Moyne was appointed in 1938 to investigate what had gone wrong in the British Caribbean colonies. The Moyne's Commission recommendations were put on hold due to the Second World War, but it was instrumental in paving the way for advanced constitutions in the colonies after the war. The real impetus for addressing the issue of elected representation in the Virgin Islands arose out of the anguish felt by Mr. Theodore H. Faulkner, a fisherman from Anegada who had come to Rotong with his pregnant wife. My research shows me and proves and tells me that Anegada and Jocelyn Naik had some major roles to play in our history to help us be where we are today. So Mr. Faulkner from Anegada, he came to Rotong with his pregnant wife. An issue arose between Mr. Faulkner and the medical doctor at the People's Hospital, with no representative of the people to whom he could make a complaint or have assistance in seeking redress. Mr. Faulkner decided to take the matter directly to the people. For nights, he took the rostrum in the market square in front of the administration building. He spoke to the issues that concern him and the need for the people to have a say in the governance of the country. Faulkner's public outcry resonated with the people as more and more and more and more persons gathered around to listen to him nightly. Eventually, a political groundswell emerged, and on the 24th November 1949, it culminated in the largest political demonstration in the history of the territory. The people led by Faulkner, I. Glanville Fonseca, and Carlton L. de Castro marched through the streets of Rotong to the office of the commissioner, where they presented a petition setting out grievances pertaining to the manner in which the presidency was being administered. The petition stated entirely, and I quoted, "We are imbued with a desire to decide our local affairs our own selves. We have outgrown that undesirable stage where one official or an official clique makes decisions for us. We are seeking the privilege of deciding how our monies are spent and what shall be our presidential laws and policies." End of quote. This is not about who or what we are fighting against. This is what we are fighting for: true self-determination. Through the decades and the generation, the cry has been, how long? And it's up to us now to say, not long. As a result of the demonstration, a committee was set up in February 1950 to make recommendations for the establishment of a legislative council. The committee, which had widespread representation from all the villages and out islands, met, deliberated, and recommended a constitution similar to that of Montserrat based on the terms of reference recommended. In July 1950, yes, 1950, the Virgin Islands Constitution Act was passed by the Leeward Islands Federation Legislature. The Legislative Council of the Virgin Islands, which was established, provided for 8 members, of whom 2 are ex-official members, 2 nominated members, and 4 elected members. The commissioner was to preside as president of the Legislative Council. Candidates for election were required to make a deposit, which they would lose if they failed to poll. They would lose their deposit if they failed to poll a certain percentage of votes. Adult suffrage was based on a literacy test. So here again we see where we get our history, that if you do not poll, poll a certain number of votes. When you run, you can't get back your deposit. And therefore strengthen our treasury. It shows that our history is rich, and we're standing on the shoulders of great men and women. The Executive Council policy decision making was to include 2 of the 4 elected members. The general elections were held in November 1950. In 1953, a second constitutional committee was appointed to further improve the Constitution. The recommendations provided for 5 constituencies and 6 elected members. The 2 members representing the Rotong constituency. The defederation of the Leeward Islands colony in 1956 further empowered the local legislature. The presidency opted not to participate in the new federal state and was elevated to colony status with greater legislative authority and a direct line to the colonial office in the United Kingdom. There were some cosmetic changes, but under the reformed constitution, the 2 members elected by other elected members to the Executive Council were given oversight for trade and production, and works and communication. This was a small but important step on the road to ministerial responsibility. In the 1950s to 1960s, there emerged talk in general political discussions about whether the British and US Virgin Islands should be amalgamated. My research shows it is uncertain to what extent any official discussions were held on this, but there was speculation. Reports are that the impression must have been given that the people's representatives did not favor such a merger. Some believe that if this was put to a vote, the result might have shown otherwise, but we will never know. It is said that the people's dissatisfaction with Britain as a colony master was obvious, and it is suspected that this struck a nerve with Britain, leading to a proposal from the colonial office in 1964 to pass responsibility for internal governance of the colony to representatives of the people in the form of a state council, which would have both legislative and executive functions. The idea was rejected by the politicians as unfamiliar and lacking in British precedent. But you can see here again that these overtures were not about what was best for the Virgin Islands, but what was and what is convenient for Britain. Then in 1965, Dr. Mary Proudfoot was appointed to review the Constitution. In spite of her damning report that the British Virgin Islands be left as a bird sanctuary, she said it was justified to allow elected members to be more involved in the direction of the colony's affairs. I didn't find this in the history when I was researching it, but I can almost guarantee that that decision was made because they saw the islands going nowhere. A number of important changes came about as a result of the Proudfoot report. The number of elected members in the legislative and executive councils were increased. Non-elected members were reduced. The life of the legislature was extended from 3 to 4 years, and a ministerial system was introduced with 3 ministers and a chief minister who would be an elected member of the legislature. This is our history. Special responsibilities such as defense and internal security, external affairs, the public service, courts, and for a time, finance were kept under the control of the administrator, which position became that of governor after 1970. Other matters were left to the control of ministers and the administrator had to seek and act on the advice of Executive Council. The Virgin Islands Constitutional Order was established in 1967, and I quote, "A new constitutional instrument that made for meaningful participation by the people in the executive authority of the country through the mechanism of the ministerial system." End of quote. But according to the 2005 commissioners, and I quote, "To assume that an advance of constitutional authority will somehow create smooth sailing into the future borders on naivety. A dynamic struggle for power is the consistent pattern between the metropolitan ruler and the colony at each stage on the road to self-determination." End of quote. Suffice to say, that still exists today. And suffice to say, political convolutions put the Constitution to work and to the test. Political alliances were forged and shattered as in any society. But the systems ensured that a government could be formed. But discontent with the UK and its representative began to mount over lease agreements issued by a former administrator to a British corporation for nearly 2/3 of Anegada and a large area of the foreshore of Rotown, including the mangrove island of Wickham's Key. This is our history. Public outcry against this giving away of the people's heritage was focused through a pressure group, the Positive Action Movement, under the leadership of the late but great, and I pronounce them Honorables Noel Lloyd and Honorables Walter Lindy, known as Rasul de Castro. Those are the people that should get the honorary honorable when it's being dished out. Pressure by the people continued to mount on the government to have these leases rescinded. The new governor, Cudmore, was not in a position to rescind the leases, and as compensation would be involved, and the monies would have to come from the United Kingdom government. There were also increasing political unrest over Governor Cudmore's decision to commute the death sentence of a prisoner convicted of murder against the advice of the Executive Council. This led to a series of activities in which a resolution in the Legislative Council was passed demanding the recall of the governor. Does this sound familiar? The petition was rejected by the Secretary of State for Foreign and Commonwealth Affairs on the grounds that the governor had acted within his legitimate authority. Does this sound familiar? Upset about the powers that were vested in the office of governor, the legislature caused another constitutional review process to take place. After a very lengthy process, the Constitutional Order 1976 was enacted. This order introduced the post of Leader of the Opposition, lowered the voting age to 18, introduced a method for appointing the Chief Minister, provisions for a Deputy Chief Minister, and an acting Chief Minister where the Chief Minister was absent from the duty for 48 hours. And these hold true up to today. Another constitutional review was conducted in the 1990s, which after a lengthy process led to the Virgin Islands Constitutional Order 2000. This introduced the 4 at-large seats in the legislature and entrenched a Bill of Rights. And there's a lot of theory behind why the 4 at-large was introduced. But that is for another day. And then came the 2005 Commission, which informed the 2007 Constitutional Order. One thing that concerns me even today about the 2005 exercise is that it was conducted against the backdrop of guidelines from the Foreign and Commonwealth Office's constitutional advisor. I want to repeat that. The one thing that concerned me when I was doing this research, and even although I knew it before, it refreshed my memory, and it concerns me even to today, about the 2005 exercise is that it was conducted against the backdrop of guidelines from the Foreign and Commonwealth Office's constitutional advisor, not the people. It was referred to as a checklist. But it was more like rules of what topics were off limits to the Constitutional Review Committee and the citizens. Because by the nature of some topics being automatically disqualified, we do not have the benefit of knowing how citizens felt about those issues and what would have happened if those issues were debated and pursued. Hopefully, with God's help, this time around, we will not have to contend with those rules. The people's voices must be heard. It's not what we are fighting against. It is what we are fighting for. Not just to be equal, but for equality of all Virgin Islanders. And this is why we are saying that we want to conduct a review of the entire Constitution. Let us see all the areas that the people are concerned about. And then we can decide where we go. Instead of taking certain topics out of the discussion entirely from the onset. You see, Mr. Speaker, the BVI is at a crossroad. We are either going to sink or float based on certain decisions that we have to take in the sooner rather than the later. That is why I say this exercise is not about what or who we are fighting against, but what we are fighting for. Contrary to some person's belief, we cannot kick the can down the road and leave it to be somebody else's problem in 10 or 15 years. Because today we are recycling, so cans may be no more. So there may not be a can even to kick later on. We are running out of road to kick the can also. And therefore, where our people are demanding solutions and asking how long, the answer must be not long. As you recall, I said earlier that the operating environment has changed since 13 years ago. Changes in the financial services industry. The impact of catastrophic events, COVID-19, the shutdown of tourism, a global recession, and more have brought social, economic, and financial issues to the fore. The UK's ability to assist is constrained. But the BVI cannot remain blowing like a candle in the wind. We are being told that we need to take care of our own needs. This is not something we are fighting against, but what we are fighting for. But the way the present system is configured, we are constrained in our ability to manage certain aspects of our financing, such as procuring loans and how we manage our cash flows. There are expenditure areas that are presented to us as obligations for which we bear the cost. And we are not allowed to prioritize these items against the other needs of our people. And then we are scrutinized and criticized for how we manage our money. We're not afraid of ensuring transparency and good governance. But in the 21st century, it must be well stated that the goose and the gander must be on the same table. Our aspirations and our survival are second fiddle to other interests. And we need to have this addressed before it is too late. The Virgin Islands Constitution Order 2007 makes certain statements that set the direction, tone, and mission that our Virgin Islands government and people are supposed to be focused on. The Virgin Islands Constitution Order 2007 was given effect based on the following context and principles, which forms the preamble as follows. And I encourage our people to read the preamble of our 2007 Constitution Order, because it reads as follows. A, Whereas the people of the territory of the Virgin Islands have over centuries evolved with a distinct cultural identity, which is the essence of a Virgin Islander. B, acknowledging that the society of the Virgin Islands is based upon certain morals, spiritual and democratic values, including a belief in God, the dignity of the human person, the freedom of the individual, and respect for fundamental rights and freedoms and the rule of law. C, mindful that the people of the Virgin Islands have expressed a desire for their constitution to reflect who they are as a people and as a country, and their quest for social justice, economic empowerment, and political advancement. D, recognizing that the people of the Virgin Islands have a free and independent spirit and have developed themselves and their country based on qualities of honesty, integrity, mutual respect, self-reliance, and the ownership of the land engendering a strong sense of belonging to and kinship with those islands. E, recalling that because of historical, economic, and other reasons, many of the people of the Virgin Islands reside elsewhere, but have and continue to have an ancestral connection and bond with those islands. F, accepting that the Virgin Islands should be governed based on adherence to well-established democratic principles and institutions. G, affirming that the people of the Virgin Islands have generally expressed their desire to become a self-governing people and to exercise the highest degree of control over the affairs of their country at this stage of its development. And H, noting that the United Kingdom, the administrating power for the time being, has articulated a desire to enter into a modern partnership with the Virgin Islands based on the principles of mutual respect and self-determination. All we're doing today is redefining that modern partnership based on the preamble of our Constitution. We're beginning that journey today. That's what we're doing today. And please note, all that I've presented in this debate are not the words of the Premier, First District Representative, Minister of Finance, Honorable Andrew A. Foy. It's not my words. They are not my words. This is our history. It's written in black and white. These principles, with our preamble in our Constitution and others that are added from time to time, must be reflected in how the Constitution operates and the results of its operation. After decades and even centuries of having limitations set for us, we now have the opportunity to make representation, to have these obstacles removed from our way. And we reserve the right to do that in a respectful, forthright, assertive manner, because no one should interpret when one disagrees with some of the areas in the Constitution to be that of disrespect, to be that we are fighting them. We're not fighting against anyone. We're fighting to finish what our ancestors started. Mr. Speaker, we need to reflect on those statements in the preamble to the Constitution and ask ourselves if the framework is working for us. Do we really, as Virgin Islands people, feel that we are in a modern partnership? If the answer is no, then the modern partnership has to be redefined. And it starts with this constitutional review. The principles and rights of the people of the Virgin Islands are informed by Article 73 of the Charter of the United Nations. I want to encourage our people, every person in this Virgin Islands, to get to know about the Charter of the United Nations and read Article 73. Chapter 11, Roman numeral 11, is the declaration regarding non-self-governing territories. That's chapter 11, Roman numeral 11, XI, is the declaration regarding non-self-governing territories. Article 73 is important to us. The United Kingdom must, in its obligation, do as follows. or the United Nations obligations are rephrased as follows. And I quote, members of the United Nations which have or assume responsibilities for the administration of territories. Please be mindful that this is UN Charter. And I quote, members of the United Nations which have or assume responsibilities for the administration of territories whose people have not yet attained a full measure of self-government recognize the principle that the interests of the inhabitants of these territories are paramount and accept as a sacred trust the obligation to promote to the uttermost, within the system of international peace and security established by the present charter, the well-being of the inhabitants of these territories, and to this end, A, to ensure, with due respect for the culture of the peoples concerned, their political, economic, social, and educational advancement, their just treatment, and their protection against abuses. B, to develop self-government to take due account of the political aspirations of the peoples and to assist them in the progressive development of their free political institutions according to the particular circumstances of each territory and its peoples and their varying stages of advancement. C, to further international peace and security. I repeat, C, to further international peace and security. D, to promote constructive measures of development, to encourage research, and to cooperate with one another and when and where appropriate, with specialized international bodies with a view to the practical achievement of the social, economic, and scientific purposes set forth in this article. And E, to transmit regularly to the Secretary General for information purposes, subject to such limitation as security and constitutional considerations may require, statistical and other information of a technical nature relating to economic, social, and educational conditions in the territories for which they are respectively responsible, other than those territories to which chapters 12 and 13 apply. End of quote. In May 2019, I spoke before a United Nations panel in Grenada during the UN Caribbean Regional Seminar on the implementation of the Third International Decade for the Eradication of Colonialism, accelerating decolonizing through renewed commitment and pragmatic measures. In that statement, I said that the government of the Virgin Islands has a responsibility to ensure that the rights of the people of the British Virgin Islands, enshrined in the UN Charter, continue to be upheld and protected. I reassured the United Nations that going forward as a territory, we would remain engaged with a special committee and immediately resume reporting to them as would be expected by a territory on the UN's list of non-self-governing territories. This is important because the relationship between the BVI and United Kingdom is not one that should be limited to engagement between the two sides. Our relationship, that is the BVI-UK relationship, requires the international accountability, the good governance checks and balances that is provided for by the UN decolonization framework. This is not something we are fighting against, but what we are fighting for. Let me be clear at the outset. The BVI remains on the UN list of non-self-governing territories because we have not yet determined a final status for ourselves. And we believe the UN is the international institution that has the legitimacy to preserve our right to self-determination. Our present status as a British overseas territory evolved from the BVI's position as a colony after the island ceased to be a presidency of the federal colony of the Leeward Islands on 1st July 1956. Constitutional reviews in the decades that followed brought important advances in self-governance. For example, in 1967, the ministerial system of government was adopted. In 1977, the territory government assumed control of the territory's finances and grant in aid ceased in 1978 under the leadership of Dr. Willard Wheatley, the Honorable Willard Wheatley. In 2007, the territory government's constitutional responsibility for international relations was formalized and vastly expanded. However, despite these significant constitutional advances, contradictions in the BVI's internal self-government arrangements remain. For example, an unelected governor is still appointed by Her Majesty, the Queen, who presides over a cabinet composed of a premier and ministers who have been duly elected by the people of the BVI to represent them. The institutional contradiction at the heart of government decision-making runs counter to the right of our free people to govern themselves in a democratic society. The governor, on the basis of the monarchical authority vested in him, also retains reserved powers to intervene in the affairs of the BVI. There is an inescapable friction in our constitutional arrangements in which the democratic will of the people of the territory runs against the monarchical authority of the governor appointed by the UK. To be sure, what I am referring to here is not the question of independence, but rather the upholding of the principle of self-governance, even under our current constitutional arrangements. As a matter of principle, it is still our right as a people to govern ourselves until such time as we decide our final status. We have demonstrated over the course of our modern history that we are fully capable of doing so. The people of the Virgin Islands have the capacity to police ourselves. And this is not something we are fighting against, but what we are fighting for. We are willing and capable of implementing all the necessary good governance measures, such as the Register of Interest. There's nothing that is difficult about doing this. The same way that our cabinet, our public service, and our House of Assembly and other institutions work every day to develop policies through research and deliberation, drawing from international sources, we can create effective legislation. One thing though, we believe that accountability and transparency do not stop at the doorstep of politicians only. We believe that codes of conduct must apply to every public officer, and even the governor as well in the 21st century and on. Our current situation in the British Virgin Islands, as I speak, Mr. Speaker, I want to talk about the current situation between the BVI and the UK. As I'm sure you are aware, in recent years, the BVI-UK relationship has been increasingly strained as the UK has become more intrusive in areas of our governance constitutionally devolved to the territory government. The UK has strayed away from the modern partnership it sought to establish with the overseas territories that was set out in its 1999 White Paper, Partnership for Progress and Prosperity, and again in its 2012 White Paper, Security, Success and Sustainability. Both were based on the principle of mutual respect and mutual responsibility. So we have to revisit the definition of a modern partnership, and we have to redefine it. There have been a number of worrying developments over the course of this decade that has signaled a rolling back of the progress that was only achieved by our foreparents. And the research shows that every time we make steps forward, the system that is put on us pushes us many years backward. And everyone is asking, when will this stop? How long? And today, with the first step of this constitutional review being passed in this honorable House, the answer is not long. So, we understand that we have a lot of work to do. There have been a number of worrying developments over the course of the years. I said in this decade has signaled a rolling back of the progress that was already achieved. And we cannot afford for any retrograde step in our political and constitutional advancement. In 2011, the UK began to step up its intrusion into the financial affairs of the BVI. We were already given the full authority for finance, but the protocols for effective financial management were put in place in 2012, whose intrusive requirements fall outside of the bounds of our Constitution. And some have said in my research, I have found that it's a backdoor attempt to get finance. In 2013, the UK, during its G8 presidency, pressured the BVI on the question of international taxation, despite our compliance with the international tax standards set by the OECD Global Forum. And might I add, Dr. the Honorable Deolando Smith did a good job with the international taxation, but yet, despite our compliance with international tax standards set by the OECD Global Forum, the UK, during its G8 presidency, pressured the BVI on the question of international taxation. In 2016, the UK insisted that the BVI adopt a public register of beneficial ownership, despite the fact that our jurisdiction met the required international standards on company transparency set by the Financial Action Task Force, FATF, that are largely followed by the rest of the world. These are not things that I've made up. These are part of our history. In that instance, we were able to agree to an exchange of notes on beneficial ownership that enhanced the exchange of beneficial ownership information between the BVI and UK's respective law enforcement agencies. We found an agreement. We found common ground. And this was to facilitate this process. The BVI invested millions of dollars in technology to develop the beneficial ownership secure system BOSS that allows BVI law enforcement agencies to immediately share beneficial ownership information with UK law enforcement upon request without tipping off the subjects. We found common ground with the UK to deal with this problem in the most transparent way anywhere in the world is here in the BVI using the BOSS system. And I thank the last administration, just like Dr. Wheatley helped and Honorable Ralph T. O'Neill, Deolando Smith, he also did his input. We only have been programmed to look at what went wrong, but there were plenty that went right. But those who are programming us just to look at what went wrong, I implore you and I encourage you to study their history and then get back to me. In 2017, we have seen a warrant issued by the governor invoking his powers under Section 103 of the Virgin Constitution to instruct the Financial Secretary and the Accountant General to release monies from our treasuries. No matter what side of the aisle you're on, that's a retrograde step in our constitutional advancement. And we shouldn't take political sides when those moves are made. This is about our country. This is about our forefathers who fought very hard to be freed, who fought for us to be able to vote, who fought very hard for us to have a legislative council, who fought very hard for us to have finance, who fought with a desire that one of these days we put systems in place, yes, but we will be a territory who will be able to be self-determinant. That was their dream. All we have done is been passed the baton and axe to run the race with grace and finish what they have started. This is not what or who we are fighting against. This is about what we are fighting for. The impact of the September 2017 hurricanes and ongoing challenges in the territory's relationship with the UK has changed the society's political, economic, and social landscape. In 2017, we saw the offer of a UK loan guarantee and pressure to sign as is. In 2018, despite the exchange of notes and success of our cutting-edge system, the UK adopted the Sanctions and Anti-Money Laundering Act 2018 that imposes public registers of beneficial ownership on the overseas territories. And this is after we have spent millions of dollars on an agreement to create the BOSS system, the most transparent system in the world when it comes to investigating companies. The very common ground that we found, the very persons we found it with, is now back again. This singular issue gets to the heart of the BVI's current concerns regarding the UK. The UK illegitimately passed legislation to try to force the BVI and other overseas territories to adopt public registers, despite the fact that this is an area constitutionally devolved to the territory government. This is not about what or who we're fighting against. This constitutional review is for the territory to decide once and for all. Are we fighting for what our foreparents was able to start and give us to finish? Do we care what they started? Are we of the mindset that we will let their spirits rest in eternal peace by fulfilling what they started? Or are we going to allow the history of this territory to repeat itself, because history never repeats itself? People repeat history. Are we going to repeat the history and be set with fear and allow them to divide us so that we cannot move forward to fulfill the mission of our forefathers? That is the question we must answer in this constitutional review. And although I say it with passion, I don't say it disrespectfully, because there are those, when they hear me speak like this, they feel it's disrespect. I say it with passion because I hear the spirit of my ancestors saying, press on. It's not time to retreat. The actions taken by the UK violate the principle of self-governance. It has long been established that UK Parliament does not legislate for the BVI without our consent. The territory is not represented in the UK Parliament, and we do not wish to be. We have our own parliament composed of representatives who are elected by the people of the BVI to make decisions of our jurisdiction. Our foreparents took our territory from where the same British consultant stated that all we were and all we would be is a bird sanctuary. And we took it to where we are today. If we had the ingenuity, with the help of God and His infinite wisdom, to bring us from where we are to where we are today, where we were to where we are today, why can't the same Jehovah God walk with us to carry us to the promised land of self-determination? And like Martin Luther King said, he said that he wouldn't get there with you. And I feel that the Lord honor what he said. But I will get there with you. We're going there together. The expectation to the established practice of the UK Parliament is that it would legislate for the overseas territory in extreme cases where territory is not in compliance with a requirement in which the UK has an international legal obligation for the territories. That's the exception to the established practice of the UK Parliament. However, on the question of beneficial ownership, this was not the case. The BVI continues to meet the requirements set by the FATF and OECD Global Forum and has received favorable compliance ratings from both. No one is going to make the BVI feel bad about doing good, especially in this regard with the bar system. Another important consideration is the economic impact of forcing the overseas territories to adopt public registers before they are an international standard. Doing so will only serve to drive legitimate business away from our jurisdiction to others, like the UK, that are not as well regulated as us. But remember, in the beginning I stated that the history shows that the moves were never about what's best for the people of the Virgin Islands. It was always about what's best for Britain and their economy. And that was from in the 1940s and even further back. And today, it is the same. The economic damage to the BVI's financial services industry would be irreparable. Financial services accounts for over 65% of government revenue, and this has been affected with COVID-19. The importance of this sector to the delivery of public services such as healthcare, education, and law enforcement cannot be understated. It must also be kept in mind that we are still recovering from 2 Category 5 hurricanes in 2017. More than 80% of all structures were damaged or destroyed, and the tourism industry wiped out. If the financial services industry were to fail because of an arbitrary decision made by the UK Parliament, how can we reasonably expect to rebuild our society? Why must we be penalized, blamed, and made to suffer for such actions by others in which we have been given no say? The BVI does not want to be a burden on UK taxpayers, nor should we be. The UK's international obligation under the UN Charter is to advance our economic growth and development, not undermine it. This insensitivity by our administering power triggered the largest protest in the BVI's history in May of last year. Mr. Speaker, there are enough academic studies now available by the World Bank, and others to confirm that public registers of beneficial ownership are not, I repeat, are not the most effective means of tackling financial crimes. Rather, research indicates that it is beneficial ownership information exchange agreements between law enforcement agencies in different jurisdictions that are the most effective means by which to catch financial criminals. We are proving this in the BVI with our cutting-edge beneficial ownership secure system known as BOSS that has been helpful in various UK cases and continues to work well. Far from being the source of the problem, the BVI as a jurisdiction is, in fact, a model for others to follow. Mr. Speaker, it is important that I say a little bit more about the UK Parliament as I reflect on the Foreign Affairs Committee report on the overseas territories. There continues to be pressure on us in the area of beneficial ownership. But some members of the UK Parliament want to go further in their impositions to include other issues. The House of Commons Foreign Affairs Committee published a report in February 2019 on the future of the UK and overseas territories. In the report's recommendation, the committee calls on the overseas territories to legalize same-sex marriage, abolish belonger status, which is a category of citizenship that is granted by the territory government, and to permit legally resident British and overseas territory citizens that are currently ineligible to vote or run for elected offices in the territories to be able to do so. All of that is in the same report. Not just the public registers. That's the first one that started with. While the report has no legal force, I must state for this honorable House, it is very disturbing that such an important committee in the UK Parliament has made recommendations that completely disregard the constitution of the BVI and other overseas territories and disregard the people of these territories. To date, we are not aware of what the governor has sent to the United Kingdom government in response to the report, as a copy of his response was not shared with the people of this territory. Certainly, I did not see it when I served in opposition, nor as I serve as Premier. The members of Parliament who authored the report place little value on the unique culture and values of our people, nor the principle of self-governance or the right to self-determination. The report also recommends that the blunt colonial legislative instrument and order in council is used to impose these measures on the BVI and other overseas territories should we not comply. As I mentioned earlier, the UK Sanctions and Anti-Money Laundering Act already contains such a provision in regard to the adoption of public registers of beneficial ownership. What our recent experience with the UK Parliament has taught us is that when the UK government has challenges controlling its benches, whether as a result of Brexit or other turmoil, the UK Parliament can blackmail or leverage the government into going against its own policy. This was the case in relation to the public registers issue. The ongoing splintering in the UK Parliament and current weaknesses of the UK government leaves the BVI highly exposed to parliamentary forces that do not support us. In such circumstances, the overseas territories are easy political targets in the UK politics because of our size and distance from Britain and our history. The current situation has made it clear that we require stronger constitutional provisions to shield us from the whims of the UK Parliament, especially during periods of turmoil and government weaknesses. The BVI is due for a constitutional review. I repeat, the BVI is due for a constitutional review, and we hope to address this matter during that process. Mr. Speaker, as a people, we must continue to think about the conditions on the ground in the BVI. We must understand the motives of those who call us partners and who want us to call them partners. We must redefine what a partnership is. As you are aware, the territory was hit by 2 catastrophic Category 5 hurricanes in 2017, which leveled the islands. The UK, along with other overseas territories, CDEMA, CARICOM, OECS, and international partners were essential in helping to stabilize the situation during the crisis period in the immediate aftermath of the storms. Nearly 3 years on, our recovery is proceeding. UN agencies such as UNDP, ECLAC, UNICEF, PAHO, and other agencies have provided critical support and continue to work on our behalf. The UK has also continued to provide support. They have also offered a $400 million loan guarantee to assist the territory government in securing financing for the recovery. However, we are concerned about taking on unsustainable debt and must weigh our options carefully. Our main goal is to rebuild a society with greater resilience and to diversify the economy to support long-term growth. It is important that we continue to rebuild, that it is the territory government that is the primary body steering the recovery process as provided by our Constitution. Our responsibility is to ensure that the recovery benefits the people of the BVI and reflects their aspirations. The UK and other partners must respect this principle and work in genuine partnership with us. And that is what our Constitution must address. Starting today, the modern partnership will be redefined with this first step. So, Mr. Speaker, we are marching to self-determination at a pace that we are comfortable with. Or do we feel we are being held back? Or I ask, Mr. Speaker, are we marching to self-determination at a pace that we are comfortable with? If you had to change anything in the Constitution, anyone under the sound of my voice, what would it be? What in there is not working for you? What in there is not working for the territory of the Virgin Islands? What may be working but can be improved upon? This is why in framing the terms of reference for the Constitutional Review Commission, we say first of all that there must be an assessment of what is the vision of the people of the Virgin Islands for themselves. Have their aspirations changed in the last 13 years? And how? The vision tells us where we intend to go and in what time frame we would like to get there. It tells us how we would like the country to be shaped and the role of our values and our heritage. Once we establish that, the next objective is to compare the vision to the present 2007 Constitutional Order to see if there are any gaps that need to be closed for us to achieve our Virgin Islands vision. You see, a constitution is a body of rules, and it is the operators of the constitution who give it life. There are provisions in the constitution that many people are unaware of and they do not use. I've heard persons making assumptions about how certain offices are supposed to operate. and the authority vested in them, without recognizing that over the years these things have changed. It might have been so at one time, but it is not so any longer. The 2007 Constitution is a pretty well drafted document. Kudos to the persons who led to its creation. Let me tell you how important the Constitution is. The Virgin Islands Constitution Order 2007 is both a shield and a sword. It is a means for us to elevate ourselves and to pursue our aspirations. It is a form of protection for our citizens against arbitrary exercise of state power. And it is also the weapon through which we as a territory are expected to defend ourselves when we need to. The Constitution is the document that guides how we discuss issues, make decisions, address disagreements, challenge unconstitutional actions, and make laws and policies. In fact, the validity of our points depends on how much we understand the Constitution and understand it correctly. There are some important things I want us all to remember as we pay close attention to our Constitution and as we ask ourselves an important question: what do we want? Is the 2007 Constitution in our best interest? We have to pay attention to some important words that are the salient and unspoken reality of our Constitution. We must understand these if we are to shape BVI's destiny. I want us all to research them, read up on them as we prepare for the discussion. The words I want you to pay particular attention are parliamentary supremacy, constitutional supremacy, constitutional conventions, statutory instruments, primary and secondary legislation, delegated legislation, order in council, Her Majesty Privy Council, the Joint Ministerial Council, and the West Indian Federation. We must also know and understand the powers that Her Majesty has in relation to our Constitution that are not written. We have to think about the structure of the Constitution and think about those unwritten principles that we will all need to interpret the Constitution. We have to understand the backline system of the Constitution. We have to think about the Westminster model, the common law Constitution, and the Whitehall model. Permit me to give honorable members an example of the application of unwritten principles at work in our Constitution. The Office of Governor is created by Section 35 of the Virgin Islands Constitution Order 2007. There is nothing in that section or anywhere else in the Constitution that stipulates that the Governor of the Virgin Islands must be a UK person, or that the Governor cannot be a Virgin Islander. Yet still, in 70 years of the BVI's modern constitutional history, and in the 13 years of existence of the Virgin Islands Constitution Order 2007, Her Majesty and her UK government have not seen it fit to appoint a Virgin Islander to the post of Governor. How is it, from among all of our educated Virgin Islanders who have been career public servants, innovators of industry, scholars with master's degrees and doctorates, through all of our generations, that they cannot find a single one among us who they can deem qualified for that post? A people has only truly come into being when any young child can aspire to achieve the highest office in the land of their birth. If we look at the post of governor as being the highest office in the land under the unwritten principle that is applied in the appointment of person to this post, it would appear that a Virgin Islands child cannot, no matter how hard they study and work, they cannot occupy this office. There is an invisible glass ceiling. It is not written in the Constitution, but it is there blocking our people from excelling. And this lowers the esteem of the office of governor from being a font of justice and inspiration to that of a symbol of discrimination, oppression, and injustice. This in the case as long as that office remains out of bounds to Virgin Islanders. If you look at our Constitution, you will recognize that the Constitution is not an act. It is a statutory instrument. This means that our current Constitution is a piece of delegated legislation from the Parliament of the United Kingdom. This means that the Constitution did not originate in the territory. There's another term that comes into play, parliamentary sovereignty. This means that the United Kingdom Parliament is deemed the highest order, higher than the Queen, higher than all government institutions. And I must say, in terms of the governor, there would be those who would have fear of a local person acting as governor. But we can also take it a step further. In all of our constitutional advancement in the OTs, and have the different OTs produce persons and bring them forward and have them to be governors, but not let them be governor over the country from which they're originally for in the OT. That's a start. Parliament in the UK is what would have made a statutory instrument the Virgin Islands Constitution. Our Constitution is a statutory instrument of the United Kingdom, and we understand that the UK practices parliamentary sovereignty or parliamentary supremacy or legislative supremacy. All terminologies that I ask that when persons are doing this constitutional review to make sure that you become au fait with. It all means the same thing, that the UK Parliament has the absolute power over the UK's institutions, including judiciary, executive, Queen, and overseas territories. Let me add something here as well. When we see the word statutory instrument, this means that we have delegated legislation. This means that Parliament gives it to someone else. When Parliament in UK delegates legislation, they are delegated to Her Majesty the Queen, and she does it as an order in council, or Parliament delegates legislation to a minister. Parliament did not give the BVI's constitution to a minister, but rather it was given to Her Majesty the Queen. As we as a people now move through the pages of the Constitution, read from cover to cover, make notes on the document. If you look at page 4, you will see that our constitutional order was made at the court at Buckingham Palace on the 13th day of June 2007 in the presence of the Queen's Most Excellent Majesty in Council. Page 4 is very important and tells us what the Queen passed. She passed an order, and she said in the order must be called the Virgin Islands Constitutional Order 2007. So when you hear this term, the Virgin Islands Constitutional Order 2007, it means that this is an order the Queen passed. There are other important things about our Constitution. You would also see that there is a glaring act that is behind our Constitution. The act that the Queen used is Section 5 and 7 of the West Indies Act 1962A in coordination with the Privy Council, because our Constitution is an order in council. There's something we must remember here. The West Indies Act came about in a time when the Caribbean was like the European Union. We were a federation together. But when that federation broke up, we said, Your Majesty the Queen, we think that you are the best person to align ourselves with to hold our powers at this time. So what we did was, we give the Queen back the power. In order to understand where we are going, we have to ask ourselves, with this Constitution, are we going forward or are we going backward? We need to understand this and be mindful that there are those who are hoping to keep us divided, and there are those who are hoping to intimidate us, and there are those who are hoping that we never wake up so that we can realize the true power within us and fulfill the purpose that God has placed here for these Virgin Islands to be fulfilled. So it's not that we are fighting against anyone, but it's what we are fighting for. When we look at page 4, we will see that parliamentary sovereignty is a big deal in the United Kingdom. This means that after the Queen assented it was sent back to the Parliament, and then it came into force. All of this you can tell by looking at page 4. I'm encouraging you to research the West Indies Act and those sections under which the Queen acted, and you can determine whether we are going backward or forward in 2020. This is a very important committee. The Queen does not just get up and make all these decisions on our Constitution by herself. This is a committee called the UCAT Joint Ministerial Council. This is a committee where the UK ministers and the elected government representatives that have ties to the UK get together to discuss where the territories are going. The structure of our Constitution is still the Westminster model. The structure is still the Whitehall model of the Westminster model. It means that it is the same structure that the UK gave the colonies when they began independence. The question becomes now, when we are making a review and we want to make changes, the question is, are those changes really effective? Because the model is one that assumes a lot of things that are unwritten. And if we do not deal with the unwritten things, the things we put into the Constitution may be unconstitutional or ultra-virus. There are some areas I believe that we can revisit based on how I perceive the vision of the Virgin Islands to be, and based on certain developments over the past 3 years with the advent of catastrophic events such as hurricanes and the pandemic. But this is not about me. It is about all of us. It's about the future of our territory and the people of the Virgin Islands. As in all things, we must remember that each option and each decision we make comes with consequences. Decisions do not occur in a vacuum. And we owe it to each other to sit down as a BVI family and discuss these options, their positive and negative impacts, and collectively agree on how we are going to move forward together. One important factor in the process is how we do view ourselves. Do we have confidence in ourselves as Virgin Islanders? Do we trust ourselves to handle power and our finances? Or is it that we have not yet developed and matured to that stage where we have that kind of trust and confidence in ourselves and our people and in their abilities? Considering the great things our forefathers have achieved with far less resources, I believe we have the ability within ourselves. Sometimes we forget this, and we lose focus when we let people start messing with our minds and our thoughts. Sometimes as Virgin Islanders, we allow people to put us down. Sometimes it's people from outside, but sometimes it can also be our own people who are living amongst us, who are just making mischief so that they can get a little bit of prominence that will never last. They do not recognize the impact they have on the national psyche. The truth is that we have it within ourselves to manage the affairs of this small territory. Our foreparents, our ancestors believe this, as we would say, to the bone and to the marrow. And we have it within ourselves to ensure that our society is fair and just to all, and that our institutions run in a robust manner, maintaining law and order. It is when we recognize and own these things that we move forward in the journey for self, that we will move forward in the journey for self-determination. But when we do not recognize this, or when we become complacent and laid back, and we say we will leave that for others to do for us, that is where we are walking backwards, undoing the toils and struggles of those before us. The reason I choose to reflect on the constitutional history of the Virgin Islands today is because we have to recognize how our needs and concerns are prioritized when they become entangled with the priorities of others. History shows us that even when there is no malice intended, our priorities can take second, third, or 10th place. Because what is urgent and important is relative to who's weighing the issue and the decision, and the other matters that they have to give their attention to. It also gives credence to the saying that out of sight is out of mind. So we only register on the radar when there's a perceived problem, what the scholars would call punctuated equilibrium. Mr. Speaker, as I have indicated before, your government intends to foster an environment to have the widest participation in this constitutional review exercise. We are moving in a fair and transparent manner and ensuring that the plurality of voices can be heard in this important national dialogue. That is why we are proposing the Constitutional Review Commission shall comprise of 11 members, consisting as follows of a chairperson, a deputy chairperson, and 6 other members appointed by the Premier, and 3 members appointed by Her Majesty's loyal opposition. In order to have the right competencies and cross-sectional representation present, the overall composition of the Commission shall span the main islands of the Virgin Islands and collectively include persons drawn from the legal fraternity, academia, business, communication, public relations, and other areas of civil society. The Commission shall be provided with a secretariat comprised of a secretary and appropriate staff, and appropriate resources to conduct the review and to produce its report and other necessary documents. Budget for this shall be provided through the Premier's office. The Commission will be required to organize and conduct public forums in person or virtual online, as well as using other channels for communicating with and receiving feedback from the citizenry for consideration by the Commission. We are mindful of the precaution that must be exercised due to the risk associated with COVID-19. This will also include a public education program, because if we are asking persons to comment on something, they need to understand what they are commenting on. We have already started a public education through the Department of Information and Public Relations until the Commission starts its work. The Commission shall submit its report to Cabinet within 6 months of commencing work. However, the Chairman may request a 1-month extension by letter to the Premier. Mr. Speaker, I want to be clear and to emphasize that this exercise is not about personalities. Mr. Speaker, it is not about political parties. It's not about personal preferences. I want us all to remain objective. We need to look at the roles, functions, and constructs of offices and institutions. We need to look at how they operate in practice when the rules are written down in theoretical form in black and white. We need to have a constitution that presents maximum benefit and support to all the people of the Virgin Islands, regardless of who is the governor, who is the Premier, who is the leader of opposition, who is in the government, who is in the opposition, or the like. We must shape a constitution that works well and fair for all citizens, regardless of which party is in power. Because the reality of politics is that one day you are in the government and the next you are in the opposition, or you are out of the playing field altogether. All of these are the harsh reality. COVID-19 has taught us well that fortunes and markets can turn overnight. It is important also for persons to understand that while both the opposition and the government will have representation in the Commission, there will be other measures and opportunities for ensuring transparency and quality in the decision-making process. At some point, any draft constitution that is prepared will have to be put back to the people for discussion. The revised draft will also have to come back to the House of Assembly, where it will be debated and approved or rejected by honorable members. And just as we are accustomed to doing at the committee stage of bills, honorable members will have opportunity to scrutinize the Constitution line by line and word by word. So there's really no room for anyone to hide anything in the Constitution. The process will be fully transparent. There's no need for anyone to be skeptical about participating in the process, which can be done by submitting written comments and papers as well as orally when the forums are set up. What is of utmost importance is that you use this opportunity to have your say. The process is about giving everyone a chance to speak their mind, so that within the constitutional context we can try to address concerns that persons may have with how the system of government operates. A Virgin Islands Constitution must be about the dreams and aspirations of Virgin Islanders, not anyone else and not anyone else's agenda. And if there's an issue that is adversely affecting Virgin Islanders, then that can be solved through the Constitution. Then it needs to be put on the table now so that it can be solved through the Constitution. We cannot stay silent or be distracted and then cry over regrets later on. That would not be justice to our ancestors. That would not do justice to their legacy. When it is done and enacted, Our new constitution must take our people forward, not backward. It must empower us, not oppress us, nor suppress us. It must enable us. It must help us to build the kind of future that we want for ourselves and that we would be proud to pass to our future generations and have our future generations pass to their future generations. It must pay respect to the struggles of our forefathers going back centuries as their quest for social justice, economic empowerment, and political advancement. It must honor their free and independent spirit and the desire to develop themselves and their country based on qualities of honesty, integrity, mutual respect, self-reliance, and the ownership of their islands, which we call home, and to do so based on our moral, spiritual, and democratic values, including a belief in the God of our forefathers, the dignity of human person, the freedom of the individual, and respect for fundamental rights and freedoms and the rule of law. As the UN Special Committee continues its work in the remaining period of the third international decade for the eradication of colonialism, the BVI believes the Special Committee has a meaningful role to play in our case. We will call on the Special Committee to facilitate a self-governance assessment, SGA, of the BVI to assess any democratic deficiencies in the BVI-UK relationship. The question is, do we have support of the growth, development, and advancement of the British Virgin Islands? And we would welcome their support on this request. Dispatch of visiting mission to the BVI. A review of the Constitution means that there is an opportunity for the visit mission from the UN to see what the conditions are on the ground and hear the views of the people themselves on various matters. As we move forward with the constitutional review with a constitutional commission that will be in place, we recognize that it is important to dispatch a visiting mission to the British Virgin Islands. We saw that the UK had agreed to such a visiting mission in the case of Montserrat, and I hope they will also agree to such a mission in the case of the British Virgin Islands. The last mission of this kind to the territory was 1976. We would also welcome if the Special Committee from the United Nations can help to facilitate an education campaign on self-determination to educate the population on what the range of options are for the territory's future. We also want the UN to sit as an official observer to public deliberations during the BVI's next constitutional review. I mentioned at the outset that the UK's relationship with the BVI should not be simply limited to the two sides. We have a relationship that requires international accountability, which is provided for under the UN framework on decolonization. This exercise is rooted in the expressed desire of Virgin Islanders spanning generations to become a self-governing people and to exercise the highest degree of control over the affairs of our country at this stage of its development. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, as we embark on this exercise, we must be laser-focused on the bigger picture and what it truly is about, the objectives. It is not about Premier. It is not about leader of the opposition. It is not about the governor. It is not about the ministers. It's not about the opposition member. It's not about VIP, NDP, PVIM, PU. It's about what is best for the people, our present, future generation, and the present and future of the territory of the Virgin Islands. It is what's best for our people, our present and future generation. The eyes of the future are looking back at us, hoping that we do not get it wrong. And the eyes of the past are looking ahead of us, hoping that we get it right. In this constitutional review, we will not only be seeking input from within the BVI, but we will also be looking for opportunities to emulate best practices as a roadmap to self-governance by speaking with other Caribbean leaders, whether government or opposition. We will learn from the strengths and experiences of others and avoid their pitfalls at the same time, because this is not a short journey. This will take some time, but along the way, we will end up getting stronger and stronger and being more ready for when that day comes. the validity and severity of this predestined speech will be known, as it will surely provoke commentaries and comments from external and internal sources. But becoming self-determinant is not up for discussion. It is now merely a matter of time. As our heritage has been recorded to say, if faith be strong, it won't be long. How long? Not long. This was promised to our forefathers, and this we must deliver. This is what we are fighting for. The constitutional review brings us but a step closer, and we cannot allow fear, intimidation, division, personal agendas, political parties, personal preferences to deter us from where our forefathers already set the course as our destination. I want my people of the territory to know that we are standing on the shoulders of people like Noel Lloyd, Honorable Noel Lloyd, Honorable Theodore Faulkner, Honorable H.L. Stout, Honorable Ralph T. O'Neill, Honorable Dolores Christopher, Mrs. Dorothy Turnbull, and so many more across this territory and across time. Even Dr. D. Orlando Smith, and we can go on and on with persons who have helped us. They served, Cyril B. Romney. We could go on, Dr. Willard Wheatley. We could go on and on of people who have served, whether in the legislature or being the persons who have been activists to help the BVI to carry on the legacy of our foreparents. And all those free slaves, let's not forget them, who started with a vision for better Virgin Islands with true control over their destiny. That's why I look forward to hearing from all quarters of our Virgin Islands community as we go through this process. And I look forward to us building a stronger, more resilient, prosperous, and equitable Virgin Islands. And I ask everyone to bear in mind during this process, let no one make you focus on anything that we are fighting against. I ask you as a Virgin Islander, hear the voices of our ancestors crying out, focus not on what you're fighting against. Focus on what you're fighting for. Focus on the freedom of your people. Focus on putting institutions in place to ensure that no one goes rogue, and if they do, the institutions will speak and deal with them accordingly. Focus on a better BVI. Focus on achieving what your foreparents could not achieve. Focus on not allowing anyone to make you retard your political advancement and your constitutional advancement. Focus on what you want for the BVI as a Virgin Islander. Focus, focus. Remember, remain laser focused in this constitutional review. Let not anyone give us an agenda of what will be discussed, but let us persevere like we march against the public registers. Let's band together and say these are the areas that we want discussed and we will discuss, and do it so respectfully. Because change doesn't come easy, and it comes with a cost. But our aim in this constitutional review is not to just get a change, because a caterpillar doesn't change to a butterfly. Because if it changed into a butterfly, it could change back. It transforms. This constitutional review is about transformation of the BVI, moving in a direction that our foreparents started years ago. So this constitutional review about transformation, we're fighting for transformation. And with that fight, we'll hold each other's hand and walk down the road of prosperity, singing praises to the God our Father, singing the psalms of praises, and being in a land that we know. And do not be like the Israelites who were close to the promised land, but because of those who were doubting were greater in number when they went to visit the city than those who believed, they ended up in the wilderness for 40 years, which was an entire generation. I ask us like brave men not to watch them as giants and we as grasshoppers, but rather to watch them as grasshoppers and we as judgment, because no matter how few of us fighting for what's right, once God is on our side, we are giants. No matter our size as a territory, no matter our size as 13 of us in here, no matter those who are out there, forget whether we like who is elected or not, and let us walk on what we like and what we want for the territory in this constitutional review. Because it's so important that we concentrate on what we're fighting for, because once we concentrate on what we're fighting for and not what we're fighting against, then we will get the results that we desire and fulfill the purpose of our ancestors and ourselves. Mr. Speaker, with this, I have done my contribution to the constitutional review to set the tone that this is not what we are fighting against, but rather what we are fighting for. And remember that we are standing on the shoulders of great men and women gone before us and laid a foundation for us so solid that we can be here today still benefiting from the fruits of their labor. It's time for us now to plant some trees so that the fruits of our labor can be recognized and also well edified and edible to future generations. Mr. Speaker, I thank you.
I thank the Honorable Premier and Leader of Government Business for his motion and contribution to the motion. I recognize the representative for the 3rd District and Senior Member of the House, the Honorable Julian Fraser.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to second the motion.
The motion has been seconded. The floor is now open. And I also recognize the same member for his contributions.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I sat and listened to the Premier. It's amazing that over the years we've been together, I never had a discussion with him regarding his position on our Constitution and its advancement. So I really didn't know for sure where he stood. But I want to tell him, Mr. Speaker, that if what he said is where he stands, I want him to know that there's a dwarf standing next to him, standing tall, and a giant about to fall. This Constitution, as we know it, is a giant, and the provisions in it are those provisions that form the giant. He said a lot, a mouthful. There's a lot there for this entire nation to contemplate. Mr. Speaker, I want every individual in this room, every member, especially the new members, to take note right now of their responsibility. Each and every one of you have a responsibility today to speak to this Constitution and its review. It might just be your last chance. I know it's your first, but it might just be your last chance. I'm fortunate I had a chance before to have a second chance at it, and this is unusual. It's unusual. I can remember, Mr. Speaker, my friend Kedrick Pickering, Dr. the Honorable Kedrick Pickering, we knew we had unfinished business when we did the review in 2007. We knew we had unfinished business. So we always kid each other as to who is going to be the one to take the other one to UK to make sure we finish our job. When I ran for public office in 2019, Mr. Speaker, we each had our own individual purposes and reasons and desires for running. But I want you to know, Mr. Speaker, that one of my greatest desires was to be here, to involve myself in this review, which I knew should have taken place in 2001. was it 17, 13, 2017? In 2017, but for several reasons it didn't happen. And I regretted that, Mr. Speaker, because I know there's a lot of unfinished business in this document that needed to be addressed. Mr. Speaker, I can't help but notice my good friend, the Attorney General. The Attorney General is sitting there. He's sitting in a room with people that looks just like him. So we must have a lot in common. In order to look like him, we have to have a lot in common. And he knows it. And this is an exercise that he had seen gone through since 1957. And he has been taken back in time by having to watch this go through this today. The question that he must be having, how far are we going to get? Will we achieve what he achieved in 1957? Will we be able to achieve that? And if we can't achieve that, Mr. Speaker, what are we? And who are we? I can sit here and speak the way I speak regarding this document, this Constitution review, and saying that this is the 21st century, why are we here talking about this today? And for the new members, it's probably like, well, listen, it's 21st century for all of us. And it's a new document for me. It's new for me. So what's your problem? My problem is that 20 years from now, you might be talking about the same thing if we don't do something about it now. Because like I said, it was 57 for the AG. He achieved it. The rest of the world achieved it. It's like 80 countries that have already been independent, gained independence since the time of the United Nations formation. Why are we here today talking about this? And it's not our fault entirely, but a lot of it is our fault. It is not our fault entirely, but a lot of it is our fault. If we don't solve problems when we have the opportunity to solve them, they'll be around and become a burden to other problems that would crop up afterwards. So you're going to have, instead of having 5 new problems, you're going to have 2 old problems plus 5 new problems. Let's get rid of our problems when we get the opportunity to rid ourselves of them. This is a golden opportunity. We didn't review the Constitution in 2017, which was 10 years. We're 3 years late. The next time the review come up, you might be 6 years late. Or you may not do it at all. And the group that will be there doing that review wouldn't have the same enthusiasm that you're having right now. Because if I wasn't here, and if the member for the 4th wasn't here, and the member for the 1st wasn't here, everybody would be new to the review. So it would seem like, you know, hey, this is great. This is something new. Let's do it. Let's move on as a country. Let's move on as a country. Settle the issues now. First, we must educate the public. Why is the public so far behind? Whose fault is it? It's not the public's fault that they're so far behind. I can say safely that they're behind. This little document, it's not that big. It's not that big. How many people in the Virgin Islands actually take the time and go through this? But even if they do go through it, they're going to need some form of assistance. You know, it's a biblical scholar is someone that is totally and separately apart from the general public who reads the Bible. The Bible needs it to be interpreted. There are 2 ways to look at it. You can look at it in prose, or you can look at it as a literary document. This document, a lot of it needs to be interpreted. And unless you are coached and have someone with you to explain a lot that's in this document, chances are it will fly over your head. And the Constitution is not supposed to be a document that flies over the people's head. We have to guard against that in this new review, Mr. Premier. Premier, you made reference to the Special Committee, United Nations Special Committee on Decolonization. You said you've been to a meeting in Grenada in January 2020. I personally myself was fortunate to attend one such meeting in 2011 on behalf of the Premier in St. Vincent and the Grenadines in May, June of 2011. And I know exactly what you're talking about. I know the sentiments that are generated in those meetings. I know the sentiments. But the question that you ask yourself is, if the United Nations is so committed to seeing these colonies become decolonized, and we are here, you can see that we are here. And why we're here, we're not here for curiosity purposes. We're here because we're interested in moving the process forward. But we keep coming and we're here. And we're not the only ones. And you got independent countries there that supports the argument for decolonization. And make no mistake about it, they're genuine. But there's a problem, Premier. There's a problem that the world must know. Well, I guess the world knows it, but the people in the BVI must know what the problem is. The problem is called the United Kingdom. And why is the United Kingdom a problem? The United Kingdom is a problem because the United Kingdom is a member of the Security Council. The Security Council has 15 members, 5 of whom are permanent members in the form of United States, United Kingdom, France, Russia, and China. Those are the 5 permanent members. The others are rotating members from among the General Assembly. And the thing here is that unless all 5 of those members, those permanent members, vote for anything, it can't pass. Any one of those 5 members can block the passage of anything that comes before the Security Council. And this is one of those things that has to go before the Security Council. Why is the UK a permanent member? Well, it's called setting yourself up. And we ought to learn how to do that. Setting yourself up. United Kingdom is a founding member of the United Nations. United Kingdom was very instrumental in defeating Adolf Hitler in World War II. They fought World War I as well. So those 5 countries are what we have to deal with. But is it only the United Kingdom that's in our way when it comes to this Constitution, of us having what we want? Is it only the United Kingdom? I venture to say not. We ourselves has a lot to do with why we are where we are. We ourselves. And until we come to grip with the fact that we are not exercising the powers that we have, we will continue to be here. We've made some strides. Some days ago, not too long ago, I sit and I'm there thinking and I'm saying, you know, if I go back to the days when going to St. Thomas was a big deal. When you get to St. Thomas, you don't come back to Tortola. But there were no telephones. Writing a letter was for who can write. And plus, a lot of people couldn't write. So when you go to St. Thomas, the first thing everybody is jumping I wouldn't tell you how it works going through the window, but let's say when you get to St. Thomas, and they see you. Hey, how was so-and-so? What's going on? What this, that, everything like that. And I'm saying, you know something? I believe when you're dead, it's the same thing, you know. When you get over there, those boys see you and wonder, well, what's changed? How things have worked? Who's this? Who's that? Who's the other? So I'm saying to myself, when Honorable Ralph T. O'Neill went over, he had to give a report to Laverty, Cyril, Willard, all them boys he got to give his report to. And I'm saying, like Laverty's just scratching his head, but nothing really changed. Ralphie boy, nothing really changed. You change your House of Assembly, you change from the Legislative Council to the House of Assembly, but you still got the same 13 members I left there, 4 at large and 9 districts. And Cyril is there like, well, everybody all right. What have you been doing since we left? The cabinet, you got a cabinet? Okay. But we had a executive council. You got a fancy name now for the cabinet. This is taking nothing away from the review that was done and created this constitution. Take nothing away from. I was a member, so I won't be here beating up on myself. I'm saying this to get a message across to the Premier and the other members of the House of Assembly. You know, you walk like a duck, you quack like a duck. You could change your name to anything, you're still a duck. So this, I'm looking at the House of Assembly. Does any one of you thought about, you know, maybe it's not just the furniture. For changing the furniture isn't going to change anything. Changing the composition. And changing the composition doesn't mean adding members. That's not changing the composition. So we got to think outside the box. We got to be innovative as to what we're going to be looking for when we do this constitutional review. I look at the terms of reference. Whereas Cabinet has further agreed that the terms of reference of the Constitutional Review Commission should be as follows. So whereas Cabinet has agreed, whereas Cabinet has further agreed, and I am very conscious of what that means, Cabinet. And it says, A, to re-examine and re-evaluate the vision of the people of the Virgin Islands as expressed in the preamble to the Virgin Islands Constitution Order 2007, and to amend accordingly the continuity of the political and constitutional development of the Virgin Islands. Broad, inclusive, huge latitude given to the Commission. Is that what y'all want? Mr. Speaker, is that what we really want? This came out of the Cabinet. Remember where it came from? It came from the Cabinet. And you know what Cabinet is. You know the composition of Cabinet. Who is in the Cabinet? That's why it came to the House of Assembly. They came here because it is intended for you, the members of this House of Assembly, to shape this. This is not cast in stone, it's not biblical. Make your mark. And the Premier seems to be quite open. I can see when this thing came here, let's get it out from downtown, let's bring it uptown. Let's put anything on it, let's bring it up here, let's get it up here. And when it leaves from up here, it's supposed to be what we want. B, to evaluate the current Virgin Islands Constitution Order 2007 and determine whether it advances or facilitates the desires of the people of the Virgin Islands in achieving the revised vision in A above. Again, fraud. inclusive. I want you to bring 5 members with you, but I don't tell you what the 5 members, who the 5 members should be. And then I'm saying to you, make sure when you bring the 5 members, they are all members of the House of Assembly. First I told you I want you to bring 5 members of the House of Assembly. Then the second time I told you, make sure when you bring the 5 members, they are all members of the House of Assembly. Well, you told me that already. But you see, I got to put something on the paper. You got 5 items here. And none of them are gospel. This is where the gospel is written. In this House of Assembly. Where when you speak, you're talking to people like yourself. There's nothing you can tell me that I can't understand. And all you have to do if I don't understand, explain it to me. Because the problem that you're having is the same problem that I'm having. Or somebody like myself is having that problem. You know, they say you don't wash your dirty laundry in public. Public in the sense that I'm talking about doesn't mean I'm not talking about to the general public. This is the public, the general public that we're talking to. But in the cabinet, you're basically washing your dirty laundry in public. When you come here, we're washing it among ourselves. And this is the one time that you're going to get, the one bite you're going to get at this apple. See, to identify any gaps in relation to items A above. She went back to the same thing. Premier, I hope you understand where I'm coming from, because I am taking it that this is not the gospel according to Andrew Foyce. And you know when you come here, you're going to get it in the raw. D, to make recommendations for constitutional reform, if necessary, based on A, B, and C above. E, to review the next step towards self-determination for the territory of the Virgin Islands. That requires a drink. To review the next steps towards self-determination for the territory of the Virgin Islands. I hope that members understand what I was saying before about setting the tone, putting the framework in place, and let the Constitutional Reform Commission use that as the base guidelines. Mr. Speaker, the preamble to the Constitution speaks, and it speaks volumes, Mr. Speaker. You know, Mr. Speaker, in the United States, they have a Supreme Court. The purpose of the Supreme Court is to interpret the Constitution and render opinions. They don't make laws. They interpret the Constitution and render opinions. If we had the equivalent of a Supreme Court, Mr. Speaker, all they have to do is render opinions on the preamble, and they will get it right. They render opinions on the Constitution based on the preamble, and they'll get it right. I hear all kinds of things that are happening now, three administrations since the advent of the Constitution. I hear all kinds of interpretations, all kinds of wanting to do and shouldn't do, based on this same Constitution. Mr. Speaker, I'll have you know that even as a member of the negotiating team of this same Constitution, knowing exactly what the intent is when this was written, I've seen a legal opinion on a matter from this same Constitution. It is so convincing that even I believe it. And it's totally different. It's the total opposite from what is in this Constitution and is intended in the Constitution. And that's why I want to make sure, Mr. Speaker, that when we write this one, there are no ambiguities. None. And that's something that only through experience you could know to look for. Mr. Speaker, the preamble starts by saying, whereas the people of the territory of the Virgin Islands have over centuries evolved with a distinct culture, a cultural identity, which is the essence of a Virgin Islander. Let's stick a pen in that, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, listen to the words. It says, whereas the people of the territory of the Virgin Islands, and the other day I asked the Attorney General, he was speaking and he used the term to his associate, from council, people of the Virgin Islands. And I stopped him and I said, AG, when you said people of the Virgin Islands, what do you mean? And the Premier immediately understood what I was talking about. He said, yeah, what does that mean? And the AG couldn't tell me. It's a loose term that people use lightly, but it's not a loose term that is to be used lightly. Mr. Speaker, it says, whereas the people of the territory of the Virgin Islands have over centuries, Mr. Speaker, evolved with a distinct culture. It means that they exist. It has already happened. They evolved. They have evolved with a distinct culture, Mr. Speaker. They're not evolving. They have already evolved with a distinct culture. A cultural identity which is the essence of a Virgin Islander. You can't bring anything to the table now, Mr. Speaker. You cannot bring something to the table now and claim that that's the essence of a Virgin Islander. Those people has already evolved with a distinct cultural identity. You got to come from those people to be part of that distinct cultural identity. It's in the preamble. I didn't make it up. That's why I said if we had the equivalent of a Supreme Court, Mr. Speaker, and they interpret the Constitution based on the preamble, they'll get it right. So we have to be mindful of it. And in this Constitution, Mr. Speaker, there is something in here that speaks to it's speaking to when it talks about a minister, an elected member of the House of Assembly. Tenure of ministers, elected member. What section is that? 53. I want to get it, Mr. Speaker. Fidelity 63. Let me go. 65. I'm looking at Mr. Speaker. I'm looking at 65 too. Subject to subsections 3 and 4 for the purpose of subsection 1B(1), a Virgin Islander is a person who belongs to the Virgin Islands by birth or descent, who was blah 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 blah. Mr. Speaker, that cannot be the same person they're talking about in the preamble. It cannot be. For that reason, Mr. Speaker, the last terms of reference that was given to the Constitutional Review Commission, the Constitutional Commission, Mr. Speaker, the last terms of reference had included in it an indigenous Virgin Islander. And this is what that is, Mr. Speaker. This particular article in the preamble speaks directly to what an indigenous Virgin Islander is. And I implore this Honorable House, Mr. Speaker, to insist that a new section be created in this Constitution establishing an indigenous Virgin Islander. Little while ago, I talked about the United Kingdom setting themselves up by being a permanent member of the United Nations, and only upon their say-so can anything move through the United Nations. That's what you have to do in order to ensure that this particular article in the preamble is live and meaningful when it says, whereas the people of the territory of the Virgin Islands, those are the ones I'm talking about, the indigenous Virgin Islander, have over centuries evolved, with a distinct cultural identity, which is the essence of a Virgin Islander. If you continue to pussyfoot and do your own dance.
Honourable Member, I'll caution on parliamentary language.
Well, I take exception to that, Mr. Speaker. What's wrong with the words that I use?
I'm not sure what that word means, Honourable
But
Member.
that's not my fault.
Honourable Member, continue.
Thank you, sir. I thought you said that we come here to speak, Mr. Speaker. We came here to speak candidly and frank. This is the last dance that I'm having with constitutional review. Not doing this. If we continue to do a dance, Mr. Speaker, with this constitutional review, we're doing a disservice to ourselves and the people of the territory of the Virgin Islands, those same people that I just spoke of. And as I continue to speak, I'm going to let you know exactly where those people are and who they are. They must live on in perpetuity, Mr. Speaker. The Constitution is a living document, and this is what gives them leg to live on in perpetuity. Reading on in the preamble, Mr. Speaker, acknowledging that the society of the Virgin Islands is based upon certain moral, spiritual, and democratic values, including a belief in God, the dignity of the human person, the freedom of the individual, and respect for fundamental rights and freedom, and the rule of law. Though we may be deviating from some of those values, Mr. Speaker, I think that we're doing pretty good, considering that this is the 21st century. But we must be mindful, Mr. Speaker, of our preamble as we go about our daily lives. Mindful that the people of the Virgin Islands have expressed a desire for their constitution to reflect who they are as a people and a country, and their quest for social justice, economic empowerment, and political advancement. Political advancement, Mr. Speaker. Let's talk about political advancement. I already said it. Are we going to make it all legacy when it comes to political advancement, that we have increased the number of members in the House of Assembly from 9 to 13 by adding 4 at-large members, we added 4, I should not say we, they added 4 at-large members to all legislature. and failed to give them a role. They failed to give them a role. They had 9 districts, district members, they had 9 districts. At least the district representatives can claim that they are representing a district. But to tell the 4 at large you're territorial, and I could tell the 4 at large members this. So far I could bear me out on this one. We had 4 at large, we had 3 at large members. We had 3 at large members in our House of Assembly. We did. And every time there was something coming up, like a project coming up, we're doing the budget, you would hear them, you know, we got $250 for each, $250,000 for each district. And maybe there's a special project that we can be doing, and there's $1 million, and you split that up among the 9 districts, and you hear the at-large members, well, what's for us? What are we getting? What are we getting? And they grumble and they complain, and they grumble and they complain. Okay, I'm going to give you $60,000. At-large member, each at-large member gets $60,000. So the question comes up. Now you got your $60,000, what are you going to do with it? Where are you going to spend it? You're not going to spend it in my district. You don't want that fight. You certainly don't want that fight. Because the same people you're going to spend it in my district on are some of my opponents. Now listen, media, when you're going to write your story, don't say Fraser said. Media, when you're going to write your story, don't go say the member for the 3rd district said. No, the media got to be or fair enough to know that these are general conversations. Somebody got to say, these are general conversations. This is what happened. This is what happens in politics. So now you got a situation where there's a tug and pulling a tug of war with the 2 set of people. So the point I'm making is that when you're going to make your reservation, your review, make sure it's thorough. Don't leave anything hanging. Make your review and make them thorough. And getting back to political advancement, that's what I'm getting to. How are we going to advance ourselves politically? What are we doing to advance ourselves politically? How are we going to do it? Mr. Speaker, if you look at, we're talking about self-determination somewhere down the road. A part of becoming self-determined is preparing yourself for it, preparation for it. All legislature, Mr. Speaker, should be in a position to reflect what it will be upon self-determination. You got to start preparing yourself for these things. And as it seems, Mr. Speaker, the preferred method for moving into self-determination with a legislature is bicameral system, a bicameral legislature. Right now we have a unicameral system. We wouldn't be the first OT to have a bicameral system. It exists in Bermuda. And don't let anyone convince you that, oh, we're too small. The very United Kingdom, with 60 million people, has a parliament that's 630 members strong. 630 members of parliament in the United Kingdom with 60 million. The United States got 330 million people, and they got a House of Assembly of like 420 people. A House of Representatives of 420 million people. And, and Mr. Speaker, we have a Senate of 100. The House of Lords is only God knows how much. It's way more than 100. So don't let anyone tell you that we're too small. At salaries of what we make, $36,000 a year, it's peanuts. Peanuts for good governance. Mr. Speaker, one of the guiding principles and shining lights of any lawmaking body, which is a legislature, is transparency, Mr. Speaker, and variety. What the second house will do, Mr. Speaker, is give a second look at different legislation and the opinions, Mr. Speaker, because it's varied and it's coming from a second source. It makes a stronger legislation. And everyone would love, Mr. Speaker, to be in a position where we got this second eye. So I think, Mr. Speaker, one of the things that we should be looking at in this review is a bicameral system of government. But my position is, Mr. Speaker, if we have a Senate in this BVI, it should be an elected Senate. I do not agree with any form of legislator being appointed. It should be an elected Senate. And this is easy to achieve, Mr. Speaker. It's very easy to achieve. What we need to do, all we need to do, Mr. Speaker, is we need to break the BVI up into 3 sections: Eastern, Central, and Western. We got 9 districts. District 7, 8, and 9 is East. 6, 5, 4, Central. 3, 2, 1, West. And each of those districts, Mr. Speaker, Eastern, Central, and Western, will return 2 members. For 6 members in the Senate. And the 7th senator will be elected between Jost Van Dyke and Anegada. You got a 7-member Senate. The mechanics of how the Senate and the House of Assembly works can be worked out. A bill passed through the House of Assembly goes to the Senate rejects it. Okay. The House either work on the amendments to work to settle with the Senate, or to sit on it for a year and bring it back and it passes. That's how it works in the UK. The House of Lords can't block a bill that goes through the House of Commons. They work together, they work as closely as they can, but they can't block a bill. But what it does, Mr. Speaker, is it brings transparency, a higher level of transparency to the discourse, legislature. And all the fights that I see going on between the White House and the elected members, a lot of that will be put to rest. We'll get to what we want to do, Mr. Speaker, with inside the Constitution. A lot's going on in here right now that I am not. So I don't think it's 21st century stuff today. Recognizing that the people of the Virgin Islands, it's a theme now, the people of the Virgin Islands, now that we know who they are. Recognizing that the people of the Virgin Islands have a free and independent spirit and have developed themselves and their country based on qualities of honesty, integrity, mutual respect, self-reliance, and the ownership of land engendered a strong sense of belonging to and kinship with those islands. Now this one, Mr. Speaker, is right up there with the first one, where I talk about the people of the Virgin Islands and an indigenous Virgin Island. This one's right up there, and they go hand in hand. And I didn't make this up. This preamble, the author of this preamble wasn't me, but it's speaking to me. It says, recognizing that the people of the Virgin Islands have a free and independent spirit and have developed themselves and their country based on qualities of honesty, integrity, mutual respect, self-reliance, and the ownership of the land engendered a strong sense of belonging to and kinship with those islands. Mr. Speaker, I kid you not. And the, what you call it? The media can quote me on this one, because I'm talking about me now. I kid you not, Mr. Speaker, when I stand here and I look out that window to the west, and I see the land from where Tonic sits, all the way to the seashore, where that pond is, and you go up in the mountains, up in the hills on the right-hand side, up there, cross the hills. The Smiths are down below. Cross the hills, Mr. Speaker, over to McNamara, up to the Boundary, and down Seacows Bay, including portions of the racetrack. That land was owned by my great-grandfather, Mr. Speaker, Charles Fox. So when I tell you, Mr. Speaker, when they speak to the land, when it speaks to land, Mr. Speaker, and you talk about the people of the Virgin Islands, you are really, really now talking about the people of the Virgin Islands. It's not land that was purchased. It's land that was inherited that we're talking about. Charles Forbes, he's dead, he's gone a long time ago, back in the 80s. I never met him. I didn't even meet my great-grandfather. I mean my grandfather. I didn't even meet him. It was my grandmother, really, because I would have been a father if it was a man, but I'm not. It was a lady. But that's the essence of a Virgin Islander, Mr. Speaker. Ownership of the land, engendering a strong sense of belonging to and kinship with those islands. These are things that we have to protect. It's in the preamble. You can't put it in the preamble and let it get lost. It goes on to say, recalling that because of historical, economic, and other reasons, many of the people of the Virgin Islands reside elsewhere, but have and continue to have an ancestral connection and bond with those islands. This is important. It's important to me. And it's important to all of you, Mr. Speaker, all of us. And if we allow it to slip through our fingers because of, I don't know, an oversight, we would have done a disservice to generations to come. And those ancestors that they talk about. The word is in here. It's in here. Talking about historical, ancestral ties, kinship. No, for the sake of a dollar, Mr. Speaker, we cannot allow our heritage to slip away from us. So there are those who are looking at this constitution review, and the constitutional review to different people has different meanings. constitutional review to some people should have specific meanings. To me, Mr. Speaker, it has specific meanings. And my meanings, Mr. Speaker, my mind is as broad and as open as anyone. But there are specific things that I must pay attention to. So when I told you, Mr. Speaker, that there were unfinished business that needed to be addressed, I saw them. I knew they exist. I'm serious. And I want to make this Honorable House know what they are. I want to raise the consciousness level of everyone, whether they're in here or they're out there, of the importance of what we're about to do right now. So, Mr. Premier, the preamble, I mean, we have to step up a lot of things. We got to make sure that, I said to you the other day, we got to make sure we get this right. You told me this is our last chance to get it right. So it has to be right. Those are your words. This is our last chance. It's not that other legislatures are not going to be reviewing the Constitution. Oh, sure, they'll be reviewing the Constitution. But the chance to get it right is this time around. If you don't get it right now, those chances are gone. You have to believe me on this. You have to believe me on this. Like I said, we are 3 years late coming back. And next time it might be 6 years late. And the time after that, you may never come back. It may never come back for review. I'm sure there must have been, I need to ask the Premier, is this constitution going to be reviewed on his volition? Or it was the UK that reminded him that it should be reviewed or suggested to him that it be reviewed? And if it's a mutual agreement between himself and the United Kingdom to review the Constitution, those are things that I need to hear. Because I don't want to see no battle going on, no pitch dark battle going on between the BVI and the UK about things that are rightfully yours. I mean, what am I really here debating? Debating that I, a real human being, an adult human being, should be seeking equality? Is that what I'm here doing? Somebody help me. I'm not seeking a loan from a bank. I'm not asking for military assistance or anything like that. It seems to me like I'm asking for my own rights and the freedom to coexist, and more importantly, to be equal. Is that what we're here doing? I mean, think about it. Are we here asking for equality? I can understand that, you know, the truth of the matter is that between us in this room, we are, for all intents and purposes, we're equal. Some of us got more money than others. Some of us got more money. But we're equal. For some of us got more land than others. Some of us got a more shiny car than the other. But we're equal. But not in this case. It's not so in this case. I bet you that the same people that we are asking for equality here, we got more money than them. We got a better car than them. And we got a more shiny house than them. But we're not equal. You don't have, you're not going asking them for the equality to own property and all that kind of stuff. I mean, if you go to buy the property, you're going to pay more for it than they will pay for it. And they will pay less for their car than you pay for yours. But is that what we're doing? We shouldn't be doing that today in the 21st century. These are things that should be, you open that door, they said, here, all this is yours. And you should be saying, nah, I'm not ready for that yet. That's what should be happening. Hold off on that for now. I'm not ready for it yet. But you know, you should be having it. No, I'm not ready for it yet. That's what we should be doing when we negotiate in this Constitution. But instead, it seems to me as if we're going to be asking for things. Well, at least that's how it used to be. You're asking for things that are rightfully yours. Accepting, well, first of all, let me go back to residing, the fact that residing elsewhere, but have and continue to have an ancestral connection. Yes, all people, these people that are talking about, most of them reside in the United States Virgin Islands. That was, well, a lot of them have now migrated to the mainland United States, but most of them had reside in the United States Virgin Islands. Those who went to the Dominican Republic either came back and assumed their place here, or stayed in the Dominican Republic and for the most part has become forgotten. The ones in the United States Virgin Islands, though, they still own their properties here. Their children have migrated to the United States proper, but the property is still owned. And Mr. Speaker, hence, that's why you would notice that property taxes in the Virgin Islands are kept to a minimum. And it should continue that way, Mr. Speaker. And it's that way for a reason. The reason is that people with huge tracts of land would not be able to maintain those land if the taxes were astronomical. They would have to get rid of their land. And that's why, Mr. Speaker, I said it here several times, and I would like to see it happen. My friend, the AG, knows about it, and we're supposed to be working on a bill one day to get rid of this acquisition of land by prescription. I think it's the biggest form of highway robbery that is legal. Here's a guy, he's probably sitting somewhere in Abilene, Texas, with 40 acres of land in the Virgin Islands. And someone decided they want it, or portions of it. No, they don't go with the whole thing, they just go with a portion of it. And they go to the land registry and file prescription, file ownership by prescription. The registrar of land will send out a notice, which before he leave his office, bounce back because he ain't got no address on you, he ain't got nothing. But he put something in the daily, the Beacon, and the Island Sun, somewhere back on page 36, in small print, this big. And the only person who would see that is the man who's looking for your land by prescription because he's looking for it. And he's going to make sure he tells the land register, it happened 2 times. The 2 times are up. Did you get a response? Of course not. You're not going to get a response because the poor guy in Texas, where is he going to see the Beacon or the Island Sun? Even the guy here in Tortola don't see those things. And the next thing you know, your land is gone. So I said it's the highest form of highway robbery that's legal. And it's wrong. And if there are no newspapers, he could publish it on some tree, the notice on a tree. So, Mr. Speaker, these things, if that guy is in Texas and he reads our Constitution and look at the preamble, he feels good because he sees himself in here. Because it speaks about him, who has ancestral ties, but had to migrate from the territory because of economic reasons and all that. So we got to make sure we protect those people, and we got to make sure that we mean what we say, Mr. Speaker. We say it here, we have to mean it. accepting that the Virgin Islands should be governed based on adherence to well-established democratic principles and institutions. Or we just need to strengthen our institutions. I think we have some good institutions, decent. We just need to strengthen them. This House of Assembly could be strengthened, should be strengthened. I said before that we need to break that yoke that we're under and become a statutory body. The House of Assembly is independent. It makes its own laws and rules that governs its operation. So why should we be beholden to some entity within the executive or the governor's branch? We shouldn't. House of Assembly needs to be more independent. We need our independence. We need to become a statutory body. I see us here struggling to get certain things that we shouldn't be fighting for. We got to go through the executive to get it. That is so wrong. It doesn't even sound right. We have 3 branches of government, each separate but equal. You got the legislature, the judiciary, and the executive. But why is it that there were times when the legislature must go through the executive to get something? It's not right. It doesn't make sense. Things that we were supposed to be getting now 2-3 years, can't get it. Because somebody in the executive decided that we shouldn't have it. It's so wrong, it doesn't even sound right, Mr. Speaker. So we need to strengthen our institution every chance we get. We need to build them. I do think, Mr. Speaker, that we have some decent institutions. They're functional, but they can be improved. Noting that the United Kingdom, the administering power for the time being, has articulated a desire to enter into a modern partnership with the Virgin Islands based on the principles of mutual respect and self-determination. Noting that the United Kingdom, the administering power for the time being, again, it's in here, in the preamble, the administering power for the time being. What does that mean? It means, Mr. Speaker, to me, that these same people are saying to you, I'm preparing to hand off. I'm preparing to hand off. Are you preparing to take? Are you preparing to take? Are we ready? It says for the time being. It's in the Constitution. Ain't nobody pushing it on anybody. It's in here. It was agreed to in 2007 that they will be the administering power for the time being. Has that time passed? You see, we got to start putting time limits on these things. So let that be a note taken by whoever is going to be responsible for the review. That time being has to have some kind of definition. What does time being mean? 13 years hence? I could look at it from this angle, that if the prevailing belief is that the Constitution should be reviewed every 10 years, then 3 years ago we would have gotten to the point where this question would have been answered. So let's assume the answer was the time being is no. No was 3 years ago. So why is this an argument? Is it an argument? Are we making it one? I don't get to see the other side. You guys are with the other side all the time. Like for the last 3 months, you all been meeting every day. Sometime to 11 o'clock. Did you ask the other side if the time being has passed? This wasn't important enough to find out. This is a very important clause. The administering power for the time being. My friend, the time being isn't passed yet. This is the kind of thing you got to keep sticking to these people. It's in here. We are there talking, maybe we're talking and fighting for something we already got and we don't even know. has articulated a desire to enter into a modern partnership with the Virgin Islands based on the principles of mutual respect, and self-determination. What are the principles of self-determination? What are the principles of self-determination? And Mr. Premier, when you get up to wrap up, I want you to give a clear explanation. And if you don't have it yet, start working on it. A clear explanation of what self-determination means. Because to many people out there, people ask questions like, oh, if you become independent, what happens to you and the American dollar? What does that have to do with anything? Absolutely nothing. The amount of countries that are independent and use the American dollar, if you had a dollar for each one of those countries, you'd be rich. But people don't know this, they don't understand it. People believe that if you become independent, you're going to lose the United States dollar. And people need to understand what self-determination means. They need to understand. Is it independence? Or is it just something else? Tell the people. And we relieve them of these fears and phobias that they're having. You can be independent and still be under the monarchy, because you're not a republic. But these things are not being taught, they're not being told. And the only voice people are hearing are the ones who are against any form of advancement for the territory. Any form. That's the only voice a lot of people hear. So, if you need to develop a special section within the government that deals with the education of the public regarding the constitutional advancement, do it. It can't cost you too much money to do that. And you need to have professionals involved. It's not a situation where everybody believes they can do something and they go and do it and they don't know what they're doing. You need to get professionals involved. I shouldn't have to tell you this, because you got professionals involved and they got you elected to go, you got a government. I shouldn't have to tell you this. Consider the same thing happening here. People are got to work with them. Mr. Speaker, this is not by my design. It's because of the way the Constitution is written. So the next first item on the Constitution for me is the governor. It's not me, it's how it's written. So maybe if it was written the other way, where the back of the book, it'll be done in the back of the book, but it's up front. Mr. Speaker, in this Constitution, I dare you to find me a page in this Constitution where the word governor is not. I dare you. I also dare you to tell me how many times the word governor shows up in this Constitution. If that was a national quiz, everybody would fail, because it's too much. When you see something like that, Mr. Speaker, it says something. I'm not, people are talking about, well, when the Premier made his presentation, he's saying that the Constitution said there shall be a governor. It didn't say it should be from the UK. And why is it not from the Virgin Islands? So there's my point. The same point that he was making, the same point I'm making. It has nothing to do with who the governor is, where he's from or what. I'm just saying to you, the amount of times the word governor shows up in the Constitution speaks volumes. Question is why? Maybe in 2020 that I'm here talking about this, it would have been changed 3 years ago if we had reviewed the Constitution before. But now that we're going to do it now, the question is why? Is this something that, isn't this a consideration that is supposed to be taken very, very seriously? Mr. Speaker, every single time you have a change of administration, the same set of questions come up, the same set of arguments come up. Things that were dealt with in the past are revisited because you got new faces and no one pays attention to what took place in the past. As precedent, no one pays attention to what took place in the past as the reality of the situation and what was intended by this Constitution. Mr. Speaker, the Constitution has in it, it has a governor, it has a deputy governor, and it has a governor's deputy, or deputy to governor. Mr. Speaker, this last one needs to go completely. All it does is confuse people. It makes no sense whatsoever. A deputy to governor. All they need, Mr. Speaker, is a deputy governor. And when the governor isn't performing his duties, the deputy governor performs it. It's plain and simple, end of story. And make a note of that, Mr. Speaker. Because if you're going to hear it repeatedly, this deputy to governor nonsense needs to go. The only thing they need is a deputy governor and a governor. If the governor isn't performing his duties, the deputy governor performs his duties. And once the governor signs over that authority to the deputy governor, he don't exist. When he shows up again, he doesn't have to do anything. Once he shows up, he's the governor again. But you can't have a governor running up down Main Street and a deputy governor acting as governor and the two of them like two governors at one time. You can't have that. Only in the BVI, these kind of things. Only in the BVI. I just saw the governor. No, but the governor just told me to do. Which one is the who? Who's who? So, Mr. Speaker, we have to nail this thing down properly. This time around, we got to. We did take incremental steps. We got far in 2007. We got far. Now that we got that far, and we're seeing the little inconsistencies and the flaws, I'm hearing, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we have in the Virgin Islands, there is a cabinet. I have to do these two in tandem, Mr. Speaker. The Executive of Virgin Islands, vested in Her Majesty, Constitution, Governor. Yeah, I got it. I got it. Mr. Speaker, I got it. Thanks. It says, Section 47, Mr. Speaker, it says, there shall be a cabinet in and for the Virgin Islands, which shall consist of the Premier, 4 other ministers, and 1 ex officio member, namely the Attorney General. Then fast forward, Mr. Speaker. 49. Proceedings in the cabinet. The governor shall, so far as practicable. Now, stick a pin in it, Mr. Speaker. So far as practicable. Remember hearing that term before, Mr. Speaker? You know what kind of ruction that kind of term, those kind of terminology cause? These are the kind of ambiguities that we need to get rid of, Mr. Speaker, so far as practicable. No, you're either in or you're out. Mr. Speaker. And these people, they're clever, they play these terms. They play these terms on you. So it says, and I don't want to hear anyone out there, and I don't want to see anything out there saying that Fraser was picking on the governor. Fraser is doing his duty. What Fraser is doing is debating the review of the Constitution. This Constitution, as it has been sitting for the last 13 years, will probably sit for another 13 years if we don't do it right. This is our opportunity. So whether it's, if you want me to use a different word than governor, I could use it. But it's the same thing I'm talking about. It says, the governor shall, so far as practicable, attend and preside at meetings of the cabinet. Preside means that he's the chairman of the cabinet. In the absence of the governor, there shall preside at any meeting of the cabinet the premier, or in his absence, his or her absence, the deputy premier. There shall preside at any meeting of the cabinet the premier, or in his deputy, or in his absence, the deputy. Mr. Speaker, when this Constitution review came into force, when it came into being upon the dissolution of the last Legislative Council. Upon the dissolution of the last Legislative Council, this Constitution came into force in 2007. The first House of Assembly, I was a member of that first House of Assembly, that worked under this Constitution. We had a governor. The governor presided over the cabinet, Mr. Speaker. The governor was absent. He was absent. And being absent, people need to understand what it means when they say the governor is absent. It means that no one has been designated in his position to act as governor. There was a deputy governor, but not acting in the position of the governor. The governor is still around. He's just not in cabinet. So the premier presided. The governor is still on island. So the premier presided. It didn't happen once, it happened more than once, Mr. Speaker. The precedent has been set based on the Constitution. And it's not even a precedent, it's the law that the premier should preside over the cabinet if the governor is not there. I'm hearing now that there's a dispute. Even to the point where the cabinet was not held. Somebody could correct me if I'm wrong. I don't sit in cabinet. I just go by what I hear. Because, okay. I'm wrong? No, only decisions you can't talk. Well, not decision, but discussions. The discussion part you can't talk, but it's a decision you could talk it. Mr. Speaker, I understand that they assume the secrecy, so if I'm right or wrong, I take it back. I'm going to pull that one back. But I'm hearing that there are arguments as to whether or not someone else can sit in cabinet and preside while the governor is sitting here on the island beside him. Now, Mr. Speaker, we got to make sure that these kind of things don't come back to haunt us. Clear as night and day. Yes, there's a section in the Constitution where the governor can delegate, appoint, where it says here about the governor. When it comes to the governor's deputy, it's the same terminology that I said need to go. Deputy to governor. This is the one. This is a good one. It says, whenever the governor has occasion to be absent from the seat of government, but not from the Virgin Islands. That's when he can appoint this deputy to governor. Whenever the governor has occasion to be absent from the seat of government, but not from the Virgin Islands, A, and B, has occasion to be absent from the Virgin Islands for a period which he or she has reason to believe will be of short duration. The governor may, acting in his or her discretion, by instrument under the public seal, appoint the deputy governor, or if the deputy governor is not available, any other person in the Virgin Islands who is a Virgin Islander as defined in section 65 to be his or her deputy during such absence or illness, and in that capacity to perform on his or her behalf such of the functions of the office of the governor as may be specified in that instrument. So you see, these are technicalities, Mr. Speaker, as may be specified in that instrument. So he can go in that instrument and use terminologies to give the person that he is designating as his deputy the impression that he can designate him to preside over the cabinet. This kind of stuff, Mr. Speaker, this is old school. It's old school. You don't have the right to do it. The Constitution already said that in his absence, the Premier shall preside over the cabinet. You can't. Yeah. How many times are you going to ask me the same thing? I told you shall a long time. There's no confusion. It says it's right here. You think I'm making this up? Same one with the cabinet. That paper must have slipped out. 28? Why did I go forward? I got it. Let me read it again for you, sir. It says, presiding in the cabinet. Presiding in the cabinet, the governor shall, so far as practicable, attend and preside at meetings of the cabinet. That's one. Two, in the absence of the governor, there shall preside at any meeting of the cabinet the premier, or in his or her absence, the deputy premier. This is an authority that has been vested in the premier from the very first set, from the onset in the Constitution. So when the governor comes back over here, I ain't talking about this particular governor, any governor. When the governor comes back over here and says, and it says 39, whenever the governor has occasion to be absent from the seat of government, but not from the Virgin Islands, B, has occasion to be absent from the Virgin Islands for a period which he or she has reason to believe will be of short duration, or C, is suffering from any illness which he or she has reason to believe will be of short duration, the governor may, acting in his or her discretion, by instrument under the public seal, appoint the deputy governor, or, if the deputy governor is not available, any other person in the Virgin Islands who is a Virgin Islander as defined in section 65(2) to be his or her deputy during such absence or illness, and in that capacity to perform on his or her behalf such of the functions of the office of governor as may be specified in that instrument. So he's going to write an instrument issued to the individual, and of course, in that instrument, he's going to be telling the individual that he can perform the duties of presiding over the cabinet. But he can't do that because the cabinet, the Constitution already stated clearly who shall preside over the cabinet in the absence of the governor. And don't get that confused, Mr. Speaker, with the provisions for the deputy governor. The provisions for the deputy governor is clearly different, Mr. Speaker. When he gives his functions to the deputy governor, functions of deputy governor, which I'll explain why it's different. This is 38, Mr. Speaker, functions of deputy governor.
Section 38.
It says, the deputy governor says, it says, 38.1 says, subject to subsection 2, the deputy governor shall, A, assist the governor in the exercise of his or her functions relating to matters for which the governor is responsible under section 60. It says assist. B, assist the governor in the exercise of such of his or her other functions, being functions in the exercise of which the governor is not obliged to act in accordance with the advice of any other person or authority, as the governor acting in his or her discretion may direct, and C, perform such other functions not of a ministerial nature, as subject to this Constitution and any other laws, may be assigned to the deputy governor at the request of the premier by the governor acting in his or her discretion. 2, the governor acting in his or her discretion may, by writing under his hand, his or her hand, authorize the deputy governor to exercise for and on behalf of the governor any or all of the functions of the office of governor, subject to such exceptions and conditions as the governor may from time to time so specify. 3, the power and authority of the governor shall not be affected by any authority of the deputy governor under subsection 2, and subject to the provisions of this Constitution and of any other law by which any function which the deputy governor is authorized to exercise is conferred. The deputy governor shall comply with such instructions relating to the exercise of that function as the governor, acting in his or her discretion, may from time to time be addressed to the deputy governor. But the question whether or not the deputy governor has in any matter complied with any such instructions shall not be inquired into a court of law. 4, any authority given under subsection 2 may at any time be varied or revoked by Her Majesty by instrument or instructions given through the Secretary of State or by the governor acting in his or her discretion by writing under his or her hand. In subsection 2, the reference to any function of the office of governor does not include reference to the function conferred on the governor by this section or any function conferred on the governor by act in Parliament. Mr. Speaker, the difference between the governor, the deputy governor, and the deputy to the governor is when the governor leaves the territory, the person then becomes the acting governor. When he leaves the territory, the person becomes the acting governor. And there's no question as to whether or not that person who's now performing the duties of the governor, who's not here, who can preside over the cabinet. Because that person essentially is now the governor. And that's the difference, Mr. Speaker. So, I am not one of those who sees this and knows it. I'm one of those who heard about it and know better and want to make sure that next time the Constitution is dealt with, those things, those anomalies are cleared up, Mr. Speaker. Shouldn't be there in the first place, but it's there. Mr. Speaker, appointment of ministers, 52, section 52 in the Constitution. Section 52, 1. The Premier shall be appointed by the governor as follows. A, if a political party gains a majority of the seats of elected members of the House of Assembly, the governor shall appoint as Premier the elected member of the head of the House recommended by a majority of the elected members of the House who are members of that party. B, if no political party gains such a majority, or if no recommendation is made under paragraph A, the governor, acting in his or her discretion, shall appoint a Premier, the elected member of the House of Assembly, who, in his or her judgment, is best able to command the support of a majority of the elected members of the House. Mr. Speaker, I have a serious problem with that particular section. I don't think no governor should be appointing any Premier who, in his judgment, can command the respect of a majority of the members of the House. Mr. Speaker, if we ever find ourselves in a position like that, coming out of a general election, go back to the polls. You hear that? Even God agreed with me on that one. Mr. Speaker, go back to the polls. Could you imagine the day comes when, and this is easy to happen. It's easy to happen. When you get a log jam. I am not going with him, and I'm not going with him. So we had a cross. And a governor is going to select Tom to be the Premier of the country because here's the reason. If no political party gains such a majority, or if no recommendation is made under paragraph A, nobody in the House of Assembly is going to choose Mary over John, or John over Mary. So I'm sitting there, I'm not moving. The governor, acting in his or her discretion, shall appoint a Premier. Could you imagine what a sitting of cabinet would be like? Premier brings something, I want something on the table, all the governor got to do is kick him. And he knows, just take your foot and touch the guy under the table, nobody else sees, you see that paper with, that paper start walking backwards like ants under it, crawling. He knows. And I got you here, you know. No, Mr. Speaker, the Premier should be independent at all times when he sits in cabinet and he's dealing with the governor. He can't be beholden to him. So that's a clause, Mr. Speaker, that requires not just amendment, but it requires to be taken out. Tenure of office of ministers, Mr. Speaker, 53. If a motion on the order paper that the House of Assembly should declare a lack of confidence in the government of the Virgin Islands. Well, that's an established principle. Receives in the House of the affirmative vote of a majority of all elected members of the House. The governor shall, by instrument under the public seal, revoke the appointment of the Premier. And what takes place under that, Mr. Speaker, I have no problem with that. It's an established principle. But before so revoking the Premier's appointment, the governor shall consult with the Premier, and if the Premier so requires, the governor, acting in his or her discretion, may dissolve the House of Assembly instead of revoking the appointment. That's established principle. Usually he would listen to the Premier's advice on that. Usually, which is usually to dissolve the House, Mr. Speaker. So, Speaker, Section 58. Attorney General. 58.1 says, there shall be an Attorney General of the Virgin Islands, whose office shall be a public office and who shall be appointed in accordance with Section 95. 2, the Attorney General shall be the principal legal advisor to the government of the Virgin Islands. The Attorney General shall be the principal legal advisor to the government of the Virgin Islands. Now, before I do that one, finish that one, Mr. Speaker, I need to read the one on the Premier, where it says, there shall be a cabinet of the Virgin Islands which shall consist of the Premier. There shall be go back to the cabinet, it says there shall be a cabinet of the Virgin Islands which shall consist of the Premier and the other one that states anyhow, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, two things. The government of the Virgin Islands, Mr. Speaker, is headed by the Premier. And the Attorney General is the legal advisor of the government of the Virgin Islands. My question here, Mr. Speaker, is this. My position, Mr. Speaker, is this. And this is not a new position. I've had this position from the time we did the review on the Constitution that we're looking at right now, the 2007 Constitution. It has been my position then. It remains my position now. I believe, Mr. Speaker, that sitting in that seat where the Attorney General is should be a person called a Justice Minister. And not the Attorney General, who by all accounts is a civil servant. And it has nothing to do with this Attorney General because it was my same argument during the last constitutional review of another Attorney General. The position is that the Attorney General should not be in the House of Assembly nor the Cabinet. And the people who follows the argument for the Attorney General being in the House of Assembly, people who follows the argument and buys it hook, line, and sinker, doesn't stop and think about the proceedings in the House of Assembly. They told me that the Attorney General is here to give legal advice. Do you know that there was a time when the Financial Secretary sat in the House of Assembly and the Cabinet? And the argument was the same as to give financial advice. How do you get financial advice now, Mr. Minister, when you want it? You don't call the Financial Secretary? But you don't sit here, you call him. Okay, well, you could do the same thing with the Attorney General. What is the Attorney General does? What does he do when he sits in the House of Assembly? Or Cabinet? Give legal advice? What legal advice do you need? You're the one who makes the same laws that you're talking about. You made the law. But anyhow, in any event, Mr. Speaker, let me concede, if I was to concede that particular argument, that the Attorney General has a place in the House and the Cabinet. My position is that it should be a political appointment. And if you want to argue that, it says that the Attorney General's primary function is to advise the government of the Virgin Islands. Who runs the government of the Virgin Islands? The Premier. That's who he advised, the Premier's government. All the ministries of government gets their legal advice from the Attorney General. So here's my view on that, Mr. Speaker. And this is practiced in, it wouldn't be the first OT that practiced this particular premise that I'm bringing forward, Mr. Speaker, to have the Attorney General appointed, or to have him a political appointee. from among the elected members of the House of Assembly, or in my thesis where there will be a Senate, some one of those people, more times than not, will be a lawyer. Some one of them. I've been in the House of Assembly where we had 2 lawyers. It's two we had. So what the Premier will do is appoint one of those to be his Attorney General. And that person could come from either the Senate or the House of Assembly. And you have elected members in the House of Assembly or elected members in the Senate, one of whom will be the Attorney General. I think we've gone past the day when somebody should be sitting in our House of Assembly who is a civil servant. And you know how it goes. You got a dispute between the elected branch and the governor's branch. One guy has the appointment in his hand, and you got a decision to make. And the decision could go either way. We know which way it will go. It's unnecessary pressure, Mr. Speaker. Speaker, it's pressure that no individual should have to endure. So my position on that, Mr. Speaker, is that the Attorney General of the Virgin Islands should be a political appointee, and it should come from among the elected members. And if we don't have any lawyers elected, then it will come from civil society. But it should be made on a political ground, because it's the government of the Virgin Islands that this individual comes to advise. It makes laws for us. I draft laws for us. Believe it or not, the drafting of all the laws that we pass in this House are done by the Attorney General. And no one can say that the Attorney General is an independent agent that works under the direction of no one. Well, he could be as independent as he wants. He can work under anybody's direction. But once he drafts the law, it goes nowhere unless it passes through us. So who is he working for? So the thing to do when you're drafting laws, the things that happens, people need to know what happens. When he drafts the laws, he's working with the ministries and the ministers to get the law that they want. And believe it or not, those laws are the laws that the House of Assembly wants. And he's the one drafting them for us. He or she, whoever the Attorney General is. So, like I said, there was a time when the Financial Secretary and the Attorney General sat in the House of Assembly or legislature. 10 times have passed and it changed. One stayed, the other one left. We still go, our work still goes on. Legislature, Mr. Speaker, this is section 63. House of Assembly. Well, let us get something clear. If we talk about the legislature of 62 and the definition of legislature, we talk about the 3 branches of government, and there's a legislature, a judiciary, and an executive. Be mindful, Mr. Speaker, how it says, what it says here. There shall be a legislature of the Virgin Islands, which shall consist of Her Majesty and a House of Assembly. So the House of Assembly proper is not the legislature. It's an entity of the legislature. So we have this running dispute or argument about the role of the governor when it comes to the House of Assembly. The governor actually has a place in the legislature. He represents the Queen. He has a place in the legislature. But the House of Assembly proper, he has no role. So the next time you find yourself in a situation where you got to deal with the governor, Mr. Speaker, you decide how you want to handle it. You want to handle it where you have a function and the governor is there. You want to handle it as the legislature, or you want to handle it as the House of Assembly. And then you would know what protocol to follow. Because it says here, Mr. Speaker, there shall be a legislature of the Virgin Islands, which shall consist of Her Majesty and the House of Assembly. Two. The Majesty and the House of Assembly. The House of Assembly is yours, Mr. Speaker. It says the House of Assembly shall consist of a Speaker, elected as provided in Section 69, 13 elected members, and 1 non-voting ex officio member, namely the Attorney General. So in this House of Assembly, Mr. Speaker, anything that falls under this House of Assembly, it's the Speaker. 13 elected members and an Attorney General. Not the governor or anybody else. So you decide how you want to conduct your business in the future, so you don't have an issue as to who should bite the apple first or anything like that. Mr. Speaker, qualifications for elected members, 65. Section 65. Definition of a Virgin Islander under Section 65. A little earlier, Mr. Speaker, the Premier brought it up, where the committee from the House of Commons, the Foreign Affairs Committee, they issued a report and with recommendations. And included in those recommendations was the abolition of the term of the status of belongership. The issue that it should be abolished. They think that it is a retrograde step and basically has no place in the Commonwealth. Their position is that, and you see exactly what it was trying to achieve. It was trying to achieve a parallel citizenship with the UK, a local parallel citizenship with the UK. So this belongership was created. And they are suggesting that it be abolished. We in the Virgin Islands don't have the authority to issue citizenship. So it was a clever move on the part of the people of our legislators and whomever in authority at the time to come up with their own version of a citizen. Mindful of the fact of how that particular status is achieved, and that it does not empower the individual with all the rights and privileges of a citizen, which allows a citizen to get a passport. the framers of this particular constitution, when it was being reviewed, came up with a definition for a Virgin Islander, and in order that they may somehow set aside certain positions for the quote-unquote Virgin Islander. So they came up with a definition for the Virgin Islander. It says, subject to subsection 3 and 4, for the purposes of subsection 1, B1, a Virgin Islander is a person who belongs to the Virgin Islands by birth or descent, who was A, born in the Virgin Islands of a father or mother, who at the time of the birth was a British Overseas Territory citizen, or a British Dependent Territory citizen by virtue of birth in the Virgin Islands, or by virtue of descent from a father or mother who was born in the Virgin Islands. Mr. Speaker, I don't care which one it is, whether it's a bachelor's degree or a master's degree. You need 2 degrees to deal with this. 2. So you're going to need a bachelor's and a master's, or 2 bachelors or something like that. But one of them ain't going to cut it. B, born in the Virgin Islands of a father or mother who at the time of the birth belonged to the Virgin Islands by birth or descent. By birth or descent. You see, this word belong keep coming in to something that you're trying to define. You're trying to tell me I'm a Virgin Islander, but you keep bringing in this belong thing. Well, if I had to belong, if somebody had to belong in order for me to be a Virgin Islander, then why isn't a belonger? Why doesn't a belonger become a Virgin Islander just like so? Why isn't a belonger a Virgin Islander? But the term, belong. C, born outside the Virgin Islands of a father or mother who at the time of the birth belonged to the Virgin Islands by birth or descent. That's why I told you, Mr. Speaker. You see, this is complicated stuff. We need to ensure that some people doesn't go through all of this in order to rightfully hold a place in this island that is theirs. And we need to establish the indigenous Virgin Islander, Mr. Speaker. This clause and these clauses will maintain, they will remain where they are, because this particular set of Virgin Islanders, Mr. Speaker, will maintain the rights that they have right now. They continue to qualify under the same conditions as this is. But a guy who is right now sitting in California, and his great-grandfather, great-great-grandfather was born in the Virgin Islands. And he has documentary evidence to prove that. In 1886, his great-great-grandfather was born in the Virgin Islands. He has documentary evidence to prove it. You know, Mr. Speaker, a Jew, no matter what part of the world he was born, has a home in Israel. And when I say a home, I don't mean a physically built home, but he he can come home to Israel and call it home, a Jew. And this happened a lot, Mr. Speaker, in the 70s when they were leaving the Soviet Union. They came home to Israel. When they left, many of them left Ethiopia because they're Jews and they went home to Israel. And those Ethiopian Jews are not, they're not Caucasians, they're Africans, blacks, but they're Jewish, Americans. Many American Jewish people goes to Israel on election day and vote. The point I'm making, Mr. Speaker, is that ours is so tenuous. Ours is so fragile. We can't afford to lose one. We cannot afford to lose one in this place that they call home. And 99.9% of the time, Mr. Speaker, you would find that those people that I'm talking about who are indigenous Virgin Islander, they have assets here. They have property here. They're not going to come. A very small fraction of them might show up here saying that they came back home to live or anything like that because they're indigenous Virgin Islander. Very small fraction. But it's the whole principle behind it, Mr. Speaker. Going back to the preamble that spoke to that same thing that I'm talking about. These are people who have been long established and created, as the preamble stated. It's not people who will be created, who will become. Mr. Speaker, like I said before, I dare you to show me a page in this Constitution that does not have the word governor in it, and also challenge you to tell me how many times it show up. And it's not frivolously placed in here, Mr. Speaker. Behind every time you see that word governor, attached to it is a lot of power and influence. Take for instance here. Section 81, governors reserve power. If the governor considers it urgently necessary for the purposes of complying with any international obligation applicable to the Virgin Islands, that any bill introduced or any motion to which this section applies proposed in the House of Assembly should have effect, then if the House fails to pass the bill or carry the motion within such time and in such form as the governor thinks fit, and notwithstanding any provisions of this Constitution or any other law or any standing orders, the governor may, subject to subsection 2, declare that such bill or motion shall have effect as if it had been passed or carried by the House, either in the form in which it was introduced or proposed, or with such amendments as the governor thinks fit, which have been moved or proposed in the House or any committee of the House, and such bill or motion shall be deemed thereupon to have been so passed or carried, and the provisions of this Constitution, and in particular the provisions relating to assent to bill and disallowance of laws, shall have effect accordingly. Need to go easy on it. And Mr. Speaker, so you see, Mr. Speaker, the point I'm trying to make is that we have no choice in the fact, in reviewing this Constitution, but to look at this particular aspect in the Constitution where a governor can be so powerful. It takes 13 members of this House of Assembly, 13 elected members, plus an Attorney General, plus a Speaker, to pass a bill in this House. 13, 14, 15 members to pass a bill in this House. And we come here and we deliberate and we... But one person in the form of a governor can do that. One person in the form of a governor can do it. Something isn't right about that picture, Mr. Speaker. It's too much power, Mr. Speaker, too much power. I mean, there are those of us in our community who doesn't care, who doesn't mind, who feel so subservient that they don't mind that somebody could carry wield so much power. But there's some of us, again, Mr. Speaker, who it's, you know, it's kind of, it's got to be able, you got to have some form of conscience where something like this must gall you in the 21st century. Believe me, this century is running along real fast. We have already gone past 1/5 of the century. If the House doesn't pass it, we could pass it. I see the Police Act came here. I know this does mention international, but they have a way of using other terms to get wrong the little things here. He says, don't ignore it because the word international is in here, and think that it wouldn't be used for something domestic as well. Because the Police Act does have international implications. If you're going to chase a boat going down Flanagan, or if you're going to cooperate with the United States law enforcement, you got international implications. But, Mr. Speaker, the powers and authorities of the governor in this day and age has to be revisited with a serious look at having them modified. Mr. Speaker, this Constitution, Mr. Speaker, is going to require some serious surgical amendment to yield radical reform, Mr. Speaker. Serious surgical amendment, Mr. Speaker, to yield radical reform. And we got to have the stomach to do it. We got to have the stomach to do it. And as legislators, we have to give credit to those who challenged us at the polls, but were unsuccessful. You didn't get here just by walking in. You had to fight to get here. And in fighting, you had to beat somebody. And let that person know that they were worth something. You can't just come here and just fold. This is serious business, Mr. Speaker. I heard that in Cayman, they were able to get some of the powers of the governor. I don't know. It reduced the number of times the name showed up, but condensed the functions in other parts of the same constitution, remain with the same amount of power and all that stuff. But I think a look was given in his direction. But I can't, like I said in the 21st century, live with myself the way this document is. Yeah, yeah. There are people in the community who doesn't care, who believe that this is just fine. But none of us, there isn't a single one in here, not even the premier, got 100% of the votes in his constituency. I'm sure not one of us got 100%, so you must know that not everybody out there agree with you. And that's only the people who voted. There's still another set who didn't vote that don't agree with you. So when you hear them out there chahooing and talking about you, they're going to do it no matter what. A politician once said to me, before I was in politics, he said, Julian, I don't know. I don't know about people. Some of them I even give them my blood. And I thought he was going a little far with that. But subsequently, Mr. Speaker, I realized it was true. I found out he did, in fact, give people his blood, literally from his veins, and lived long enough to hear them criticize him. So, you know, you're going to hear a lot of, if somebody wants something from you, anybody wants something from you, be careful. Because for that moment, you're the best person on earth. And Fraser, you hear all kind of bad things about him. I got, leave that alone. Leave that alone. Because they might trace it back to, it might get traced back. Leave that. But I kind of know by now. When you leave me, I know exactly what you're thinking. When you approach me, I know exactly what you're thinking. I kind of know by now. I kind of know by now. I've seen that face before. I've seen that look before. I heard that story before. And be vigilant. That's the most I could ask of you. But the responsibility that's being placed on our shoulders, all 13 of us, our shoulders, the responsibility that's being placed on us is huge. It's humongous. There is absolutely no litmus test for the success of a politician. None. No litmus test. You could come in, force your way through for 4 years, and if you find a way to get your constituents to like you, you'll come back for another 4. If you find a way to get them to like you, you'll come back for another 4. It doesn't necessarily mean that you were a successful politician. It means that you were well liked. Successful politicians usually don't last long because they have to make some tough decisions. I see, from what I heard this morning, I sat here for 2 hours. And I heard the move of the motion in his deliberation. And I'm saying to myself, came here with this immigration thing. That wasn't light stuff. But maybe he did it for another reason. Then you came with a gambling bill, another one that's not light stuff. Or maybe you did it for a reason. Then you came with the marijuana thing. said this is becoming a pattern. Because all these controversial things you pick in and bringing them here, I mean, what's in it? What's going on? Are you trying to commit suicide or something? Political suicide or something with these things? All these things been around. This gambling stuff been around. Every time a politician see it, it's like. And the guy who bought it is still standing there looking at it, but the guy gone, politician gone, long time. You come with it. So now you brought this, and I'm listening to you, and I said, you are made of steel. If we get the kind of amendments, and I think you put those people that you have to negotiate with on notice. Make no mistake about it. Every word you say already reached UK. And it didn't get there via ZBVI. Done reach UK a long time. I think the notice is out there that you're serious. And I said before, we never discuss your views vis-a-vis the Virgin Islands and its political status or anything like that. Never discussed it. All I said to you a few days ago is that we have to get it right. You said to me, this is our last chance. I didn't know if you understood that it's the last chance, what you meant by it or what. But I think that you do. I feel that you do. I said that successful politicians don't last long. Well, you don't last long already, so you could prove me wrong and be successful. Maybe that's why you got to go on this to do this kind of stuff. Where's the Minister of Education? The Minister of Education said, do you know the Premier? The Premier has gone through a lot of adversities. That's what he's telling the graduating class about. Gone through a lot of adversities. Do you know the Premier went to the school? Do you know the Premier has been shot? I'm saying, Minister, you're the Minister of Education, you're here on your own volition, you don't have to, you didn't say. So I guess what you're saying, Premier, is this. Here's what I'm saying. 21 years politics, Premier, shot already. What's wrong in giving the people of the Virgin Islands what they need, even if it draws some blood? I guess you got to be the right man for the right time for the right job. If he fails to deliver, I'm going to be the first one to tell you he's a failure. So I'm telling you, Mr. Speaker, this is tough stuff. And if the Premier is serious about what he's saying, then we can look forward to what we can all say is a meaningful review to the Constitution. Mr. Speaker, Section 97 of the Constitution, power to appoint, etc., to office in the police force. To get the gist of this particular section, Mr. Speaker, and what I want to point out, and this is where I'm talking about these anomalies, and uh, misinterpretations, and a lot of it is also trickery. That's why I said to you, don't yeah, it ain't me, it's the battery. They got they got a cheap ever already. They needed Duracell. Yeah, what I was telling you a little while ago, don't be distracted by the word international and say, well, that particular law that the governor makes has international implications. So the Police Act is local. No, they interpret things the way they want to for a desired result. Here's a classic example. Power to appoint, etc., to officers in the police force. 97.1. Power to make appointments to officers in the police force and to remove and to exercise disciplinary control over persons holding or acting in such offices shall vest in the governor, acting in accordance with the advice of the Police Service Commission. But the governor, acting in his or her discretion, may act otherwise than in accordance with that advice if he or she determines that compliance with that advice would prejudice Her Majesty's service. Now, that's a typical clause that's in all the commissions, Public Service Commission and Teaching Service Commission and all that. He doesn't have to act in accordance with the advice he received if he considered it to prejudice Her Majesty's service. 2, when the Police Service Commission advises that any person should be appointed to an office in the police force of a rank superior to Chief Inspector, that advice shall require the approval of the National Security Council before being submitted to the governor. But the governor, acting in his or her discretion, may act without the approval of the National Security Council if he or she determines that to do otherwise would prejudice Her Majesty's service. Let me just address that last thing about prejudice on Her Majesty's service. If it says if he or she determines that it would prejudice Her Majesty's service. Now, put yourself in that position. Won't you get everything you want on the grounds that it prejudices Her Majesty's service, if you want? So these, you know, if he wants to claim that something prejudices Her Majesty's service, he needs to bring that to a committee to prove it to us. Not us, but the committee, that it does in fact prejudice Her Majesty's service. But he doesn't have to do that. He just don't do it. 3, before exercising the powers vested in the governor by subsection 1. Subsection 1, this is the one where he doesn't have to follow the advice of the Police Service Commission. The governor may, acting in his or her discretion, once refer the advice of the Police Service Commission back to the Commission for reconsideration by it. Okay. So the Police Service Commission makes a recommendation and he doesn't agree with it. He has to refer it back to the Police Service Commission for a subsequent recommendation. Remember that. This one isn't talking about the National Security Council. This one's talking about the Police Service Commission. He has to refer it back to them for a subsequent recommendation. If the Police Service Commission, having recommended its original advice under subsection 3, substitutes for it different advice, subsection 3 shall apply to that different advice as it applies to the original advice. So they make a subsequent submission and he rejects that, he still have to go back to them, okay? Remember, that's the governor I'm talking about. Now look at what happens when the governor delegates his responsibility to someone else. Look at what happens. 5. The governor acting after consultation with the Police Service Commission may, by regulation published in the Gazette, delegate to any member of the commission or any public officer or class of public officer to such extent and subject to such conditions as may be prescribed in the regulations, any of the powers vested in the governor to make appointments to officers in the police force and to remove or exercise disciplinary control over persons holding or acting in such offices, and except insofar as regulations may, under this subsection, otherwise provide, any power delegated by such regulations may be exercised by any person to whom it is delegated, without reference to the Police Service Commission. Without reference to the Police Service Commission. So remember, if the governor rejects a recommendation made by the Police Service Commission, he must refer it back to the Police Service Commission. He must. 1 recommendation, 2 recommendation, he must go back to it. However, if he delegates this authority to appoint to someone else, they don't have to go back. They don't have to go back, and that's what's happening right now. I pointed this out. It was acknowledged that it's a flaw in the Constitution, and nobody went back and had it amended. So what do you think he did? Who has this responsibility now? Isn't it the Commissioner of Police to make these appointments? Or whatever it is they want to get done? This Commissioner of Police has more power than any Commissioner of Police, except maybe for the one before him had the same powers. But these delegations were never given to anyone else before. When we had all local commissioners, they didn't have these delegated powers. So people must understand, when you see the Police Act come before us, it has to be scrutinized with so many different thoughts in mind, Mr. Speaker. It has to be scrutinized with a lot of thoughts in mind. We're going to have to look at that Police Act. We have to put it against a police act like New Zealand. See how they do their policing. Australia, see how they do their policing. What kind of provisions that they have in their act? Because we're talking about human rights issues. Can't be just for us, especially knowing that it's not drafted by us, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Constitution of the Virgin Islands to us is a huge deal. It's a huge deal to us, Mr. Speaker. To the people in the UK, it's just subsidiary legislation. I think the Premier pointed that out clearly. This is merely an order in council, Mr. Speaker. How do you tell a nation, a proud people like us, that they're going to be governed by a document which is not even primary legislation, but subsidiary legislation? What does it cost to have made this an act by Parliament? What would it have cost to do that? I guarantee you, Mr. Speaker, that if this was an act by Parliament, you wouldn't have seen so much control by a governor. Probably would have had a minister somewhere in there. I guarantee you, Mr. Speaker, that if it was an act by Parliament, it would have received a whole lot more scrutiny and a lot more would have been delegated to the local government. We got to be mindful about something, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the United Kingdom is well on its way to full execution of Brexit. The Premier talked about beneficial ownership in the register. They are well on their way to full execution of Brexit. And further, Mr. Speaker, there's a good chance that come December 31st, they'll be walking away from the European Union with no deal. Frankly, I wish they would never get a deal, but because I believe that it will be in the favor of the United Kingdom as opposed to the UK, the EU. I was never a fan of the EU, and I'm still not a fan of the EU. But, Mr. Speaker, what's important in all this for us is that the UK is now solidifying its position within the Commonwealth. It turned its back on the Commonwealth 40 years ago. And because they know the UK is cognizant that the Commonwealth hasn't gone away, and you're quite familiar with this, Mr. Speaker, on your most recent CPA trip, the Commonwealth was most present. I mean, the UK was most present within the CPA and its Commonwealth. God save her gracious Queen, our all gracious Queen, is still, well, I can't see you unless I'm seeing it right there, so it's still there. God save her gracious Queen is still very much alive around the world. Here, Australia is ready to embrace them with a free trade agreement. New Zealand is ready to embrace them with a free trade agreement. The United States is ready to embrace them with a free trade agreement. So what does that mean? It means that the United Kingdom must reestablish its position, its global position within the world. And the Virgin Islands is strategically located. Those who don't believe me, I could tell them that the United States Virgin Islands was bought in 1912 by the United States to protect the Panama Canal. We are strategically placed here, Mr. Speaker. So when you see them have their frigates and all the rest of it sailing around, don't take it lightly. So the United Kingdom has an interest in the Virgin Islands. And that interest, like I said, is going to peak. It's going to get stronger. What we have to do is position ourselves to take advantage of whatever it has to offer, while at the same time, Mr. Speaker, protecting our own interests and well-being. Mr. Speaker, when I go back to the terms of reference, I want to suggest, Mr. Speaker, I want to suggest that we look at examining the duties of the governor with a view towards advancing the Virgin Islands towards self-determination. I want to suggest, Mr. Speaker, that this be part of our terms of reference, with a view towards self-determination. And I know that there's a mention of self-determination in the terms of reference, but we need to be more direct in what we're asking the Commission to do. And yes, we need a time frame on it. 2, explore the option of creating the status of indigenous Virgin Islander, and not to be confused with Section 65(2), which talks about a Virgin Islander, Mr. Speaker. And 3, Mr. Speaker, provide options for a bicameral legislature. Those are the things that I'd like to see in our terms of reference. And Mr. Speaker, I already pointed out how I would like this, my suggestion as to how a second house in the legislature could work by having the 3 regions, the Eastern, Central, and Western, 2 members each, plus JVD and Anegada gets to elect 1 member. I think the Senate will bring a greater level of transparency to the legislature, and more importantly, some semblance of independence from the executive, Mr. Speaker. I want members to think and remember one thing. When you're driving, you have little regards for your passengers. You notice you're the one who controls the radio. You're the one who controls the temperature. You control the speed. The poor passenger just sits there. Probably getting a free ride anyway, but you must have consideration. What I want you to really consider is that one day you'll be a passenger. I don't care how high you're flying. I don't care how much you like the air where you are. And this is funny. It's funny that I should say this, because I should say one day, if you're lucky, you'll be a passenger. If you're lucky. From the driver to a passenger, and you're going to be lucky to be so. You would think that it's a disappointment, but it's one day, so you must take these things into consideration. You're not building a home for yourself. You're building an institution for a country. So when I say here that some semblance of independence from the executive, remember when you come into this House of Assembly, you have a premier and 4 other ministers. Even the opposition in this system has a living devil to remain independent of the premier, even the opposition. The only thing you don't have to get from the premier is the air you breathe. And I'm not too sure of that either. Anything that happens in the country, he has to provide the financing for it. And he knows it. So imagine what it's like for the rest of you who are not the premier. I always like to point out to people, the ministers, that you're like this, my 5 fingers on my hand. And just like how they look, see where this thumb is? It's way over there, and you got 4 over here. Why these 4 are so close and this one so far? This is exactly how the relationship between the premier and his 4 ministers are. I'm not even going to talk about the other members, who are, by the way, extremely important to the functioning of government and the survival of the government. The government can't survive on just 5. People like to tell others that the power is in the back. But again, I said that this bicameral legislature is indeed a form of a semblance of independence from the executive, which is the cabinet. This is something that's been functioning in Bermuda for years. And I was sitting in the negotiating body. And you know, you keep hearing them saying, the UK representatives will tell you, don't go there when you start talking about Bermuda. They said it was an anomaly, the which never existed. So don't remind them. But don't be fazed by that. Don't be fazed by that. I know, with the exception of myself, I doubt very much that most of you were successful your first try when you went after the goal. How many girls you had to be courting before you were successful? You succeeded. I might be the only one in here who was able to do that, but the point, I think the point you can understand what I'm saying. Because they said don't come with that, don't talk about it. Talk about it. Stick it to them. Tell them, look, you can't do it for one and not do it for the other. There has to be something out there that you can use as a benchmark. And the Premier said it earlier. He said, having someone like yourself, which is a Virgin Islander as governor, what it does is it gives hope and assurance to young people or any person that you can become. You can become. And it's the same thing on Friday at the graduation ceremony at Ebenezer Thomas. The Minister of Education, he told the students, I'm sure there's a teacher that inspired you, a teacher who you look up to, one who gives you that self-confidence that allows you to move on. And for some reason, he said, I'm sure the Honorable Fraser had that same experience too. I don't know if he expected me to go back all them years to find a primary school teacher, but I had one up for him because I remember I said to them, yes, I did indeed have this one person who taught me that I give just about all the credit to my success to. And I use my professional background educationally to explain that. How when we do a design project and on the final day for grading, you come into the class and you take all your boards and you stick them up on the wall. And if you have a friend in an architectural school somewhere in the area, you'll invite him to come by. And your professor, he wouldn't grade it himself. He would bring colleagues from his office or other professors in the school who come along and critique with him. So I got my turn. I put all my boards up on the wall. And in came this guy. This guy walked in the room. And my friend, he said, who's this insipid looking guy? I don't know the guy, never seen him before, I can't answer him. And the guy was, architects have a funny way of dressing. They'll find the biggest ugly bag, something big like that, but it was this scarf, scruffy and all the rest of it. Scruff, like your bag. It'll be scruffy. It means a leather bag with a brown bag, and it's like the leather is scruffy.
Order.
He'll be wearing, they wear an old jacket, never a suit. He's an architect. And believe it or not, this is what I wanted to be. And the guy was black. Hair doesn't comb his hair, anything like that. So when he was introduced, they gave his name, and lo and behold, he was a New York RA, an architect, and he was black. And all this time, I'm trying to be an architect, studying. That's what I'm doing. I'm studying to be an architect, but I never seen a black architect. So that inspired me. I held on to that, and I said, wow, I can be. It's possible to be a black architect in New York City. So these are things that inspire you, and you hold on to it, and people are looking for that. The issue of the Attorney General, I talk about that. That don't need to be discussed any further, even though the AG wasn't here. But he'll agree with me, because the AG gonna run for public office one day, somewhere. Now that he's seen the other side of the world, now he works so hard. He still believes that we don't work, so he's gonna probably try this side and see what it's like. And the other issue that I have, Mr. Speaker, that I'm recommending is the issue with the indigenous Virgin Islander. And it is my hope that at some point we get to that point where we can sit down I said to this body before that some unique provisions need to be made for this particular motion that we're debating, because I don't want to see us agree to the terms and conditions that are here on paper after we have already debated. We need to have those terms and conditions revised to reflect positions of members in the House of Assembly. So I'm sure the Premier is going to come up with a way, agree to a way where we can get the positions of the members of the House of Assembly in there. Mr. Speaker, when I came into office in 1999, I was as Minister for Natural Resources and Labor, responsible for land. We came up with a very unique and innovative concept for surveying property. And it was done by GPS, by and large, for the most part. And we were able to survey huge estates in a limited amount of time relative to the traditional way of surveying land. So it was my view, Mr. Speaker, that given the situation with land ownership in the Virgin Islands, where families, which at one time was a family of one, husband and wife really, own anything in the neighborhood of 110 acres of land. And then the children came along, 5 children, so to speak, inherited this 110 acres of land. So you're somewhere around 22 acres each. But then nothing gets done. The land is left for those 5 children in common. So those children passed on, left the land for, each one of them had 2 children, so 5 2 is 10, Mr. Speaker. So the numbers are getting bigger. The land's still in common. It's not subdivided. And that's the situation that we are faced with here in the Virgin Islands. That's why much of the land that you see around is still wooded. No one can actually touch it. My fear is that if it gets subdivided, they might just dispose of it. But Nonetheless, it's theirs. And the matter is becoming more and more complicated because those 10 children now, each one of them get two children, that's 20. And we're not talking about many years since the father and the mother died. Maybe 50 years since the mother and father died, the original owners with the 110 acres. So it becomes a situation, Mr. Speaker, where the government, I was hoping that the government could become so involved as they did back in the 70s when the cadastral surveyors came out and did the subdivision, the division of estates. That's what cadastral surveyors did, the divided estates. At government expense, they divided the land by surveying. So my idea, Mr. Speaker, wasn't far-fetched at all. It was just taking it to the next level. But unfortunately, it never happened because my stint at Natural Resources and Labor was cut off. So it never happened. And I don't know if the minister is listening to me right now, if he might have an interest in looking at something like that. I have mixed emotions about that whole concept still, but it's something about the land, Mr. Speaker, and the ownership of land that I take dearly and wish to see something come out of it. Mr. Speaker, with those words regarding the Constitution, I hope that my contribution was of help to someone. I would love to listen to my colleagues as they make their contribution, and I would like to remind them how seriously I take their position on the Constitution and the importance of their contribution, and it's not to be taken lightly. And those who may have thought that it was going to be an easy day, I wish for them to think again. I believe that maybe, Mr. Speaker, I'm not trying to tell you how to run your house, but I believe that maybe you might be going for a lunch break now. But no, no, I'm saying this for a reason. Let me finish my reason. I would urge those who haven't spoken as yet, if they hadn't done their research and preparation, to use that lunch break to do so, because they may not be lucky enough to come back tomorrow, be the ones to come back tomorrow. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I thank the representative for the 3rd District and senior member of the House for his contribution. Members, is it your wish that we break down for lunch or we entertain one more speaker? I'm hearing what? One more speaker before lunch? Okay, I'm hearing lunch break. Honorable members, the House, it's now 4:15. We'll return at 5:30. And next up to speak is the Junior Minister for Trade and Economic Development. This House is now on recess until 5:30. Please be seated. This Honorable House is now back in session. Honorable members, I have a speakers list in which members have indicated the wish to make their contribution. We will therefore start first with the junior minister, followed by the member for the 6th, and then the member for the 5th district. At this time, I recognize the junior minister for Trade and Economic Development and Territorial Member, the Honorable Sherrod D. Flax-Charles.
Good afternoon, Mr. Speaker. Good afternoon to this honorable House. And of course, good afternoon to the people of the Virgin Islands who are listening to these proceedings. Mr. Speaker, I ask your permission to refer or read from my notes.
Permission granted.
Mr. Speaker, as an at-large representative, I consider it my duty and privilege to be constantly in tune to the thoughts of the people of this territory. As I move between islands and constantly seek to serve as their listening ear and voice, I find myself privy to congratulations as well as criticism. As leaders, the onus is on us to ensure that we are placed and prepared to always hear and understand the desires and needs of our people, as our elected status represents nothing less than their faith in us to serve on their behalf. That is why I find myself first compelled today to relay the concerns of our territory. Since our election, this administration has exemplified front-facing servant leadership. We have met every man and woman in the highways and byways, listening to their grievances and acting in their best interest. But as a democracy bound by a constitution, we have also held the responsibility of meeting in this House and debating and deciding on critical pieces of legislation that will usher in a more fair and prosperous British Virgin Islands. Our efforts had led us to tirelessly working behind the scenes to implement the critical articles of law that lead to fairer consumer practices, a more dynamic trade regulatory body, the legalization of medical cannabis, a new industry through gaming and betting, and so much more. Yet our people are not always aware of these proceedings and find themselves confused and vulnerable to the untrue manipulations of those who put naysaying and clout before the growth of our islands. So, Mr. Speaker, I encourage the House as a body and us as individuals to be more forthcoming. We are working in the people's best interest, and we therefore can be fully transparent with them as to the going-ons of this noble body. Mr. Speaker, today I want most specifically to address the matter of the constitutional review. Following my own advice, Mr. Speaker, I would first like to inform the public that this is not the VIP changing life as you know it. This is us actively seeking to transform the BVI to a more fair and autonomous collection of people in our unique position as a Caribbean nation with a past and present of external governance. There's no doubt in my mind that as our nation has grown, we have enjoyed the fruits of our dynamic relationships across the world, not only with our sovereign, the United Kingdom, but also with our trading partners in the Caribbean and our prime market and neighbor, the United States of America. But, Mr. Speaker, change is defined by evolution, and evolution by the shrugging off of the old. We must remember our history and embrace it, but we must also constantly seek to trim and prune those less positive constants which have been a part of our way of life for too long. In 2017, Mr. Speaker, this territory was devastated by natural disasters, which was in no fault our own, and which we could not have prepared better for, given its off-the-chart impact. Yet with one of our main economic pillars shattered, we were assailed by the less material but equally destructive mandate to implement public registers. This has had a tremendous negative impact on our second bastion, financial services. Of course, we stand here today, affected now by an invisible plague. But how have we come to this? We have survived it. We survived it all, not because of our generous benefactors, but because of our ingenuity and resilience of our own people. We survived because of the steadfastness and will of our own recently elected officials. So why, I ask, Mr. Speaker, are we still beholden to the Convention of Overseas Interference? Why are we latched onto a structure that shunned us in our time of deepest need? Mr. Speaker, to put it bluntly, why are we so shackled by a past that is rooted most squarely in the suffering of our transplanted ancestors? Our territorial song, as we would recall, goes, "Out of the huts of history's pain." Yet I find myself questioning whether we have allowed ourselves to leave these huts, or if we have simply closed our eyes as the walls changed around us, but kept us restricted nonetheless. Mr. Speaker, I do not wish today to insult our past, nor do I wish to antagonize our relations. As I stand in this same room that Honorables O'Neill, Stout, and so many others would have stood, I recognize that they saw potential and positivity in our relationship with England, and so too must we. But as global tensions reveal underlying prejudice, we must protect ourselves and our people by revisiting those age-old documents that define our relationships. I am advocating today not for discarding, but for revisiting, or as we have coined it, a review of our Constitution. 3 years have passed since the agreed upon time for review. As we review this document, Mr. Speaker, I humbly posit as a member of this body that we reconsider the accommodations made for the junior ministers. Their roles must be clearly defined. More responsibility must be given to these posts to enable the more efficient and streamlined operations of the government. As women and men elected to serve, we have potential and promise that can be given even further flesh. The Premier and I enjoy a distinct relationship. His trust in me is proven by his granting to me the responsibility of launching the recently detailed Small Business Relief Grant Program. I will also champion greater autonomy for our islands. Recent international and local events have challenged us to rethink how we govern and engage our police service. I believe that locally entrenched men and women are best positioned to manage the affairs of the body, meant to protect and serve us at all costs. Mr. Speaker, I want to repeat that I am not trying to advocate for disillusion of what we have come to know. I am only expressing the people's will that we carefully dissect those traditional roles that we have coexisted under for decades. Finally, Mr. Speaker, I wish to share this quote from Haile Selassie himself. "Until the philosophy which holds one race superior and another inferior is finally and permanently discredited and abandoned, everywhere is war. And until there is no longer first-class and second-class citizens of any nation, until the color of a man's skin is of no more significance than the color of his eyes, And until the basic human rights are equally guaranteed to all without regard to race, there is war. And until that day, the dream of lasting peace, world citizenship, rule of international morality will remain but a fleeting illusion to be pursued but never attained. Mr. Speaker, I know too well that a signature marketing strategy is paradise. But it is high time that we become a paradise, not only for our guests, but also for the thousands of people that live here. We have faced too much discrimination and prejudice of every kind. Every day my people cry to me of encountering challenges because of their race, country of origin, sex, or whatever else that makes them different and individual. Mr. Speaker, this cannot stand. I will not stand for this. A review of all laws must begin to more clearly dictate what is fair and what is right. Our people should be granted opportunities because they deserve them, and not cast aside because of their background or politics. I put this case forward on behalf also of the differently abled, those with different preferences, and those whose culture or religion make them unique. Today would mark the beginning of glory for the territory and for all its people. I stand eager to serve as their representative as we establish a modern, fair framework that serves in the best interests of us all. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I thank the Junior Minister for Trade and Economic Development for her contributions to the debate. At this time, I recognize the member for the 6th District, Honorable Alvaro Maduro Keynes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for allowing me to say a few words on constitutional reform. Mr. Speaker, permit me to use my notes, please.
Permission granted.
The BVI's last constitutional reform was in 2007. Over 10 years have passed, and we need to seriously pursue reform. We may not be at the stage of independence, but we are at the stage of constitutional advancement, short of independence. We need to take the lead in carving out a new model constitution for the BVI that is better suited to govern our territory. We need to ensure that we have more control over local matters and clearly define the matters that are important enough to us to be entrenched. For example, in light of world efforts to legalize same-sex marriages, we need to ensure our Constitution recognizes the right to marry as only between a man and a woman. We also know of our struggles for our decisions around financial services to be respected and accepted, issues of beneficial ownership, different rules for the Crown dependencies than to the OTs. The issues of who can sit in the House of Assembly and when someone's resignation is effective should be clarified constitutionally or explained once and for all. We still struggle with issues of who is a BVI lander, children born in the BVI to non-BVI parents. Those are just a few examples of issues we are faced with. We now need to clarify, define which matters are ones of national security and rest with the Crown, and which matters are locally priority, and for which our decision-making is critical. This reform must move further to empower our people. This reform must give our leaders more autonomy to make decisions in the best interest of our people. We might even need to determine whether it's now time to push for a local governor. Should our commissioner of police not always be local? Are we not at an advantage stage to ensure that these top positions of national securities are in the hands of BV Islanders? These issues are now very important to us as a people so that we can enjoy our freedom as a freed people, to enjoy the benefits of what our forefathers worked hard for us to ensure that we were not left a bird sanctuary, and to pass a secure constitutional legacy onto generations of BV Islanders to come. Speaking of generations yet to come, our Constitution needs to be introduced in our schools from an early age so that our youths will know their constitutional rights from early. Today is not a fight against the UK. It's a filing of a constitutional review, which is now due to us. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for allowing me to say these few words.
I thank the member for the 6th District for her contribution to the motion. I now recognize the Minister for Transportation, Works and Utilities, and member for the 5th District, the Honorable Kai M. Reimer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as I rise for this momentous occasion, I firstly want to thank the people of the 5th District. Mr. Speaker, today I mark this occasion as one that you don't see come around every day, but as the member for the 3rd say, this is the 2nd time around, and others in this House have had the opportunity to go through this process on more than one occasion. Mr. Speaker, those 638 persons in the 5th District that saw the confidence in me, that actually voted for me so that I can be here today to be a part of this debate, Mr. Speaker, I say thank you to them. I thank the Lord for the opportunity that He has granted me so that I can stand here and be able to speak on this very important constitutional review. Mr. Speaker, for the persons within this community that also reached out and shared their support in me getting to this point, I acknowledge them, and I also am appreciative for this opportunity. Mr. Speaker, today is a huge day. It's a prodigious day, and I'm excited to be here. I'm excited to lend my voice to this constitutional review that we will be discussing, that we are discussing today. And Mr. Speaker, as I go into the debate, it was so important that I needed to jot down my notes, so I beg for your indulgence so I can read and refer to my notes. But Mr. Speaker, as I go into it, I heard the member for the 6th speak about this Constitution and having it within the confines of our schools. And Mr. Speaker, I second that. I think that is necessary for us to teach this Constitution within our schools. I think this is a very, very important document. It's important for us for our way of life. It protects us. It upholds our values, Mr. Speaker. And in the preamble of the Constitution, it tells us all about our freedoms and our rights. And this document should be known throughout this territory. It should be accessible to each and every person within our community. And Mr. Speaker, as the Minister for Education is here, and I'm sure when this constitutional review is over, I'm sure that it should be a part of our curriculum going forward. And Mr. Speaker, a brief history, it has been already said, but I think it's necessary for me to reiterate. Since the then Legislative Council, it was reconstituted in 1950. This Honorable House has always played a critical role in initiating constitutional reviews for the political advancement of these islands. Our first constitution, adopted 70 years to this month, July 1950, under the auspices of the Britain's Leeward Islands colony, restored our legislature after it was first abolished in 1902 by the then UK. Why it was abolished, Mr. Speaker, I haven't found that in my research, but I'm sure someone will probably give the information on that. The restoration of the Legislative Council was the major outcome of the Great March of 1949, when our grandparents and great-grandparents demanded the right to have a say in the governance of the development of these islands. Mr. Speaker, 3 constitutional reviews have been conducted over the past 70 years, out of which came the Virgin Islands Constitution orders of 1967, 1976, and 2007. Each constitutional review was initiated with a view of expanding self-governance. With each successful constitutional review, more powers, Mr. Speaker, have been transferred from the governor and the UK to the locally elected government. This process of constitutional advancement must continue as part of the ongoing historical process of self-determination that has seen governance in these Virgin Islands go from direct colonial rule to incremental advancement in self-governance, government that may have brought us to where we are today. Mr. Speaker, today we have a legislature, ministerial government, responsibility for finance, and the ability to conduct international relations. But we must go further, Mr. Speaker, if we are to realize our full potential as a society. Mr. Speaker, we are progressing. We are moving as a territory. And Mr. Speaker, since coming into this Honorable House, I've been hearing the term modern partnership. You know, it continues to be a term used, whether in cabinet, whether in a house, whether in documents, but that is the term that we are hearing. But Mr. Speaker, is it a modern partnership? I mean, I grew up with grandparents. You know, in those days, you know, they always say, do as I say, not as I do. Mr. Speaker, even after graduating from high school, I remember my grandfather was telling me, you only have one man in this house. So you always had to abide by his rules, even though I was working and paying bills. So, Mr. Speaker, is it a modern partnership, or is it, you know, still that old time way of thinking? Mr. Speaker, it has become an established practice since the new millennium that constitutional reviews in the overseas territories are conducted on roughly 10-year cycles. And this is necessary to ensure that all respective constitutional arrangements over time continue to reflect the aspirations of our people, and that any desired or needed modification to our systems of government can be made. Mr. Speaker, here in the Virgin Islands, it has been 13 years since the Constitutional Order of 2007 came into force. We are once again at a historic juncture where a constitutional review is urgently needed. particularly after the events and development of recent and earlier years that have reshaped the political, the economic, and social landscape of our society. We have endured multiple crises for more than a decade, including the global financial crisis, Hurricanes Irma and Maria. Mr. Speaker, constitutional overreach by the UK, and presently we are going through this COVID-19 situation. But Mr. Speaker, we continue to press on. As we speak about the constitutional overreach, Mr. Speaker, I remember, I think it was in 2018, where we came together as a community. Mr. Speaker, that moment where I think we had over 5,000 persons marching within our streets. And it was all because we felt that the UK overreached our constitutional powers. And I remember some of the wording, they were saying, no, the decision must go. No more imperial legislation. And I remember some of the placards. I remember seeing some of the persons here in this Honorable House actually marching as well, because, Mr. Speaker, that was a historic moment within our community. Mr. Speaker, I'm not sure what came out of that letter that was presented, but Mr. Speaker, to this date I haven't actually heard anything. But we continue to press on. So, Speaker, these crises and other developments have exposed the ambiguities, the gaps, and much needed fundamental changes in our constitutional arrangements that are the basis of our political system. Mr. Speaker, they must be addressed. Mr. Speaker, if the functioning of our political system is to allow us to adapt and respond to the challenges in the world ahead, Mr. Speaker, these must be addressed. Mr. Speaker, today we speak about the 2007 Constitution. And I do not want to go into every detail of what I believe needs to be changed or to prejudice the work that would be done by a constitutional review commission. Well, Mr. Speaker, however, I think it is important as a legislator and a minister to highlight some of the examples of the considerations that must be made in the constitutional review exercise. Mr. Speaker, in regards to the ambiguities contained in our Constitution, there are several gray areas with respect to the executive authority that must be clarified, especially where it comes and where it concerns the respective constitutional roles of the Virgin Islands and the UK. Mr. Speaker, I'll just highlight one issue in that area. And Mr. Speaker, our Constitution provides for a premier appointed from among the elected majority party. As premier, he's also the leader of government business, according to the Constitution. In this capacity, he is understood to be the head of government, which is the common practice across the Commonwealth. Mr. Speaker, let me be clear, in our political system, the head of government is different from the head of state. Our head of state is Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II. Mr. Speaker, our representative here in the Virgin Islands is His Excellency, the Governor. I'm not referring to the head of state, and I want the public to understand that. And Mr. Speaker, as I speak about, the head of state, Queen, Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth, she still is head of state for about 16 different countries. Those countries, some of them are Antigua, Jamaica, Canada, New Zealand, Australia, St. Kitts, Nevis, St. Vincent. She's still a head of state, despite their independent countries. Mr. Speaker, the position I am talking about is the head of government in terms of who leads the executive branch. Here in the Virgin Islands, the person is the Premier. In the United Kingdom, it is the Prime Minister, currently the Right Honorable Boris Johnson, MP. However, it seems that because it is an established understanding and not expressly stated in the Constitution that there is an unelected person in our political system who claims to be also head of government. However, this cannot be the case, Mr. Speaker, since it is the Premier who is routinely invited to attend CARICOM, the OECS heads of government, those meetings and other forums as the Virgin Islands head of government. Mr. Speaker, I am told that it is the first time since ministerial government was established in 1967 that there has been an attempt to usurp the Premier's position as the head of government. It will be important to clearly state in the next iteration of our Constitution that the Premier is in fact the head of government as the leader of government business. And there are also many other things along those lines that we must clarify. I remember just the other day we were off to Friendship Day in the USVI. Mr. Speaker, that was an issue as to who should lead the delegation. And if we have two different, or claiming to be two different heads of government, Mr. Speaker, that could have been an issue. Mr. Speaker, in terms of gaps in our Constitution, there are a host of things that we must tackle from the standpoint of procedure and political structure. For example, there is not a clear provision for addressing what happens if immediately after an election, the Speaker of the House, who is not yet elected, but Mr. Speaker, a victorious candidate, writes to the House of Assembly to decline to take his or her seat after winning it. These are the kind of gaps in the Constitution that needs to be addressed this time around. Mr. Speaker, in terms of fundamental changes to our Constitution, there are some key issues that must be considered. For example, at this stage in our political development, should the governor continue to preside over cabinet? Mr. Speaker, on what basis would the governor continue to do so. The governor is not a voting member of cabinet. It's not our premier who was elected by the people, not capable enough of presiding over a meeting of his cabinet ministers and other relevant parties. So, Speaker, if the Premier were to chair cabinet, would the transmission of cabinet decisions to the governor's office by the cabinet secretary be not sufficient? Mr. Speaker, another fundamental change to our Constitution that must be examined is the expansion of the elected government's executive authority. Currently, subjects including the public service, our courts, our police, disaster preparedness, they all fall under the governor. Should all of these subjects continue to be under the purview of the UK, for which the Virgin Islands government foots the bill? Surely this cannot continue indefinitely. Even if there are persons who may feel strongly about transferring these subjects to the elected government, is there not a halfway house that can be found? Do we not have to begin assuming some responsibility for these subjects if we are to one day have full responsibility for them? Mr. Speaker, we are capable of carrying out these affairs. The public service is a particularly sensitive area. I ask you, Mr. Speaker, should a minister not have prerogative over the selection of his permanent secretary? Why should that be dictated to us, Mr. Speaker, as to who the permanent secretary should be? Mr. Speaker, if this is a modern partnership, I'm not sure if this is the way we should be going in this day and age. The Premier assigns the portfolios to the ministers. And Mr. Speaker, I think that is something that should be addressed, where a minister have the ability to, or even the Premier have the ability to choose permanent secretaries. Mr. Speaker, on the question of fundamental constitutional changes, we must consider whether it is necessary to revise the makeup in the democratic representation in this House. Mr. Speaker, especially to ensure the outer islands, such as Antigua and Just Van Dyke, happy, Mr. Speaker, or sister islands. You know, they should be able to have a say and have their representative. And I heard the member for the third speak about how it could be breaking up. And Mr. Speaker, I know he'll be a part of this moving forward, so I'm sure he'll have another voice in me in fighting his case. So, Speaker, these fundamental issues and other aspects of our constitutional arrangements must be examined with a view to the greater self-governance of these Virgin Islands as we look to the future. So, Speaker, if not, we will not be able to call our constitutional review an exercise in constitutional or political advancement. Mr. Speaker, I just want to say a few more words about the importance of a constitutional review to our aspirations as a people. These Virgin Islands have been through several crises over the years, and we have become much more aware of who we are as a people and where we stand in the political, economic, and social order of things, as well as our place in this world, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, crises tend to have the effect on a people of raising the national consciousness and giving rise to the new aspiration or reawakening of old ones. There's a new national consciousness emerging in the Virgin Islands that is undeniable. We saw it in the aftermath of Hurricanes Irma and Maria as people pulled together to survive and rebuild. We also saw it in the massive demonstration, as I mentioned earlier, Mr. Speaker, in 2018, against the UK's encroachment on our constitutional rights as a people. We came together. There was no political parties at that march. We were all one people. Mr. Speaker, we saw it just the other day with the young people, with the Black Lives Matter movement. Mr. Speaker, we are all paying attention to what is happening. We are at a critical historical juncture where the national consciousness of our people is growing, and we need more political space to advance and meet our aspirations for greater autonomy. Mr. Speaker, this means we cannot ignore the problem of constitutional overreach by the UK and clear desire by some in London to trample on the principle of self-governance and our God-given rights and international rights to self-determination. Mr. Speaker, we must give the people of these Virgin Islands the opportunity to consider a constitutional framework that will best protect us as a people from the internal and external attempts on our fundamental rights and allow us to reach our highest potential as a people. There is no turning back now. We must seize this moment to constitutionally position these Virgin Islands to politically and economically succeed in the years ahead. Mr. Speaker, we've come a long way. But, Mr. Speaker, we do have a long way to go. So, Speaker, I know other speakers would speak about how we were labeled as a bird sanctuary and having the ability to be in charge of our own finances. Mr. Speaker, we we are faced with various attempts. Some would use different terms with Mr. Speaker. We must protect ourselves and we must protect these Virgin Islands. Mr. Speaker, with that, I want to confirm my support for this Constitutional Review Commission to engage the public and, Mr. Speaker, to produce a report on their aspirations and any necessary modifications to our constitutional arrangements to improve our system of government. Now, Mr. Speaker, we must, once we get the public's input, Mr. Speaker, we must speak one language. And when we go to the stage where we go to negotiate what we want, Mr. Speaker, it's like when you go to rent an apartment and you know the price is $1,000 and you could only afford that. You don't go asking just to pay that. You have to do some good negotiation. And Mr. Speaker, when we get to that point where we get to the table and negotiate what we want as a people, I'm sure we'll do it in a respectable and responsible manner. Mr. Speaker, I'd also ask that the Constitutional Review Commission have the authority and the budget to retain legal and technical experts to support this process. So, Speaker, I wasn't privy to any of them, but I know we'll definitely get it right. And, Mr. Speaker, we are at this stage where we need to negotiate so that we can, attain that further autonomy in our territory. So, Mr. Speaker, with those short few words, I say thank you for this opportunity. And, Mr. Speaker, as I reiterate the fact that our Constitution should be something that each and every person within our community is aware of. Mr. Speaker, let us get it into the schools. Let us make it as accessible to each and every person, whether it's online or pamphlets. Well, Mr. Speaker, it's just like the U.S. Their Constitution is taught in their public schools. And I think that is, again, something that we need to have here within our territory. And Mr. Speaker, with those few words, I say thank you.
I thank the member for the 5th District for his contributions. At this time, I recognize the Minister for Natural Resources, Labor and Immigration, and member for the 9th District, the Honorable Vincent O. Wheatley.
Speaker, for the opportunity to lend my voice on this historical occasion, we once again come to discuss constitutional review, constitutional reform. I think when they did, leading up to the 2007 reform, I did attend the meetings, and I recall that very issue that the member for the 5th just being raised then, that the Constitution ought to be daily reading in the schools and the curriculums, widely read throughout the territory, because it was understood then that this time would come, because the constitutional review is a constant thing. So, Mr. Speaker, we're here to discuss reform for constitution, but why do we do this? So, Mr. Speaker, I want to go back and permit me to read some notes I've taken here this morning from the other speakers to go back to why we even have to review this constitution ever so often. Mr. Speaker, I want to first start by pointing out the fact that between the BVI and the UK, we are in a constitutional relationship. Rules govern how we interact with each other. We call that the Constitution, the highest law in the land. Mr. Speaker, if you go to the United Nations website, United Nations and decolonization, it's a very important thing there. And it says, since the birth of the United Nations, more than 80 former colonies comprising some 750 million people have gained independence. At present, 17 non-self-governing territories across the globe remain on the list of non-self-governing territories, home to nearly 2 million people. Thus, the process of decolonization is not complete. Mr. Speaker, that implies right there there's an expectation for something to happen. You say it's not yet complete. So that's where they're heading until the list is down to 0. Then there remains work to be done. Mr. Speaker, may I point out that the BVI is listed there as one of those 17 non-self-governing countries. The Premier always says we always do what is inspected, not what is expected. So therefore, they went on a little further. Under Chapter 11 of the Charter of the United Nations, the non-self-governing territories are defined as territories whose people have not yet attained a full measure of self-government. Again, Mr. Speaker, it points out that there is an expectation that the people are to seek self-government. And Mr. Speaker, we shouldn't confuse self-government with independence. They are two very different things. Mr. Speaker, because independence is a very dangerous thing. The member for the third mentioned it last time. If you look at the independent countries, or the countries that were colonized at first, but became independent afterwards, they found it wasn't what they had bargained for. Take, for example, one close by, Haiti. Haiti was the first freed black colony in the Western Hemisphere. But when they got independence, it wasn't free. They had to pay something like $21 billion to France for their freedom. It wasn't like you're free, go home now, you're okay. You're on your own now. No, no, no. Came at a high cost. So it's very important that persons listen and understand, we're not talking here about independence, self-government. We must be careful to make that distinction. Mr. Speaker, when the BVI achieved emancipation in 1834, those owners were also paid. They were paid for losing their value, the slaves, our ancestors. And that bill, too, had to be paid. And I found out recently that the UK took a loan, £20 million back in 1835, to pay off the slave owners. At that time, that £20 million was 40% of Britain's GDP at that time. Well, I don't know how much they were paying annually or monthly. That loan was finally paid off in the year 2015. That's 5 years ago, Mr. Speaker. I'm still making a point that we're not talking about independence, because independence is a different kettle of fish to self-government. What we are trying to achieve here is more autonomy, more internal self-government. Because it's an expectation, and we were sent into the House to advance the people's agenda. And part of that is political and economic advancement. How do you get that? Through the Constitution. The records they are well recorded, not widely available, but very well recorded. We can see what advances we were able to make through constitutional advancement. Going back to the 50s when we restored the House of Assembly. From then till now, they've been leap after leap after leap moving forward. Mr. Speaker, the General Assembly, by its resolution 66 of the 14th December 1946, noted a list of the 74 territories to which Chapter 11 of the Charter applied. And so, to achieve the inspection for the expectation, in 1963, the Special Committee on the Situation with regard to the implementation of the Declaration on the Grant of Independence to the Colonial Countries and Peoples, also known as the Special Committee on Colonization, or the Committee of 24, approved the preliminary list of territories to which declaration applied. Again, like I said earlier, the BVI is on that list. So, Mr. Speaker, I don't know how many persons even heard about the Committee of 24, but this is a body that is supposed to be supervised now, looking after our constitutional development towards self-governing. The Speaker, the point was made earlier about the need to have the Constitution widely available to the community. Because the knowledge we need to advance ourselves is there. It's simply not made widely available. So I fully support that notion to get a Constitution in the schools, or the committee should also do heavy education about the Constitution. Because there are those who are very skillful in talking about the Constitution, but they don't give you the full text. So today, I'm trying to give you the context in which we are here doing this. Some guys are very skillful. They leave out the text out of the context. And when you leave out the text from the context, it's a con game you got ready. All left is a con. So you have to make sure we provide a full context to why we are here. And we are here because it's an expectation of us to advance this Constitution. Remember, for the third point out earlier, the difficult things we tackled earlier. The gambling, medical cannabis, regularization, and all those things. They're very difficult topics, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as Minister for Lands, I am solving land problems going back 30, 40 years. They solved one more last week. Again, these things, if they were easy, they will be done very, very quickly. But it takes a determined and a dedicated government, a government who is prepared to do more than just speak, but to also act. And Mr. Speaker, that's what you have here now in this government. Mr. Speaker, Article 73, the Premier alluded to it earlier. I didn't see his notes, but my resource also took me to Article 73. Members of the United Nations which have or assume responsibilities for the administration of territories whose people have not yet attained a full measure of self-government recognize the principle that the interests of the inhabitants of these territories are paramount and accept as a sacred trust. Mr. Speaker, these countries like the UK accept as a sacred trust the obligation to promote to the utmost within the system of international peace and security established by the present charter the well-being of the inhabitants of these territories, and to this end. And to achieve that goal that they're trying to do, there's a series of things that they have that they say they will do. And Mr. Speaker, how many of us are aware of this and follow this and measure this? This is from 1963. We're now in 2020. Are we any closer? Are they any closer in achieving their goal? Well, Mr. Speaker, out of the list of things that they said they will do to achieve that goal, the very first one, to me, is the most telling one. Number one, I'll just read one out of the 5 things they said about the 6 things they said they would do. Mr. Speaker, they said to ensure, with due respect for the culture of the people's concerned, their political, social, and educational advancement, their just treatment, and their protection against abuses. Mr. Speaker, who's measuring this to make sure that they are doing for us what they say they will do? Mr. Speaker, we can't expect persons to do for us what we rightfully should be doing for ourselves, and that's why we're here. It's through the Constitution we're going to get the teeth to make sure that we advance our culture, we advance politically, socially, economically. Mr. Speaker, yesterday I went to the college's graduation, HL South Community College. One of those things was a very difficult decision. That was the wrong which was being discussed back in 1994, I think it was. There was great talk about it, great resistance to it. But Mr. Speaker, yesterday, this year, the college celebrated 30 years of existence. 30 years of existence. Mr. Speaker, you can't always go for what is easy and what people think is right. Sometimes just do what is the right thing to do. Mr. Speaker, right now, this time calls for constitutional reform. The people expect it. This is the time for it. No matter what, we're going to go forward because it's the correct thing to do. There are those who don't want to hear that. They don't want us to advance. They want us to go back. As a matter of fact, if you look at the behaviors of some person, they're going exactly contrary to what they should be doing. Where they should be helping us move forward. They're busy throwing anchors on you, trying to anchor you down and pull you backward if you're careful. I went through all those constitutional reforms that happened since, I think we went through 10 different constitutions. And when I read some of them, I said, well, we've actually gone backward. We've actually gone backward. There was one constitutional reform that says Anegada and Jasper Neck should have their own representative. The member for the third mentioned a similar thing this morning, going from a unicameral to a bicameral system. Mr. Speaker, that is progressive thinking. And Mr. Speaker, thank God we have a progressive government. So it is possible. When purpose meet intention with energy and intent, these things happen. Mr. Speaker, the UK like to declare various things on and off, and I usually try to read most of what they write. I'm going to go to two special white papers. Again, they were mentioned earlier. Premier is like following my research tactics. I don't know. I have to look into this. Mr. Speaker, in 1999, the UK brought out a white paper under the theme, Progress and Prosperity, Britain and the Overseas Territories. Oh, it sounds so nice there. All kinds of things were said there. Then in 2012, they came into a new one, quite different from the first one. This one was Security, Success, and Sustainability. Very nice sounding words. Mr. Speaker, I want to go to a little part in that 1999 white paper on page 42. If you all have it, go turn to page 42. As they say in church. Partnership for Progress and Prosperity. It says, Britain's policy towards overseas territory rests on a basis that it is the citizens of each territory who determines whether they wish to stay linked to Britain or not. The citizens. The citizens. It goes on to say, we have no intention of imposing independence against the will of the people's concerned. Nobody asks for independence. What I'm saying, for who asks for it? Because people are confusing again independence with self-government. But you throw that in there, and you get some singing a lot. They sing in there. They start to sing because of independence. Oh, they want independence. Then you get all kinds of stories. And it goes on to say, but the established policy of successive British governments has to be given every help and encouragement to those territories which wished to proceed to independence where it is an option. Lord, I'm so slick. I'm tricky. Independence where it is an option. Boy, they could put some words together. No wonder Shakespeare come from there. Mr. Speaker, if you go to the other white paper, on page 49, it's on security, success, and sustainability, and this is the third paragraph. I'll show you the pattern of the way things happen. You put the text back in context. The UK government has a vision of making government work better. We believe in sound public finances, building economic resilience, and effective regulation. That's the UK vision. We want to increase efficiency and effectiveness, ensure public funds are spent wisely, and foster a fairer more open and mobile society. That's their vision. It goes on to say, we believe in giving power to people and communities across the UK and the territories to drive reform. You see, Mr. Speaker, if we don't come in this house and create our vision, they have one for us. And that's why we have to come to this house and speak about the Constitution. And when you look at the preamble, I'm going to follow in paragraph 5, I think it is. Accepting that the Virgin Islands should be governed based on adherence to well-established democratic principles and institutions. The Speaker, when you talk about constitutional reform, the member for the Toast spoke about the powers of the governor. But people think we're trying to get power for ourselves. This is not about people. It's about positions. It's about creating institutions. We have to get beyond personalities, Mr. Speaker. When you start moving towards self-government, you have to rely on good, efficient working institutions. So in a power grab, the premier want to be a dictator or Hitler or whatever you want to call him. He's not fighting for that. He's not fighting against somebody. He's fighting for something. The leaders of the past, Willard and Mr. O'Neill and Mr. Stout, did their part. Remember for the third said earlier today, jokingly, that when Mr. O'Neill crossed over, when he ascended, and he met his former leaders, and they would have asked him, well, Premier, I've been gone since this year, and that year used the last to come. How things on the other side? So the most the Premier could say is maybe they got some new cars and some new furniture, but not much in change. Mr. Speaker, we should not leave this honorable house for anybody to say that about us, our 13 of us here. We have to, what do you say, man up and do what we know we are called to do at this point in time without fear of anybody. Here there are those who will come trying to intimidate us. Oh, don't go there. Oh, you can't do that. Oh, you ain't ready. Oh, you can't trust so-and-so. Oh, you can't trust that one. Who going to do so-and-so? And all kind of foolishness. They bring a message, Mr. Speaker. But message has two parts. One is mess. And they focus heavily on the mess. Well, Mr. Speaker, some of us have a bit of age, so we've seen a few things. We have seen a few things, so we use our age. And we kill the mess. And we enlighten the people on what we are trying to do with this reform. It ain't no power grab, Mr. Speaker. It is expected of us. It is expected, Mr. Speaker. And people don't do what's expected, they do what is inspected. Anybody who ever thought, like I did, and Premier did, Minister of Education did, knows about that. If you give a child homework, and you ain't gonna check the homework, don't expect it to be done. You ain't gonna check that homework, don't expect it to be done. So we gotta put these mechanisms in place, Mr. Speaker, to make sure that there's accountability in the system, and we're gonna build strong institutions. The Speaker, the member for the third, he went through the Constitution, so I wouldn't go through it line by line. But the one I wanted to touch on briefly, okay, touched on it, is the power of the governor. This is section 81. The power of the governor. Again, Mr. Speaker, I want to make it very clear. Nobody's there fighting against the governor as a person. Mr. Speaker, it even what we are fighting against, like the Premier said, it is what we are fighting for. Mr. Speaker, we must grow up as a nation. We cannot pretend to be parent and child, you can be here. No, that's an old-time way of thinking about the relationship. We are looking at a more mature relationship where we must take the responsibility for our own destiny. We cannot sit down and let people decide what they're going to do. And we say, okay, let him go. No, We must take the responsibility ourselves and put in the hard work and the sacrifices, just like our ancestors did, to get us where we are. God knows the struggle. God knows they struggled. And they endured, but they kept prayerful, and they kept moving forward, and they insisted on small incremental changes. And we know what they are. You increase the scholarship amounts. Education is the golden key. You increase this, you make sure they get more education and more education. Mr. Speaker, I think right now we have more masters and PhD in the BVA than any time in our history before. And if we don't put that to good use, we would have let down all the ancestors who made that possible. Mr. Speaker, when I went to college, I didn't have a scholarship, but I saved enough money to get me through the first year of college, just 1 year. So my job was to do the best I could to, when I come home for the summer, to try and secure a scholarship then to finish up. I was fortunate enough, the government was done by the old post office. This is back in 1980 something, I believe. Early 80s, maybe 86. So I came to Atola one day, and I went upstairs to see Chief Minister Willard Wheatley, his grandfather. And I explained to him what I was doing with my life. How I finished high school, I worked at Licks Bay as a bus boy and waiter. I saved some money. I thought it was time to advance myself. So I saved some money, but only had enough money for 1 year of school. 1 year. He called his permanent secretary, who was then Carl Dawson. He said, come. He says, this young man here, we are some kind of family. And we are. He said, take care of him. And before I left there that day, I had all the money for my school for the balance of the 3 years. He made sure of it. How then now, Mr. Speaker, after all these years, we cannot let those people down? Where he got the money from, and I wouldn't know. But he made sure I had the money, Mr. Speaker, to go to school. So if we now all of us here went to school, if we now turn around with all this education, they didn't have the education that we have. They didn't have the opportunities that we have. But they made the sacrifices so we can go to school. It wasn't for kicks and giggles, like the English say. They made a sacrifice so we could take the territory to the next level. They took it as far as they could. They took it as far as they could. I always joked around telling my friends that we were made for this time because if some of those old guys were in government right now, they simply couldn't function. Nothing to do with intelligence or education, but the technology is such now where they had paper. We have surfaces. Things are now on a very, very different platform. And things happen much faster now. They weren't used to this kind of a system we have now. They made sure, however, that we are able to come here today, can look back through history at all the struggles that people went through, can decide among ourselves where we want to go with boldness, not fear, but out of boldness that we could say that going forward from this year or that year, the governor must be a local BVI lander. We are at that point, Mr. Speaker, we shouldn't be afraid to make those kind of decisions. Mr. Speaker, I know traditionally, but by design, we tend to be afraid of our own people. We tend to be afraid. But Mr. Speaker, we must grow up at some point in time. We must grow up to be not afraid to take responsibility for our own destiny. You know, Mr. said a while ago, we must come to the point where we get bold and act with courage and chart our own course into the unknown. Mr. Speaker, we're there right now in the unknown. Corona made sure of that. People had all kinds of plans for us and what they're going to do out of us and what they're going to do with us. And Corona's here, and nobody ain't got a playbook. Nobody ain't got the roadmap. Everybody guessing. But of course, everybody's an expert also. I know see across like I said. First time everybody is in this situation, everybody's an expert. Everybody could tell you what you need to do. When to open your borders, when to close your borders, when to do this, when to do that, how to do it. Everybody's an expert, Mr. Speaker. But that's not the way life works, because the coronavirus is a tricky little fella. He's a tricky little fella. And I support the Premier in being extra cautious, extra cautious with anything we do. Because the messages we've seen, the lessons we've learned from those who thought they had known about Corona, well, just because we had an incident here last week with Corona, where a lady left here, I think it was a lady, went somewhere over the place, got tested, said she was negative, got tested again, said she was positive. Then confusion started. Just because we have to be very careful when we start doing those things and saying, we have Corona, we don't have Corona. Create one set of confusion. Then I was tested again, she's positive again all of a sudden. Just because we don't know Corona. The same way we don't know the future. But we all know the future favors the prepared. Mr. Speaker, that's what it says is all about. Preparation. Because we're preparing to take our rightful place in our rightful time of evolution, politically, economically, and culturally. Because we have a rich culture, Mr. Speaker, going back many, many years. And there's a time I remember where we were kind of afraid of our culture. We were afraid of our own culture, afraid to brag and boast and share our culture. So we started assimilating everybody's culture into our way of life. To where all was just about lost. It's only in the last few years that we started assaulting our culture again. We got a bit of pride in our culture again. It's a fantastic, fantastic culture. The Speaker, the Member for the Third spoke about the indigenous Virgin Islander. And here's where, again, you got some clever folks over there. That whenever you use that term, indigenous, boy, they got an argument. Indigenous? You're Indian, you're Carib? They start telling us what indigenous should mean to us. Mr. Speaker, no. That is our responsibility for we to decide, based on our Constitution, what we wanted to say. There ain't nobody else choice but us. People can tell us, you can't decide who's indigenous because your passage drop you here. Of all the things, different destinations, same boat. This boat stop there, the one stop there. None of us indigenous to here. Oh, really, Mr. Speaker? It needs to be defined, Mr. Speaker. The time has come for us to decide that there is such a word as indigenous Beaver Islander, and here's what it means. And we're the ones who are going to decide what that means. Not anybody else. I've heard all the stories as to why we should never ever use that term, indigenous. In fact, they almost had me too, not using indigenous. Because we know when Columbus came, there were Indians here. The Tahinos, the Arab, the Arawak, Caribs, all the Siboney Indians, a whole set of them. Columbus didn't discover here. When he came here, there were people here already. But then we landed here, our ancestors landed here, and things change up. Ain't gonna Indian or wrong to say them is their land, them indigenous. It's our land now. We've been here for a long time. We're claiming it. We are claiming this here. We're going to decide and define. Mr. Speaker, it will simplify a lot of things. That simple move there to decide who is indigenous Beaver Islander, who is one. Mr. Speaker, we have to do it. We cannot kick that can, kick the can down the road no longer. The can being recycled and the road getting shot. We have to make some decisions, Mr. Speaker. Well, we're used to making tough decisions, so this is only one more tough decision. Mr. Speaker, my 5 minutes is almost up. But I'm going to end, Mr. Speaker, on something that I campaigned on that was wrong for a long time. And I think during the last review, the issue came up of representation for Jost Van Dyke and Anegada. Mr. Speaker, I've said it before and I'll say it again. Anegada and Jost Van Dyke will never be properly represented until they have a man on the ground from that island. I could try my best to be Anegada and Virgin Islands. Mr. Speaker, that's what we're doing. I'll be trying my best. I think until there's a man there on the ground, and Mr. Speaker, I would fully support that any given day. Because it was part of the old constitutions. We went backward a little bit. As a matter of fact, when they first had the council, the two first colored people in the House of Assembly was one from Virgin Gorda and one from Jasper Dyke. But there's a reason for that, because the Constitution mandated that the sister islands should never be left out. Isn't it over the years, Mr. Speaker, that things got a little Rotong-centric? I think even Tortola became Rotong-centric, to where everything revolved around Rotong. And it's the British Virgin Islands, BVIs. And everything must go around equitably. Mr. Speaker, those kind of tough decisions there, and I know they have financial implications, but we're going to make the money. We're going to increase our economy so we could do these things that we know are the right things to do for our people. That when history records what happened during this legislation here, they could say, I don't repeat phrase, I was, but they will say, oh, they work hard, they made some bold decisions. And when the premier ended, or close way in, Martin Luther King said, he see where they're going, but he mightn't get there with them. I would the premier. I see where we're going, I'm right there with you. All we going there together. Okay, I ain't gonna become a rocking chair watching.
It might rain in the evening starting at 8 p.m.
What? Serious. Mr. Speaker, we are on a journey, but we are going into that promised land together. So we're going to get here, and we're going to make those tough decisions. There are those you know who are against it before you even say we're going to say them against it. You got those who will go along, and they have more open-minded, who realize that this is a transformational time. And right now we are in transition. And here's where you make those tough decisions. So when you come out of it, you're ready to move forward in boldness in a new frontier, Mr. Speaker. So I fully support this constitutional reform. I appreciate the fact that the terms in the terms of reference, again, let's start at number 1. To re-examine and re-evaluate the vision of the people. Remember what I read earlier, Mr. Speaker, when I said I read the UK had a vision? This is the key right here. To re-examine and re-evaluate the vision of the people of the Virgin Islands. Our vision, Mr. Speaker, as expressed in the preamble to the Virgin Constitution Order 2007, and to amend accordingly the continuity of the political and constitutional development of the Virgin Islands. Mr. Speaker, that's what all this here is all about. Properly capturing the vision of the people. Thank you. And Mr. Speaker, the committee is a wide committee. It encompasses the entire BVI, not only Rotong, and I applaud that. So, Mr. Speaker, with those few words, I thank you very kindly.
I thank the member for the 9th District for his contribution. At this time, I recognize the Deputy Premier and Minister for Health and Social Development and Territorial Member, the Honorable Carvin Malone.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much for allowing me the opportunity to lend or contribute to a subject, a time, and a place for which all of us are, in fact, privileged to be. There are 4 members of this House who, we must say, are privileged to be in the second round of constitutional reforms. 3 elected members, and me myself as, well, back in 2006-07, me myself as member of the Constitution Commission back at the time when it was established in 2005. And, Mr. Speaker, the opportunities that it brings, because I don't think we can take that privilege lightly. we looked at a number of issues, and when we look at the order for which we are here, a number of this has been cited by the members who spoke prior. So the beauty of it is that I do believe that these discussions should be, well, not believe, I recommend that these discussions, the contributions made, be made a part of primary, secondary, tertiary institutions here in the Virgin Islands. I'll read then from, they were read before, but there were 5 or 6 major references and some suggestions being made. So the Premier and the House of Assembly will look in terms of what form the that charge for which the Commission would be given. It states that whereas Cabinet has further agreed that the terms of reference of the Constitutional Review Commission shall be as follows: to re-examine and re-evaluate the vision of the people of the Virgin Islands as expressed in the preamble to the Virgin Islands Order 2007, and to amend accordingly the continuity of the political and constitutional development of the Virgin Islands. B, to evaluate the current Virgin Islands Constitution Order 2007 and determine whether it advances or facilitates the desires of the people of the Virgin Islands in achieving the revised version in A above. C, to identify any gaps in relation to item A above. D, to make recommendations for constitutional reform if necessary based on A, B, and C above. And E, to review the next step towards self-determination for the territory of the Virgin Islands. Now, therefore, it will ask later, be it resolved that the House of Assembly of the Virgin Islands have approved the establishment of and of the composition of the Constitutional Review Commission for the purpose of conducting a full review of the Virgin Islands Constitution Order 2007, UK Statutory Instrument number 1678 of 2007, with the terms of reference specified above. So that is the purpose for this specific conversation, the establishment of a commission. Now, in all of our debate, which are critical to what we are here to look into, there are some documents that must be referred to. And of course, the Virgin Islands Constitution Order of 2007 becomes one of them. And we're going to state these only because everyone must become familiar with all documents that we have, so that we can know specifically what references are made. The second document, which we'll be just getting excerpts from, is a document called the Colonial Laws Validity Act of 1865. The Colonial Laws Validity Act of 1865, with specific reference to chapters 63, 28, and 29. Very important. The other one, critical, is the West Indies Act of 1962, and specifically chapter 19, because these we will see where these come in the conversation, because as we look at the establishment of the 11-member Constitution Committee, it has some specific provisions as to the wide range of experience that each of the members should possess, and it is fitting so to do because it is going to be a people's document, and the people must have a vested interest in making sure that this is widely looked at. When you review the Constitution, Mr. Speaker, you'll be well aware that beyond the emotions of it comes the very documents that have been signed for us, whether in 1865, whether in 1962, or whether in 2007. These become the particular areas because there are conversations that will always lend around how far we go. And one of the constant refrain by others have been, well, if you want to go this far and push it this far, there is a precipice by which you may well end. They call it a precipice, we call it a leap of faith. Because if one look in terms of self-determination, it cannot be looked at in terms of a precipice. It must be looked at in terms of the leap of faith that we must take. Mr. Speaker, all through the discourse that I would have, you would hear me refer to the fact that we must gain the confidence of our people in they being comfortable enough with governance of our own people. Earlier, there were 2 or 3 references in different ways that were made by the Premier and made by the member of the Third. One of the such was, do we have confidence in ourselves as Virgin Islanders? That is a very powerful statement. Do we have confidence in ourselves as Virgin Islanders? We must come to that determination. One other statement was, what is in our way of constitutional advancement? What is in our way of constitutional advancement? Very powerful statement. What steps have we gained from 2007? I may have paraphrased that wrong, but in terms of what step have we taken, what step have we made since 2007? So with that small intro, in 1865, the Colonial Law Validity Act, it was an act of parliament in the United Kingdom, and its long title is an act to remove doubts as to the validity of colonial laws. The purpose of the act was to remove any apparent inconsistency between local and British legislation. Thus, it conferred that colonial legislation, provided it had been passed in the proper manner, was to have full effect within the colony, limited only to the extent that it was not in contradiction with, repugnant to, any act of parliament that contained powers which extended beyond the borders of the United Kingdom to include that colony. This had the effect of clarifying and strengthening the positions of colonial legislation, while at the same time restating their ultimate subordination to the Westminster Parliament. Let's take a pin, and we will get to that, because as we go through this 6 to 7 month exercise, we must pass every word of it and then determine where do we go from here. Mr. Speaker, in the report written by the Commission, which helped to form the 2007 Constitution, it stated in there that for the first 30 years of the 20th century, constitutionally, the Virgin Islands went to sleep. Not until the 1930s did civic-minded Virgin Islanders seriously begin to question the quality of governance in the presidency. Hope Stevens Valdese, of New York, Tortola, and 6 others, as the Virgin Island story by Noel Harrigan and Pearl Valak on page 55, verse 9, Nevis had been traveling through the Caribbean, promoting labor movements and awakening political consciousness. In the Virgin Islands, he encouraged the formation of a civic league which attracted membership from among the progressive thinkers of the day, men like Howard Penn, Herman Abbott, Rufus de Castro, and David Fonseca. So, Mr. Speaker, this agitation for movement politically started in the 30s. It is important. We'll stick a pin there because as we go on in the 7-month exercise, we would come to understand more and more where that will fall. It went further and says that as a result of the demonstration, this is the demonstration of 1949, an announcement was made in February of 1950. Thank you very much. An announcement was made in February of 1950 that Lord Baldwin, governor of the Leeward Islands colony, appointed H.R. Penn to chair a committee to make recommendations for the establishment of a legislative council. Representatives from all the villages and out islands were appointed to the committee by Commissioner Cruikshank. On the appointed day, all the members met in the Methodist Church, exchanged opinions, and based on the terms of reference, recommended a constitution similar to that of Montserrat. In July 1950, the Virgin Islands Constitution Act was passed by the Leeward Islands Federation Legislature. The Legislative Council of the Virgin Islands, established thereby, provided for 8 members, of whom 2 were ex officio members, 2 nominated members, and 4 elected members. The commissioner was to preside as president of the Legislative Council. Mr. Speaker, in our Constitution, there are some very important passages, 2 of which I would like to refer to. On page 4, it says that Her Majesty, in exercise of the powers conferred upon her by sections 5 and 7 of the West Indies Act of 1962, and of all other powers enabling her to do so, is pleased by and with the advice of her Privy Council to order, and it was so ordered, the coming into the Virgin Islands Constitution Order 2007. And the other part of which I would refer to is section 119, which states that there is reserved to Her Majesty full power to make laws for the peace, order, and good government of the Virgin Islands. But I think we should go back, because I think it is important for us, when we look at this, Section 5 and Section 7 of the West Indies Act of 1962, And we'll read these into record only because it is cited in the Constitution, and so too is 119. So when we look at the West Indies Act of 1962, chapter 19, well, first, let's see what this act is all about. This is an act to enable provision to be made for the assessor of the inclusion of colonies in the federation established under the British Caribbean Federation Act 1956, and for the dissolution of that federation, and for matters consequential. Let me start this over. Chapter 19, an act to enable provisions to be made for the assessor of the inclusion of colonies in the federation established under the British Caribbean Federation Act 1956, and for the dissolution of that federation, and for matters consequential on the happening of either of those events, to enable provisions to be made for the establishment of common courts and other authorities for, and fresh provisions to be made for the government of certain West Indies colonies, to enable provisions to be made for the establishment of new forms of government for combinations of such colonies and for purposes connected with the matters aforesaid. This came into effect on 18 April 1962, but our Constitution made specific reference to clauses 5 and to clause 7 of that, as I read to you before. Now, Mr. Speaker, when you look at 5, it is entitled "The Powers of Her Majesty to Provide for Government in Certain West Indies Colonies." 5.1, Her Majesty may, by order in council, make such provisions as appears to her expedient for the government of any of the colonies to which this title applies, and for that purpose may provide for the establishment for the colony of such authorities as she thinks expedient, and may empower such of them as may be specified in the order to make laws either generally for the peace, order, and good government of the colony for such limited purposes, and may be so specified, subject, however, to the reservation to herself of power to make laws for the colony or for such in any purposes as may be so specified. Number 2 stated that the powers conferred by the foregoing subsection shall include power to provide for the establishment of an authority to be charged or authorities to be severally charged with the duties of performing the benefits of such colonies or for a combination of any 2 or 3 of them, such functions as may be specified in the order for the expenses of an authority so charged to be defrayed by the government of the colonies or whose benefit it is to perform the functions. In this subsection, authority does not include a legislature or court. 3, subsection 1 of this section shall, as regards the Cayman Islands and the Turks and Caicos Islands, have effect, A, as if the reference to authorities specified in the order included a reference to the legislature of Jamaica, B, as if there were included among the matters of such. Her Majesty in council is thereby authorized to make provisions. 1, the conferring of or the making of provisions for conferring on any court in Jamaica, original or other jurisdiction, over matters arising in of the said island. And 2, the confer of powers and the imposition of duties on other authorities of Jamaica. Number 4, the order in council under this section with respect to a colony may vary or revoke any enactment of letters patent related to the government of the colony, and any order in council or any instrument so relating which has effect otherwise than by virtue of this section. Number 5, the order in council under the Jamaican Act 1866 the St. Vincent and Grenada Constitution Act 1876, the Trinidad and Tobago Act 1887, the Dominica Act 1938, Section 3 of the Leeward Islands Act 1956, or Section 2 of the Cayman Islands and Turks and Caicos Act 1958, except the order in council mentioned in subsection 5 of the last foregoing section, so far as substituting by virtue of any of these enactments, shall, insofar as it is in force at the passing of this act, and should be made under this section, have effect as if so made, and so shall the Windward Islands and Leeward Islands Police Service Commission Order in Council 1959. The colonies to which this section applies are those included in the passing of this act in the Federation and the Virgin Islands. Number 6, again, the colonies to which this section applies are those included at the passing of this act in the Federation and the Virgin Islands. It also referred to number 7. Number 7 say, 1, an order in council under any provision of this act may make or provide for the making of such incidental, consequential, or transitional provision as may appear to Her Majesty in council to be necessary or expedient. 2, any power conferred by this act to make an order in council shall be construed as including power to vary or revoke the order in council by a subsequent order in council. This is the order, this is the section to which the Turks and Caicos was subjected to not too long ago. Number 3, subject to the following subsection, a statutory instrument containing an order in council under this act which adopts or modify any act shall be subject to annulment in pursuance of a resolution of either the House of Parliament, and the statutory instrument containing an order in council under this act which does not adopt or modify any act shall be laid before Parliament after being made. Number 4, and the last one, the last foregoing subsection shall not apply to an instrument containing an order in council under Section 6 of this act, making provisions for the federation of or the establishment of any other new form of government, any colonies, but no recommendations shall be made to Her Majesty in council to make an order under the said Section 6, making such provision unless a draft of the order has been laid by Parliament and approved by resolution of each House of Parliament. So, Mr. Speaker, the Constitution order of the Virgin Islands was laid on the 13th of June 2007 and came before the UK Parliament on the 14th of June 2007. So here we are. We are at a place, and we've read into this House the 2 sections that are cited in our Constitution, the West Indies Act 1962, number 5, and number 7. And we also read into it the section number 119. There is reserved to Her Majesty full power to make laws for the peace, order, and good governance of the Virgin Islands. I often speak of the builders of this society because I said that when we look, if we think our job is hard today, what about our founding fathers, our forefathers, who took us from the 30? Because I never leave out Hope Stevens. In fact, he left how much is it, 5 acres? He left he bequeathed an area of land in Greenland, which I recently, must admit, found out about, so that we can build a park specifically with families in mind. So, the entire body, he left it for. It's in Greenland. He hails from the east. Is that not so, Honorable Whitley? Okay, great. So at the end of the day, Mr. Lewis Potter reminded me of it, or informed me of it. I'm not ashamed to say that. He informed me of it. So we all have to get together and look at this and then put it in give respect to the wishes of Hope Stevens and the family and the estate of their wishes in making this a reality. But when you look at what Brother Penn had to look at in making these recommendations, Howard Penn, Herman Abbott, Rufus de Castro, David Fonseca. These are names you don't oft hear about. But the fact is that when we get this into our history, because at the end of the day, primary, secondary, tertiary schools, we must get it into our history. Because the Premier says it one way, I say it another. When the history of these islands are told, unless we get our historians to make us fully aware of our people and our successes, history will always glorify the pirates. We don't know much about Herman Abbott, do we? Rufus de Castro, do we? David Fonseca, do we? And very little about Howard Penn, because he was here and a book is left, and we are now reading about his contributions to all these talks. We know somewhat about Hope Stevens, but how much do we know? So it is important that we get these embodied so that we can look. 1949 is critical to making it happen, but the works of it started from before. And nothing happens without passion. So if we are passionate about Constitution reform as directed by the Honorable Member, Honorable Premier, Honorable Member for the 3rd, Honorable Member for the 5th, Honorable Member for the 9th, and all speakers at large, Member Serene, do we have confidence in ourselves as Virgin Islanders? What is in our way of constitutional advancement? I have oft said that when you look at Canada, the Queen is still the head of state. When you look at Jamaica, the Queen is still the head of state. Barbados, and a lot of these quote-unquote independent countries. And whenever you take it to the vote as to whether or not they will become a republic, the lack of confidence in governance is one of the primary reasons that our people have not taken it to the other step, Mr. Speaker. And we can sit, we can stand, we can jump, we can shout that what is holding them back. But unless, if you're going to take it to the vote, if we are going to take it to the vote, then the duty to get beyond this, because a lot of folks talk to me about next step. The next step is critical. Confidence in ourselves. Virgin Islands, to have all people take leadership of these Virgin Islands. Doesn't it boil down to that, Mr. Speaker? It boils down to that. So whose duty is it to have our people gain the confidence in leadership by their very own people? It is not a Virgin Islands issue. It is a phenomenon in Canada, in Jamaica, in Barbados, in St. Lucia, in Antigua, in St. Kitts, in all of the countries that, quote unquote, hail independence. The 1962 Act gives them the provision to form the form of government that they want. 5 of us remained as British overseas territories, and the others went the route of those I called. Those that are republic, I believe, is Trinidad. Those that are republic is Guyana, and I think is actually Grenada republic. I think Grenada, no, it's not republic. Okay, so Dominica, the Republic of Dominica, the Republic of Trinidad, the Republic of Guyana. Those are the ones that are republic. All the others have the Queen as head of state, the Privy Council as the final courts that we have, and even getting that out of it. Some of our people don't have the confidence. It is left to us to build the confidence in our people if we are to take the next step. Do I want the next step? Of course. But I do know it cannot happen without the confidence of a majority of our people. And might I say, it should not be a simple majority either. It should be well thought about, because if you take the time to understand that you have to impart the knowledge of where we came from, where we're going to, how best to get there, Mr. Speaker, then you would appreciate the fact that the onus would have to be within the 13 of us to do this. We are confined now within some of the word of this, but we need not be, because here too is Bermuda in some of the advancements that they have made. Whether or not we will get there, we would not know, because only by passion can you effect changes. If we did not march in 1949, would we have the works that were started back in 1930? I can't say we would. Passion in 1949. If the Honorable Noel Lloyd and all of the other persons did not march or did not protest with the Bates Hill incident, would we have back Anegada and Wickham-Ski? No. If, with passion, the Honorable H.L. Stout didn't move towards getting the college, H left the Stout Community College, would we have it? No. If the Honorable R.T. O'Neill didn't move with passion to get the Sir Walter, I call him Sir Walter, the Walter Francis dual carriageway, would we have it? No. Passion dictates what your spoils will be. If you don't have passion, you can't succeed. Preparation, yes, but if with every shot you get, you fold up and go home, well, you'll be going home every day. Because once you sign up for the war, there are going to be those that resist what you are already entitled to. But if you don't have the passion to get it, you can't have it. Cannot have it. So it is with passion that this is going to happen. So, like I often do, I sent out a, because we can't do the work for the commission in here. So the provisions of it have to be laid out. We have to decide what are the areas. It is the entire, like in 2005, 6, 7, we examined the entire Constitution, but there were 7 terms of reference that they wanted to be pinpointed in this. There are 5 laid out already. There are some proposed, and there are others going to be proposed. So some of the views of the persons, I put out an exercise. I said, well, look, I'm trying to settle on how this debate, what my contributions would be in this debate. So I received a number of them. I can't read all 10 pages that I received. So I'll just read a few of them. It says that the Constitution is the single most important, one of them says that the Constitution is the single most important document that needs to be addressed at this time. One thing for sure is that if we don't get closer to self-determination, history will repeat itself in new form, and one for which the liberty of our people will never be able to overcome. What's happening in America is not by accident. That's what happened when you give a man of a constitution and further enslave them. In our case, they call it modern partnership. This is on the backdrop that if they don't change the game, they will be called out by international organizations. The people is key in this, and it is only through the people we can win this war. And trust me, it is a war. Your message, therefore, must be a heart-to-heart with the people to seek their interest and explain to them the benefits thereof and how to win this war, because it is all about equality. Another view says that this will be the most significant constitutional review before independence, and I believe, like the Premier called the first budget of his administration, this should be a bridge constitution towards independence. It should lead us to a discussion on what type of relationship we want with the UK, whether become an associated state or have a closer relationship with them with a seat in the UK Parliament, but we must begin to ask these difficult questions. Another view says that the constitutional advancement is imperative and should be viewed as a continuum and not having a final endpoint. As social changes, the constitutional construction must change. This applies not only as between the BVI and the UK, but in our internal constitutional development, strengthening certain institutions, example, the judiciary, and protecting their independence, gender equality, property rights, etc. We don't have to do it all at once. Important to put into effect the changes we make along the way as we move forward to further rounds of constitutional development. Another stated in 5 areas. The governor should not sit in cabinet. 2, all special and reserved powers should be removed from the office of the governor. 3, public service should be directed by a minister, namely whomever occupies the seat of the premier. 4, all executive offices and heads of statutory bodies' roles should be reserved for indigenous Virgin Islanders, not belongers. 5, the governor's role should be purely ceremonial. Another view, the goal is independence. The roadmap towards the end is minimizing the UK's role, thereby empowering our elected officials. Another view, as a general principle approach, I would look at the development of the strengthening of the institutions that would lead us towards self-determination. Instead of focusing on what the Constitution is, I will focus on what it needs to be. Another, the institutions and articles that would give us greater autonomy should be looked at. Control of our civil service, control of our law enforcement, control of our finances, ability and allowance to form international relationships. Another, whatever rights and privileges I have under the current Constitution must not be taken away. Another, I think that some of the ambiguity regarding marriage should be resolved. There is possibly more direction in terms of the powers of the UK. Not clear why the governor chairs cabinet. Another, increased public consultation. Meet and engage people where they are, by radio, town halls, Facebook, other social media and surveys. Another, resolve the issue of who can be elected or hold office. Another, serious attempts should be made by the Queen representative being a local individual. Another, children born within the territory shall be citizens by virtue of birth. Another, the general orders of the public service need amendments to fall in line with current Constitution. Another, we should begin to move away from the colonialism system and move towards autonomy. This can happen over an agreed time span. We can set goalposts and we can achieve them. We can click the box to know we are closing in and having the necessary measures or infrastructure in place. With respect to finances, removal of the protocol, high-level agreements that stifle our economy growth. These are not required in the UK or anywhere else in the world. Another, and I soon finish, the UK should not be allowed to make laws and impose those laws on us. Sorry, you may want to talk about the UN position on colonialism, as ably amplified by the honorable member for the ninth. The UN is in the view that where it is practiced, that government needs to move towards dismantle of such arrangements. Another, you may want to talk about democracy or good governance, where another country can overrule or ease the laws, policy of an elected government. And another says, do you reduce the powers of the governor? Domestic and border security shall be under a new minister portfolio, Homeland Security. The Premier shall be responsible for the disaster matters, not the governor. The Premier shall be responsible for calling a state of emergency, not the governor. Why is the governor needs to be in cabinet and chairs the meeting? Another, a commission will serve the process well, more so than just the cabinet or the House of Assembly. Steps should be made to self-determination. Steps should be looked at in terms of the role of the governor. Is it time for a Bill of Rights? Relationship with the UK and greater autonomy, role of the AG and how he is selected, public input. Should the Premier be elected at large is another. Clarity around who can sit in the House of Assembly, British Virgin Islanders, Indigenous, etc., the nationality issue. The other says a bicameral legislature, House and Senate. Another, top officials are picked by the Premier, should be picked by the Premier of the government. Succession planning is not possible if every top job must be advertised. Premier to chair the cabinet, governor to be advisory, a ceremonial UK to prepare the BVI for independence by having mid-level civil servants and automatic 9 months, 18 months is in the UK, or another Commonwealth public service. And the last one I would read, it says, what is critical is for the commission, which we hope to be a part of, to conduct a survey among the voting public and get our input as to what we as British Virgin Islanders would like to see. Inclusion of the Virgin Islander is very critical. Find out some of our concerns. We think this constitutional review should be done historically, like no other review in our history. In order to move away, we must be very strategic and form be super sufficient alliances worldwide to keep us effectively successful to maintain our Caribbean leadership and not worse than them. So, Mr. Speaker, there are other views, but I will continue to gather them all, and at the end of the day, they can form part of, when we return here, the views of our people, because it must be a people-centered document that with views of the people that we push forward. Our views must also be taken into account, but we cannot come with a set, quote-unquote, answers to the very terms of reference by which we give. We must be able to make sure that the views of the people are heard, that they're written, amplified, and qualified or quantified in terms of where we go next. If through education we can get this ball moving, we would have answered very important questions. Do we have confidence in ourselves as Virgin Islanders, being led by Virgin Islanders? What is in our way of constitutional advancement? With those few words, Mr. Speaker, I thank you very much for the opportunity to make my contribution. Thank you.
I thank the Deputy Premier and Territorial Member for his contribution. Honourable members, the floor is still open. floor is open for debate on the constitutional review. Member for the second, are you seeking recognition?
Yes, Mrs. Speaker. I was just inquiring as a point of privilege for the stenographer to get a break. She's been typing quite a while. So, you know, as a member of the Privileges Committee, I have to look out for her best interests.
I thank you for your interest in that. She has already communicated to me that she needs no break. I recognize the Junior Minister for Tourism and Territorial Member, the Honorable Sherry B. DeCastro.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to this debate. I request permission to refer to my notes as necessary.
Permission granted.
Mr. Speaker, I, like most Virgin Islanders, now more than ever, understand the indubitable need to engage in the long overdue discussion on the subject of a constitutional review. I am fully convinced that it is time to tap into our ancestral prowess and be guided by the message of our elders to make hay while the sun shines. Mr. Speaker, today I am resolved in the simple truth of this popular phrase by novelist, poet, and social activist Langston Hughes, who said, "A dream deferred is a dream denied." Therefore, Mr. Speaker, colleagues, fellow Virgin Islanders, I propose, as the context of my contribution on the topic of constitutional review, that the opportune time is now. In fact, I could argue with merit that we are actually 3 years behind in addressing this matter, and this is in accordance with the Virgin Islands Constitution Order 2007, which indicates that consideration for a review of our Constitution should be after a period of 10 years. Notwithstanding, I am also a believer in the saying, better late than never. Mr. Speaker, let it be known that as a proud Virgin Islander who is also very proud of our history as a territory to have continuously strived towards taking unrelenting steps towards self-determining our affairs, that I am confident in our ability to conduct a thorough review of our Constitution and come up with the suitable recommendations that will be beneficial to all stakeholders. Therefore, I hereby affirm my concurrence with the initiative and thereby pledge my full support. Whilst I shall not predetermine the result of the proposed constitutional review, I would suggest that we be keen in this moment to consider the kind of future that we desire for our people. Mr. Speaker, as a God-fearing community, we can all agree that we've come this far by faith and hard work, because those who have gone before us knew very well that faith without works is dead. Mr. Speaker, 70+ years ago, a young man from Anegada, Theodore Faulkner, was heard loud and clear in Road Town as he spoke out against ills in the territory. He was joined by Isaac Fonseca and Carlton DeCastro, whose actions helped to set the stage for a historic demonstration that is the basis from which we are afforded this opportunity. Today, we continue to stand on the shoulders of our forefathers who have led by example, showing us that united, we are our most powerful resource. My lineage is in the history books as one who stands when the times are tough and when the country needs us, and that I will continue to do. And so, we ought to continue believing in our divine guidance, having that same willingness and determination to put in the work, the kind of work that is necessary to chart the next course of our journey and write the next chapter of a successful Virgin Islands story. Colleagues, in recent months, we have been having much discussions on the protocols for effective financial management between the Virgin Islands and the United Kingdom, especially in relation to the reserve funds. As we confront the ongoing challenges and seek to manage the reality and impact of the global economic stall associated with the COVID-19 pandemic, and all the while still having to deal with the residual effects of hurricanes Irma and Maria, this reality has brought us face to face with some of what I consider to be the limitations of a dated constitution, which to me is a blatant reminder that the call for a constitutional review should not be ignored any longer. Additionally, as one who is deeply concerned with the future of our people, especially our young people, and their stake in the advancement of the Virgin Islands, I am looking forward to hearing from our people, including our young people, and take this opportunity to invite them in advance to lend their voice to this very important discussion. The reality is, Mr. Speaker, their future depends heavily on the changes that we make today and necessitates the urgency of a thorough review of our present Constitution. Therefore, young people, let us make this our duty to engage in this process and to ensure that all ideas or ideals and desires are represented in this document, because for the next 10 years, it is going to determine our role in the next phase of our development as a people and as a territory. Mr. Speaker, I am well aware that pending the approval to move forward with the constitutional review, a public consultation will assist in informing the constitutional amendments. And in future proceedings, I am prepared to continue to dialogue on this subject. However, permit me to share my thoughts on the proposed terms of reference that speaks to the review of the next step towards self-determination for the territory of the Virgin Islands. Think for a moment on the issue of reserve. I believe the people of this territory reserve the right to a secured future. Mr. Speaker, I have heard much ado about reserve in the recent months, and I remain the strong advocate for ensuring that all sectors of our community maintain economic viability and growth. Thus, I am left to ponder on whether much thought was given to this recommendation. As one of the younger members in this House, Mr. Speaker, I would like to draw on the experience elders in my life and my community have imparted to me. Mr. Speaker, these elders didn't appreciate the modern term reserve, but what they explained to me was in fact the same concept. They told me that they grew up being advised to save for a rainy day and that not every drizzle is spent in drift. Mr. Speaker, we should take the same attitude as we move forward. The focus should therefore be a united front to ensure that as Virgin Islanders, we reserve the right to a financial protocol that is not going to force our territory into unending debts from loans with impossible conditions. We reserve the right to borrow funds for our economic development and disaster recovery without unrealistic requirements. We reserve the right to mutual respect for us as a people and territory in self-determining our future. We reserve the right to a government that continues to work in the best interest of our people. We reserve the right to a national agenda that seeks to secure a Virgin Islands that we will all be proud of to pass on to our children and to their children's children. And for a topical issue, Mr. Speaker, we reserve the right to a unified Virgin Islands where racism or prejudice of any kind will never thrive. Mr. Speaker, we are not asking for much if we reserve the right to a code of ethics that is not just applicable to elected officials, but one that will encompass all levels of governance in this territory, where no one is above the law. And without question, we reserve the right to ensure that all people are given the opportunity to become the Premier, the Commissioner of Police, the Controller of Customs, the Attorney General, the Financial Secretary, and yes, even the Governor. Yes, Mr. Speaker, we reserve the right to employ a constitution that supports the ascension of qualified Virgin Islanders to all senior public officer posts. Mr. Speaker, we reserve the right to our birthright. This land, once seen solely as a bird sanctuary. Mr. Speaker, I believe this to be true with all of me. We are the reserve, and we reserve the right. You, me, us, our people, working together to make sure that we collectively, we as a territory, with the resolve to get through these tough times together, with a commitment to a brighter tomorrow. Let us make this commitment a proactive one. Rather than hemming and hawing on who moved my cheese, let us go out and explore new markets, break new grounds, and find additional revenue streams. This approach is not a novelty to any of us as a people. We have done it in the past. Just look at us today. While we have maintained the territory as a safe haven for our birds and beautiful wildlife, we are more than that. We have accomplished much as a people, proving that we have the stamina, we have the smarts, and we have the willpower to continue to chart our destiny. Mr. Speaker, in the interest of our future, in the interest of our generations yet unborn, we hereby reserve that right. I will therefore reiterate my stance in full support of a decision to engage in the process for a constitutional review. As Mr. Speaker, that is all right. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I thank the territorial member, the Honorable De Castro, for her contribution. Members, the floor is still open as we debate the constitutional review. Am I to assume that no one else wishes to speak? Because tomorrow is not automatic in terms of we coming back to this. The only premise was if we didn't complete today, we'll return tomorrow. But it's only 8 o'clock, we can go till 10. So the floor is still open. Why don't we take a 2-minute recess? Honorable Premier.
Information, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my honorable colleagues have asked to have a few more time to work on the presentation. I've graciously told the opposition members that I agree because, Mr. Speaker, I want to make sure that all the opportunity is given for us to come here and speak in one accord for the future, because this has nothing to do with the present. So, Mr. Speaker, I know that you are in charge of this honorable House, but I've agreed to the leader of the opposition, the member for the second, to give the time for them to do more, I would say, justice to the constitutional review. And given the nature of this debate, I'm fully inclined to agree. We do have the supplementary tomorrow that we have to finish the session. So I have agreed to this, but I don't know if members would agree for a time frame to speak during the SAP. If we could decide that now, whether we could go ahead and get a time frame, I would say we'll discuss that, off camera. But I do agree with this, Mr. Speaker, because this is a very important debate. And it is one for the world to show that this House have matured to the level that we can put aside our political differences for the advancement of the people. And I want to make sure that when presentations are made, it's made of a high quality in the best interest of the people. So, Leader of Opposition, I grant you that time, and the member for the second, and also there'll be the member for the fourth. So we could grant the time, but Mr. Speaker, in mathematics, whenever you take something from one side, you have to replace it with the other. So we'll discuss the time frame for the SAP, where we all can speak and stick to the time frame since we are allowing this to go over into tomorrow. So, Mr. Speaker, I rise to put that to the floor of the Honorable House.
Okay, Honorable Premier, I've noticed your point of information, and I concur that we will allow the remaining members, including those from the opposition and those left on the government side, to speak tomorrow. We will probably tomorrow morning also decide on a time frame for the supplementary appropriation, seeing that it's a huge document. I don't even know the amount of pages, but it's a huge document. Oh, it was removed? Okay. Honorable members, why don't we take a 2-minute recess, and we'll probably move into committee just to have some discussions. This Honorable House is now in recess. Please be seated. This Honorable House is back in session. Honorable members, just some housekeeping matter. We have five more members left to speak. Well, 6 if the Attorney General will speak tomorrow. So I will invite the Premier to move a motion.
Mr. Speaker, inadvertently, I removed the 7.3 of the order paper, but really it was supposed to only be 7.1.4 that goes off, that I move a motion to move and put on the other order paper for the 30th. So those two motions were already made. So I'd like to make, Mr. Speaker, another motion to bring them back 7.1.3 that was taken off of the other paper, to bring it back on the other paper for this 13th sitting of the second session of the 4th House of Assembly of the Virgin Islands, Mr. Speaker. It was an inadvertent error, and I would like to now move a motion to have a 7.3, which is the supplementary, Mr. Speaker, and be placed back on the other paper, Mr. Speaker. So I do move that motion 7.1.3 to be placed back on the other paper. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, I stand in support of the motion to return that which we had removed. I so ask.
Thank you. Honourable members, there's a motion on the floor to return to the order of the day, item number 7.1, Roman numeral 3. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. The supplementary appropriation has now been returned to the order of the day. And on that, it was after consultation with the Premier and the Leader of the Opposition, it was agreed that members will only speak on the SAP for 25 minutes per member. So we will continue tomorrow with the 6 members to continue the debate on the motion of the Constitution. We'll start tomorrow, 10 a.m. promptly. And unless, Premier, do you have anything else? We will recess till tomorrow. I recognize the Attorney General.
I was going to propose that. Sorry. Oh, we are in the House, sorry. Mr. Speaker, the motion, I think we read, returned. If I may propose that the language should be restored. Thank you.
Are you suggesting we repeat the motion with the word restore? Okay, I call upon the Premier.
Speaker, Mr. Speaker, I move the motion to restore 7.1.3 back on the order paper of today. Thank you.
Rise to restore that was removed. Thank you.
Honourable members, the motion on the floor to restore item number 7.1, Roman numeral 3, to the order of the day. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. 7.1.3 is now officially restored to the order of the day. Hearing nothing else, this House is now in recess until tomorrow, Tuesday, at 10 a.m. sharp. House in recess.